Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are rolling for this Friday edition, and we've got our two interns settled in, ready to go. Look at them. They're fired up. Super P is on the phones, pulling show prep, getting it ready for the guys. And when I say guys, I'm talking about Rick and Bubba joining us in 1 hour from now. And then you got Lord of the Jacket. He's got YouTube handled. He's doing all the switching, so they're getting their degree in common sense, and we're off and running today. Golden ticket seats, if you're headed this way, they open up in a couple of hours. Drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in studio today. We open those up on each Friday, depending on if it's a holiday or stuff like that. Those are blocked out. But in most cases, it is each Friday for 2 hours. If you'd like to find a link on that and how all that works, you can go to rickandbubba.com. There are links there for you. Interesting conversation in RBU this week. We have head coach for UAB football, Trent Dilfer, joining us for RBU. It was recorded yesterday. That will publish tomorrow morning. A very interesting talk with Coach Trent Dilfer, and look forward to that coming up this weekend. I think you'll enjoy it. So get you a cup of joe on Saturday morning when it publishes, and doing whatever you do, enjoy the podcast. You will have a good time sitting there, just meeting him if you have not, and then great discussion if you love sports, especially college football in general. All right, so that's kind of what's going on. We also have a big puppy update from Greg. That's minutes away. So let's bring everybody in. To my left, it is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey, hello.
What's happening, dudes?
Yes.
How's everybody doing?
Here, fired up.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Tommy Tanks to everybody.
Maine.
You don't know that name, you better get used to it.
Yeah.
Tommy Tanks.
Tommy Tanks.
LSU walked it off last night to beat Wake Forest in the College World Series to get to the finals, where they'll play Florida Saturday night in the best of three. So it's an all-SEC finals in the College Men's Baseball World Series in Omaha. But my goodness, it was a pitching duel. I think going into the ninth, there was a total of 5 hits combined. Both teams, both starting pitchers for Wake and LSU were just shutting people down. The game flew by. Went to extra innings, and
I was very shocked. You texted us.
Yeah,
it was late too. It was post 8 o'clock, maybe 8:30, something like that, and said, "Hey, just heads up, guys. Our pitcher's on the mound from Wake Forest. The guy we showed yesterday was flipping the glove. We all thought he had Tourette's. He had all these weird mannerisms.
Boy, does he!"
And so he wasn't in long, but when I flipped it over, it was already the 8th inning.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, I can hang with this. I'll watch this till the end, because it was, to your point, it was 0-0. It was a good game. Both starting pitchers had done their job, and I thought, okay, now it's going to get fun. We're into the bullpen. And went 11. Was it in the 11th when Tommy Tanks?
Yeah.
Tommy
Tanks hit a yickety yak and put this thing to bed. So it was a quick outing for Tourette's, but Tommy Tanks come in later on, or not come in, he plays. But it was a good night.
He got
monster shot. His interview, by the way, after the live interview was precious. Yeah. Greg, you would like this guy. Well, I don't know. I think he's got the Game of Thrones look, where his hair's everywhere and he's eye black, and that look. Boy. The guy that plays with the Dodgers that we always compare to the guy from Game of Thrones, he looks a lot like him. And he's a bigger guy. And she said, "What were you thinking about during that at bat?" And he goes, "Well, I was looking for a fastball, and I didn't get a fastball." But he hit a home run. It was just funny the way he was out of breath, and he was excited, and he really didn't know what to say. The whole thing was awesome.
Yeah, it really was. We for Adler, we got the ESPN call, but also the LSU radio call of it happening in the dugout version of it. It's pretty neat. But yeah, they walk it off last night. And beat Wake Forest. Now the Wake Forest Tourette's pitcher that we say, and we don't know what he's got. He's just got all these weird little things going on.
Glove flipper.
I don't know how. They even talked about when he was going in that the LSU coaching staff went to the umpires and said,
"I would have too. Yeah.
When guys are on base, how is this not a balk?
Right?
Like, what are y'all looking at? Because once you come set." You can't be moving and still twitching.
And he does.
But like he'll come set sit there and then do something else, and it's deceiving the runner. And so the LSU coaching staff go, just so we're on the same page, and I'm not barking from the
sure.
What is y'all's how y'all are ruling
They're
on
probably
this?
going, we hadn't seen this a lot.
Yeah.
So,
but to Helmsley's point, he didn't stay in long.
He didn't do a bad job.
No,
it just
he
got to a point where they needed to make a change.
And so then the next Wake Forest pitcher comes in, and he takes him a couple of innings, and then they make a change to the Wake Forest closer, and the Wake Forest closer comes in, and it's the first pitch he throws that is hit for a home run.
Tommy Tanks nailed it,
and so he didn't.
And
he
that'll
didn't.
do it.
Yeah, just one pitch, and then there it goes. So an All SEC finals coming up Saturday night, 6:00 Central on ESPN, and then they'll play at 3:00, or I think that's 2 Central, 3 Eastern on Sunday, and then a Monday if necessary, 6 p.m. Central. It's the best of 3, all SEC, LSU, and Florida. So there's your update there. Now, Greg, you, my friend, just pulling back the curtain, post-show yesterday, had one dog left, puppy. You had Elvis left.
Yeah, it's been quite the ordeal.
And post-show, we had some commercials to do. We were uploading weekend shows. We had stuff going on. We had Trent Dilfer coming in. We just had a lot of moving parts going on. And then you were like, I got to get out of here. I got to meet a new owner of a puppy.
Yeah.
And so that's the last thing we saw. We saw your blue truck just peeling out of the parking lot, headed that way. But you look relieved today. Did it work out?
Yeah, it was close. Lisa almost hung on to the last one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it went good.
Yeah.
So
you look well rested.
You do.
I actually got more sleep than I have.
A little color in your face.
I kind of miss them, though. Little boogers.
Here we go.
Here we go.
No, I could see that coming.
Yeah.
I heard you say a couple things this week that made me realize that you actually like puppies.
That'll pass. But
Sure.
no, but yeah, I mean it's been a while. It's been a long haul.
Long 2 months.
Yeah, it has. It has. This whole ordeal started, and it was, like I said, I wasn't prepared for it, and we made it through it though.
All right, take us back.
If it had been just a normal birthing and the mom, and all, didn't have surgery like 2 days after she had them and all that added a lot to it.
Yeah.
When you have to. When there's 8 of them, you have to bottle feed them or syringe feed them, more like.
Mm-hmm.
That takes a minute.
Well, there's been a lot of effort, a lot of lost sleep, and
Lisa, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
But
anytime you put that kind of sweat equity into it, and you lose sleep over something, you'll get attached to them.
You're dealing with them a lot, so you're attached to them. But we've had some really
it's a lot of investment.
Step up,
time and money,
and have claimed them, and we've got them placed, and we had a lot of people wanting them, which was great. We just couldn't get everybody, and it was hard to keep it in order. So nobody, if you didn't get one, you weren't because we thought you were bad.
Yeah,
it's just we ran out.
Somebody spoke, got them before you came in.
Yeah.
So. I do want to ask you some questions of when it started, and then where you are now. Just that whole, just how it all worked out. I just have some questions for you. Plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Kickoff hour is rolling, and we got a busy show on tap today. Don't forget RBU this week with Trent Dilfer. We got that going. That will publish Saturday morning. Golden ticket seats headed this way. Drive safely. You'll be in studio for a couple of hours today. We always look forward to a live audience, and our interns are here. Everybody's fired up. Greg's puppyless. He's got his life back, even though I know you got to kind of keep some of your excitement under wraps because you don't want to upset Lisa that you're so excited they're gone. So I know that some of what you're doing is a little reserved, and I get it.
Yeah,
it was
extreme. I'll be honest. Coming out of the gate, I thought, I don't know how we're going to do this.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I wanted to ask you. And we've talked about it. And Helmsy and I were a little upset with you because you came in one day saying that the stray Millie is pregnant, and we thought, oh, it just happened, and this is a process. And then all of a sudden, like the next week, it had puppies.
Yeah,
and you kind of came in a little bit late with that.
Well, I was lying to myself, going, she looks really fat, but maybe not. Yeah.
So if you have not been following this, Greg and Lisa, they live out, and they got strays that come through every now and then, and they'll feed them, and they did. That's a funny story in
Every
itself.
dog I've had started out that way.
Right. And so one of them became pregnant, and the story of you going to get Bojangles and come back, and then all of a sudden the delivery process had started.
Oh, yeah.
And there were puppies being dropped all over the place.
9.
From that point to now, tell me how in the world you processed all that.
It was a panic at first, like especially because the mother had the 9th one and passed out.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, well, here we are. Well, you got that back going.
Mm-hmm.
Then she has an infection like a day later, has to go to have surgery.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to feed the puppies. That was very stressful.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get a little routine going, and as they got older, and the mom finally came back, tried to help after surgery. She did okay for about a week, and then she was like, and I get it, my goodness, she was cut open.
Yeah.
It's probably hard to nurse.
Right.
But anyway, so we just took completely over, and you just get in a routine as they get a little bigger, and you know, but 8 of them made it tough.
Yeah.
It would have been, because as we started giving them out, and it would, like one day we had just 6 and then just 4. I go, well, that's a little more manageable.
Yeah. And that happened on a Sunday, right? If I remember. All right. And so then around 10:30 or 11 o'clock on Sunday night, that's when you realized there's no way I can make it to work tomorrow.
No, because it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm feeding puppies because the mother fell out.
Right. And anytime I see
brand new puppies.
Anytime I see any of us on caller ID early in the morning, I go, "What's wrong? Are y'all okay? Whatever."
I call the vet. He goes, "Look, you're gonna have to feed them."
Yeah.
Said they gotta eat. They gotta eat about every couple hours.
So you call and say, "Hey guys, I'm out. I can't leave Lisa like this. We got a mess."
And it was quite a mess.
Have you ever done anything like that before? No. So
No.
you were kind of learning.
Oh, yeah.
As you went on. Yeah.
I mean, at one point I was going, we're gonna have to turn these over to somebody else. Ain't no way.
Right.
But it was quite the ordeal, and I was, to be honest, we had fun with it on the show, and everywhere I went, people were asking about it.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, hey, if you want one, let me know.
Yeah.
Of course, then I just thought, hey, anybody wants one, come get it. Well, then I was cold immediately. No,
Sure.
we're not just getting them. So anyway, but people were messaging Lisa and me, so we tried to go by the order, and we did, like I say, a couple of the people who took 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that also eliminated a couple spots because, if they wanted 2, heck yeah, take 2.
That's right.
And we've got the girls, all 4 girls were 2 went to one, 2 went to the other.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it was something.
Yeah. Now, did the folks that adopted Elvis yesterday, are they keeping Elvis?
Oh yeah. No, I think so.
Know?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's up for debate. I had to check. And what's funny is Lisa's got them all giving her reports. They send her pictures.
Y'all got a Facebook group?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. But she gets pictures, and she'll call and know how. I mean, text them, ask them how they did. And
okay.
So
how was the ride home?
And everybody's been
like
really
that?
good keeping her informed.
Okay.
And but yeah, it was.
Tom Petty, the trucker dog, is
he's on the road again.
Yeah.
I know the owner of 2 of the puppies. The owners of 2 of the puppies are actually coming to the golden ticket seats in a few weeks, maybe a month or so. Do you think they can bring the puppies?
Ooh, that'd
probably
be cool.
not.
You think they remember you come run over?
No, they wouldn't. Daddy. That's
there's Papa.
Just jump into his arms.
Y'all didn't tell us we were going to see Papa.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be. I'm checking my list.
Lisa has sent him a list.
Yeah.
Well, Daisy and Dolly. That's
Here
Kevin and Peyton Bishop. That's who's coming.
That's
to
who's coming to the show. Yeah.
Yeah, they were the first ones that got them. And
I'd like to see them bring the puppies.
I would too.
And then Bob Seeger.
It's only for 2 hours, Greg.
Bob Seeger lives in Athens, Alabama now. He's with John
Bob.
and Paige Conway. They're excellent and send Lisa pictures and everybody's good. Then Tom Petty's on the road with Dennis Ryan. Him and his wife Jill drove from Kentucky. Golly. I met him. I didn't cut much of the trip.
You talking about mixed breed truckers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Man.
When you say you met him, it's not like you met him in Huntsville or the state line.
No, I would have liked.
You
to
met him
but I
about
couldn't
10 miles from the house.
Well, it was further than that, but yeah. And then here's what's funny. Lexi Ray, she's lives in Sturgis, Mississippi.
Oh yeah,
in your area, and she's got 2 little girls, and they got Loretta Lynn and Tammy Wynette. Well, the girls are going to change their name, and they changed their names to Thelma and Louise, which is awesome, I think. And so, and we've been getting videos of them and the girls, and they're it's going good.
I would like to know where they live in Sturgis because I think it has a population of about 207 people. And Johnette and Reg live right there in the heart of Sturgis. And I bet you they know each other of each other. Yeah. Because Johnette's always walking the dogs. Yeah. You know, and they need to interact.
Well,
I need to talk to Johnette.
Thelma and Louise.
Yeah, you might.
And then Georgie. Now, they've changed Georgie's name to Jack because he's from Jacksonville. It's Candace Gray and her 2-year-old son, John Barrett. They've got Georgie's a handful, though. I keep waiting on a call. But I thought he'll do fine. But when we were taking the meter, he yelled the entire time. Okay.
Well,
just yelled.
He knew what was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're talking about that too much.
I delivered Elvis yesterday.
I wouldn't say that. You're going to give them a pass to bring that dog back.
What's that? Nah.
George, you keep talking about how much of a handle he is.
He's not a handle. He's just got an outgoing personality.
Right.
Okay.
He's just loud.
Yeah. Outgoing personalities can be a handle.
And then Clay and Franny Hassett right here in Hoover. They got Elvis, and that was the last one.
And that's it.
And I'll be honest.
And so now they're all gone.
We considered, Lisa, she blames me that if we didn't keep one, it's my fault. But right. I'll take that. But anyway.
Well, especially the last one. Once you give the last one away, that last one you kind of want to hold on to it. And we both were predicting that you might keep Elvis. I know Bob Seger was dear to you. But
it was Lisa wanted to keep all of them.
Yeah,
but that'd been tough.
But I got to say, you won this because they've all been given away.
She believe me, if she would have overruled it. But
okay, all right.
But I'll say this: if you didn't have grandkids, you'd had every one of these dogs.
Yeah. At least
if I could have pulled up all 10 of them come running out.
But yeah, they. But it ended up once they got where. I mean, it was a panic. Once it got manageable. I mean, it had its good moments.
Okay.
Exhausting.
Yeah.
But.
Well, if y'all live this with us, but that was a great update.
To the people who took them in.
Yeah.
And there were plenty of people out there wanting to, so that was great.
Yeah. Whew. All right. What will you do this weekend? Just sit there and stare at the wall?
I'll tell you what I won't do is clean up dog poop.
You got some little pools you need to get rid of, though. Baby pools?
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got Super P on the phones. We got Lord of the Jacket taking care of YouTube. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of the hour for the main show. And if you're part of the Golden Ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to having you in with us. So if you missed the first 30 minutes of the show this hour, how dare you, because we've given you a big puppy update with Greg. RBU this weekend is with Trent Dilfer, and I thought it was a great conversation because they talked Super Bowl champion, NFL quarterback, the game of football. You coached at the high school level in Tennessee, took a program that was really bad and won state championships there, and then now you're at UAB football. What's that like? Kind of went through that whole history and storyline, and it's a great conversation. That's RBU this weekend with Trent Dilfer. Yesterday, let's talk Titanic 5.
Wow.
Yesterday, news broke that, okay, folks, we figured out what happened. We found a debris field down at the Titanic. It's our worst fear. And, okay, yes, it is. It is the it is what we thought. And it looks like that those that went down had a catastrophic implosion just about 1,600 feet from the bow of the wreckage ocean liner.
That thing just wadded up like a can.
It looks like it. And I think we are in agreement, the three of us, is, all right, if I'm underwater and it's bad, just let it go quick, because please don't let me get down there and be like,
it had to run out of
can't breathe and all that. Yeah. And it looks like that's what happened.
Yeah. Just something failed and they lost
the vessel somehow,
caved.
Yeah.
Hearing people describe it, and parts of it is, gosh, it's gruesome to even talk about.
Right.
But they said that they wouldn't have even known there was a breach, that it would have happened so fast.
Yeah.
Hearing doctors and physicians describe what would happen to their body is I'm not going to do it, but but it was pretty rough to hear. But at the same time, he reiterated on they had no clue. The minute, well, I will just say this: they said the first thing to go would be their eardrums would just burst and they would pass out. So they would never even. The minute the breach, this happens. Yeah, so they would not even know what was going on. But then the things they started to describe that would happen with your body after they were out was brutal.
What about that?
Brutal. But it is brutal to hear someone explain that. But at the same time, if you're going to die in a situation like this, that's actually the way to go.
Yeah, like we said just now, you don't want to be sitting there watching the clock as the oxygen slowly goes away.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that. And so,
and then we hear that the Navy heard the blast from the implosion, and but I don't know if they knew what it was or they.
And they have the equipment's top secret that they use. Yeah. And I imagine
the story here just said it.
They information they may have already told them that, hey, we think we got this.
Because we heard the implosion.
But y'all can't talk about it right now because it's this top secret equipment.
It's a Navy's top secret acoustic detection system picked up sounds that they suspected, and that's the wording they're using. They detected this and they suspected it may have been the implosion within hours of the submersible descending into the ocean. So they're putting it together, and that's what they detected and they suspected, but they weren't sure until they saw what they saw at the bottom, the debris field.
So it took them this long to get the equipment there to scan the bottom.
Yeah, the ROVs is what
took a while to get them there on scene. Once they got down there, they're like, hey, we got this.
Yeah. So that's kind of an update on the Ocean Gate. Now, and then you've got. In 2021, the CEO put out, he had video out where he was bragging about breaking some rules and building the submersible and all that. So all that's resurfaced, and people are playing it today. We have that for the main show. But that's the update, is that it looks like the search is over now. They said they're still going to, the ROVs are still going to stay down there and still survey the area and still try to get as much evidence and information as possible. But that's... sad news.
Not the ending we wanted. We wanted a big press conference yesterday, and hey, we found them. We grabbed them just before the oxygen tanks ran out, and they are. We're going to get them to the hospital, get them checked out. But we were afraid this would be the unfortunate tragic.
Yeah, ending. And a big miracle would be, hey man, they were on the surface. They were floating 20 miles away, and we didn't know it. They're fine, But no, that's not the case.
That's not it.
Jeez, hate that. But there's your update. Can't imagine. I can't imagine. I've just tried to visualize what it's like to be in a search of something like this. The conditions, the weather, and I'm trying to envision it, but the expert said, no, you'll have no idea how, with the current and the weather and the waves and everything, you just have no idea how hard it is to try to find something like that.
Well, and that's I'm glad you brought that up. I got to watching, you watch one reel on Instagram or a video on TikTok, and you stay with it for longer than 10 seconds. They think that's what you want to constantly see. So I was just got so many videos yesterday, not only on this, but the Titanic. And I really haven't given that enough. I didn't realize that when we actually found the Titanic, they were looking for 2 submarines from a previous war.
Oh,
wow. And they had sunk. And the Titanic was basically laying in the middle of them. And they thought that the Titanic was down there. And the guy that was, and I probably get half this wrong, but the guy that was late, and Tommy Tanks had just hit a home run. My mind wasn't,
Tommy Two-Tone.
I was tired. It was after 9. But they were saying that, and they were mapping it out as they were on this big ship, and Navy was involved. And anyway, but they found it because they were looking for submarines, 2 submarines. And
they go, well, I'll be dang, there's the Titanic.
There it is. And
we knew it was around here.
Watching them, like they were actually showing video of them celebrating, finding them and stuff like that. It was very interesting.
That is so crazy.
I know there's got to be, there probably is. That's probably where it came from, the footage. There's a documentary somewhere.
They still ain't
I need
found,
to go find.
They still haven't found the heart of the ocean, though, that diamond. They're still looking, because it's worth a lot.
It's been a long time since I've watched the movie.
Oh, well, you got your – it's almost getting like Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
It's on a lot. On
It
this.
is. Yeah. I will stop on it every once in a while. Just
Look, it depends on what part it's
That's
at.
it. That's the key.
Yeah. What's your least favorite part of it?
All that lovey-dovey mess.
Yeah.
That's a good way to describe it. I didn't know how you were going to describe it, and I knew that would be your answer.
Let's get to the iceberg.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell you what's bad is them people sitting there and they know they're going down. They've accepted it and they're sitting there and got them a drink.
My favorite is the guys just playing instruments. Like there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, they were going to walk off and they thought, well, might as well keep playing. Ba-boom.
Yeah, and I know that you don't believe a lot of stories that are based on true events, but this one, for some reason, you believe everything that's in the movie.
It's pretty much documented. Ship sank, pal.
Titanic gets a pass from Greg.
Ship sank.
Well, but it's the men inside, as you said, instantly died, from the implosion. That they said it would create a broadband underwater boom.
Yeah,
and fragments of the shattered sub found about 1,600 feet from the Titan bow in a clear patch of ocean bed. So the debris was easy for them to locate. So
of course, here goes people piling on with their stories. And now the younger guy who was on there with his dad, his aunt has come out and said that the younger boy really didn't want to go, that he was kind of scared. But it was a Father's Day thing, and he went. So you'll get a lot of that.
Well, and something else you'll get that I can't, that is just completely, I don't understand people's mindset. It's too early. And some of the memes and stuff that people are putting out. And listen.
And I want to thank you for.
and listen, I mean, some of them, well, that was why I knew you'd love that one. But some of them are, really, unless.
Listen,
I have to
admit, sacred now. At least give it 24 hours. Could you give it 24 hours?
That's what I was going to say. So it's 6 hours after we've notified the families that they have perished in this, and so that was mild compared to some of the stuff I saw yesterday.
And like I say, just within hours.
And for some reason, for just a split second, I laugh because it is funny. And then I'm like, I have to remind myself, this is horrible. This is tragic. Yeah. Why are we doing this right now? Can we not give this a week?
Nothing sacred.
Just a little bit of time. Now all the people that have gone down to the Titanic, either in this or other, now they're all coming out. I've been down there 20 times, whatever. Yeah. This episode with Rob Lowe on Joe Rogan has surfaced. Have y'all seen it?
It popped up on my feed yesterday, talking about James Cameron.
Yeah, you can't play it because they're smoking pot and cussing like sailors. But James Cameron and Bill Paxton going down and having lunch on the Titanic. Yeah. And when they came up, they didn't. It was on 9/11, and when they came back up to the surface, 9/11 had happened, and when they were down there on the Titanic. But what a crazy story!
Yeah,
it's insane. But now
James Cameron was saying yesterday, I seen evidently he's an underwater expert.
No, he's the one. I think he's the one that found all the other stuff.
And he
one of them anyway.
He said that he thought immediately that's what had happened. He said, I was hoping I was wrong. But of course, he may be claiming that, trying to be sharp.
Right.
Oh, I knew what happened. But he said his first when they lost contact and the information was coming in.
Yeah.
He said, I figured that's what happened.
Well, we always learn from things like this. Sadly, something like this has to happen to where now the experts go, okay, well, let's learn from this and move forward.
I think I'll just look at the footage of the Titanic that they have now.
Yeah, on my laptop.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Shop the best deals of the summer now at Lowe's. Freshen up your home inside and out with buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. Plus, save big on select patio furniture and accessories with up to 50% off. Lowe's knows July 4th savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 6/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
At Taco Bell, we like to keep mornings simple because before 11 a.m., you're not down for whatever.
No.
You're not interested in trying new things.
No.
You want a breakfast that's toned down and delicious, like the Breakfast Crunch Wrap with fluffy eggs, sausage, melty cheese, and a crispy hash brown and a grilled tortilla.
I want to eat that.
See? You may not be a morning person, but it's morning, and you're a person. Taco Bell breakfast, served until 11 a.m. At participating Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only while supplies last.
At Simply Safe, we design award-winning security to protect every inch of your home. It's easy to set up yourself, and now there's an even easier option. Have an expert do it for you with Simply Safe Pro Install. Always protecting, never a contract. 2 easy installation options, backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
The Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 Smart Bed is now only $899, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so we're rolling along here. This portion of the program brought to you by CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com. If you're looking for peace of mind when it comes to your vehicle's performance, they've got you covered. Auto repairs can be a real headache, Helmsy. And so CarShield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000, 150,000 miles or more. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and a rental car option as well to get you back on the road quickly. They are dedicated to protecting what you drive. And so, look, take our advice and don't wait any longer. Get coverage today. Call 1-800-451-7776 now and save 20% on your plan. Or you can visit carshield.com/Bubba if you'd rather do that. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected, which most car problems are unexpected. Yeah. And you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I got a bone to pick with y'all.
And by the way, just so y'all two know, we don't have to go into no update, but all my cars are back in working at my house.
Well, good deal.
Really?
So, yeah,
good deal.
We now have a car lot back at our house.
All right.
So go ahead. What bone do you need to pick with us? You seem pretty upset with us, too.
Well, these headphones right here,
what about them?
They're, I guess the lining on them, sometimes they've been used and then put on and off your head so much that little pieces of it come off.
I'd like to comment on this because these are not cheap headphones.
No.
And they start, because the pair I got probably 6 months ago or something were fairly new.
Right.
And they start peeling immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, what they
Can we not do any better than
I mean, we can't beat that.
I don't know, but you got the
1.5 million
have to be
listeners and viewers per week. We can't get some headphones that don't peel.
I'm talking about the company that makes them. I mean, they're going to charge
Sony,
you for that.
pretty big operation.
We can't make the things down.
Well, they have the little cushion for your ears, those covers. Apparently, they do a lot because you can buy new ones and continue to replace
That's how
them.
they get you.
Well,
but they don't. Hey, but they don't last long. And then you've got the same cushion that's for the head. All right. Well, if some of this comes off on you guys, we normally see a little piece of the headphone, which is it's a black piece, so it almost looks like you have a black mole or something.
Yeah, it does.
And I normally see it on your neck below your ears.
Yeah,
is where because y'all have hair. Well, with me, it sometimes can be stuck to the top of my head,
Well,
and I
can't
don't
see
know
top
it.
Of your head.
And then sometimes I have a friend that, hey, buddy, by the way, you've got a big piece of headphone.
I tell you a good bit.
I don't tell you all the time because I think you get tired of hearing it.
Right.
It happens so much. I can't tell it every time.
Greg, he doesn't get tired of hearing you tell him to clean off something that's not supposed to be on his head.
So you're going to tell me you tell him every time?
Every time. If I see a speck, I tell him, because you know what? If I've got a speck on anywhere on me that's not supposed to be there, I don't want it there.
Well,
I kind of got.
I didn't put it there on
purpose. But it happens so much to him, I can't just say it because that's all our conversation.
I think the question would be, why wouldn't you tell me?
Well, I mean, because you'll say the only time Greg talks to me is when I got something on my head.
That's the only time I did. I love it. This is good.
It's good.
Learn from this, y'all. He's an expert.
So I don't want that to happen.
Well, I'm mad at y'all because Wednesday y'all didn't tell me.
Did you leave?
I didn't know. I would have told you.
So let me just tell you this.
I started today
because I know all our days get confused, and so here it is.
That wasn't Huntsville Day.
No, that was Tuesday.
I wish it was.
So, well, it's about as bad. So Wednesday post show,
guy's got a big mo on his head.
I was called. Anytime you have to go to the
guy needs to see a doctor.
What in the world?
Anytime you have to go to the corporate end of the hall, you're going to the principal's office or whatever. But I had a big meeting with the program director of our flagship station, Major Tom, and we sat there and we were talking, and we're talking
reach out to Speedy.
some different things, and so I went down there and we had a great conversation, about a 15-minute meeting, and then I leave the meeting, and then I come back and change to go do a little bit better. So then I meet Hobie at the gym.
Hobie.
And then all of a sudden, we're sitting there and we do some stretching or whatever. And
how long did he let it go?
Well, I'm about to tell you. And so I go to, if I want to be really specific, we're doing arms and I got to lay down on a bench, okay? And he's standing behind me. And all of a sudden he slaps my head. He goes, "Oh my gosh, a cockroach."
He thought it would know you're lying.
That cockroach is a It could be big. What are we talking about?
It was as big as it was a big old black piece
that's what it was.
of something on the top of my head, and it was a piece of headphone that had been there since the show was over.
thought it was a cockroach.
So I had gone through post-show, had a meeting with the program director, drove to the gym, checked
to everybody in
and I
there.
had a huge black piece of the headphone on top of my head.
Thought a bug was
Oh my
there.
gosh, a cockroach! It's a cockroach! It was that big.
That must have been one of them days I got tired of telling you.
I know you're not very observant. I'm gonna say you didn't see
I
it.
wasn't here. I would have told you.
Well, I mean, you were
I
here
would
when
have
the
had to
show
be.
ended.
Yeah, but
I
you
mean-
did some post-show stuff. You could have picked that up after I left.
But you got to admit, it's tough
I
to
would've
see
saw it.
sometimes on the top of your head.
Hey, buddy.
On
If
your
I
neck,
would've saw
You,
it.
on the other hand, were in that production room with
I didn't
me.
sit on top of your head.
If I would have seen it,
I
I would
would've
have.
said
I would have said something.
I think
Because I hadn't said something like the day before, I would have said something.
I'm going to
that
say
day.
this: Helmsy would have said something if he'd have seen it. You wouldn't have.
But I didn't. It being on top, I'll miss it.
I feel like you went into Rick's office and whispered, said, "Hey, Speedy's got a piece of
Well, that's a possibility. That's always on the table.
Hey, don't tell him Speedy's got a piece of
Speedy
headphone."
goes, what? He's leaving. He's leaving.
Scared Hobie.
Oh my gosh!
I can't believe that.
Thought it was a cockroach.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was that big.
That's a good
That'll
one.
let you. That'll really bring it in.
He slapped that head
Yeah,
for you.
I almost dropped the weight. Hey, let me finish.
I wonder
my
how many
gosh.
people in there had saw you when you were bending over stuff, and they're thinking, "What is that?"
Yeah, what is that? Man, he's really got a problem.
Or they'd be like,
I'll tell you what, I
would.
would. If I had a spot like that on my head, I wouldn't be bald. I'd have hair. You know, stuff like that.
I don't know how that applies, but people don't get to choose.
Well, I just want to have. I know that we've had agreement.
I will every
Where-
time I
I'll
see it.
guys,
I don't
I'll
care
quit
where it's
feeling
at.
bad about it and
Okay,
actually
if it's on your arm, I will pick it off or tell you.
Because what I'm hoping,
What did you just say? You said
I'll quit feeling bad about it. What I'm hoping is, I say I don't want to be that guy that tells you all the time, and I go, well, maybe somebody else will tell him, and I just leave it.
Well, let me just tell you, you're free to tell me if I have a
Okay,
piece of
all right.
headphone on my
I didn't
head.
want to be
Now,
that guy.
hey, Greg, let me be clear too. If I've got something out of place on me, please tell me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought we
I
kind
don't
of
care what it is.
I thought we had an
If you
agreement.
got you
with
flying
each other.
zipped, I don't want to embarrass you.
Boogers, flying zips.
Yeah, all that crumbs.
Headphone crumbs.
Yeah, if I got a big old piece of crumb in my goatee, tell me.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought we had an agreement that even if it hurts our feelings, we were going to be honest.
And I get a little
Absolutely.
tired of seeing it up there too. Oh my God, there it is again.
Sometimes they're as big as like a little freckle, and I can understand y'all missing that. This one, no.
Well, the fact that Hobie thought it was a
Silver dollar.
cockroach says done.
Hope he knocked you out.
Oh my gosh!
I think here in this situation, Super Tom is the one that really probably he saw it.
Super Tom.
Or Major Tom or
Major
whoever.
Tom.
Whoever it
One of
was.
the Toms.
One of the Toms probably should have told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what he was thinking
Well,
when
he-
you
let
left.
me-
I bet when
that's
you
a-
left, he's like, "What is
He
that?"
needs to go to a dermatologist.
My gosh,
that was our
that's
first
gross.
big meeting. I could see him not wanting to tell me, but y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This story for a while now, and after we saw each other earlier today.
So you didn't find your nice family yet?
No, I don't know where I am.
You don't know where you are. Can you give us any kind of?
Are you on a cell phone or a payphone, Nopey?
I don't know if it's cell phone.
Right.
So you don't know the number at your house, but you seem to be able to remember the one to the show.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, it's on floor.
The phone was on the floor.
Yes.
Okay, so Nopey.
Hey, Rick,
Yes.
will you take me?
Look,
Nopey and Greg.
I'm a little full on stray dogs right now. I'm sorry, Nope. I mean, I wish you'd have called me first. I got to get rid of this other dog first.
I want to snuggle with Greg.
I'm sure the dog Greg would love to have.
Yeah.
This guy, I've never seen a dog
Greg
really
is
else.
so scared. You be nice.
Yeah, well, he's a big dog, Nopey. I'm afraid
he may have you for lunch.
Yeah, it might not be the best move. Nope.
Have you been running?
I just want to be lost.
I know.
Yeah, don't we all?
No, you're pitiful. So, nope,
You
I'm
think
so
I could be service dog?
a service dog. Well, maybe somebody can
Comfort dog, you mean, maybe.
If we could just
I don't
locate
think you want to be a service dog.
If we just locate you, I think it's just that's the hardest part.
I like to fly.
you love
like
to get on
to
an
fly?
airplane? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Did you fly a lot before you got lost?
one time.
Well, now, do you know where you're at right now?
I don't.
You're lost. You're so lost.
Are you at the same dumpster you used to be at?
No, I'm in a house now.
Your phone needs charging. Nope.
We lost you. Nope.
I said, well, yeah, I'm a dog.
You're a dog. Okay.
Can you read, Nope? Can you see any signs around you?
No. No.
Do you see an Alexander Shannara sign?
Anywhere.
that one on Nope.
That one got me.
Sure it did. Is there a road by where you're at?
I do hear cars.
Okay. Well, stay away from that. Stay away from that.
Oh my God.
Well,
I'm so cold, though. You don't understand.
yeah, get out and run around.
Nope. Keep moving.
Yep. Good news. Thanksgiving's next week. A lot of scraps.
That's right. Keep moving, Nope. Scrap.
Hey, tell Greg it's game day.
It's game day.
Okay,
Greg. Thanks, Nope. Thanks, Nope.
I gotta go. I hear walking.
Oh, no, he just checks in every now and then, don't he?
Why is that on me? Did I hear
I don't
walking?
know. I don't know.
It's really way off course.
It
but
is, Rick. It's kind of, well, yeah.
I guess he heard me talking about that dog walking up.
Yeah, he did.
Yes,
He heard you took in strays. So
there you go.
So I don't take in strays. We'll find
a
the
few
strays.
strays?
Yeah. Somebody I love when people don't understand the culture of where the farm is located. Somebody's called, say, hey, take it to the vet. It's probably got a chip in it. Nah.
No, ain't no chip.
No. Where we live, that's a
and
whole.
eat a chip.
Look, that's the culture.
Hickory chip.
The culture where we go to hunt is the culture we grew up in.
Speedy, you missed it.
Yeah. Hey, Nope just called in. You missed it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, you missed it.
Dang, I always miss it.
I guess he thought because that dog walked up at my place, that gave him hope. But
that's
I'm
it.
probably a long way from Nope.
Yeah.
That's a long way.
Well,
from
who
Nope.
knows?
He doesn't know.
Nope, he doesn't know where he is.
He has no idea how you
Right.
He heard
are
footsteps.
with the strays.
Yeah. Yeah. But the odds of people in rural Alabama having their dog chipped not very high.
No.
So anyway, you were telling me this.
The only maintenance required is dipping them every spring in a big vat of purple stuff that I don't think is good for anybody.
I want y'all to remember, and this really is when our country was really pretty great at times. You know, when you had men like this. Can you imagine walking into our fathers, our dads, and saying, "Hey, somebody said we need to get a chip put in our dog in case we lose it." Can you imagine?
Well, if it was a hunting dog, you might at least get a brief conversation about it.
Yeah.
No,
at
it
least
was
they
a pet.
did put.
Absolutely not.
How about this? It better not be a pet, and it better not just be any hunting dog. It better be
Remember
one.
the good one, a jump dog.
If it was a cold nose hunting dog, you weren't gonna get it chipped either.
Their version of the chip was the collar with the name and the phone number.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know,
you
that's
remember
as
that?
close as they were going to come.
You remember
And that was only
horn
on hunting.
and a
dogs.
horn to blow so they knew where to come.
Oh,
Yeah, you remember your yard dogs had no collar or any identification.
No.
Only the hunting dogs had identification because they were of some value.
Yeah. If somebody found them, they need to bring them back.
They were true service dogs.
Because
Hey,
people
Dad.
would try like steal them, too, if you had a good one.
Hey, Dad, I was wondering if we had some money for something. Okay, son, what do we need? Is something broken on the house or your car? No, I want to put some money in a chip to put inside my. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour underway from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. The national anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. The gang all here. Team Rick and Bubba today, your normal starters. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Eddie Van Adler now joins us for the YouTube experience. Also, Rick and Bubba University interns, Super P, Lord of the Jacket. All here banging out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. We got golden ticket seats today. Our friends will be joining us from all over the country, and they'll get a chance to not only, be aware that there is sausage, they'll be here to see how sausage is made. So that'll be happening as they gather in the seats today, and we look forward to visiting with them. That means the wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin today. So be standing by for that opportunity as our friends will spin that wheel for Rick and Bubba fans who are also all over the country, listening and watching on various platforms. Find all those opportunities on how you can get the show on your own time, or you can catch it live. All that can be found at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We be missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Well, we'll find out in the long run. Yeah, it is. It's a long run, Bubba.
Long run.
A long,
I mean a long run.
I mean, it was interesting. You remember the story. Had an opportunity to hear Brian Gunn teach this past Sunday morning for Father's Day, and I talked about that. But he was telling the story. Do you remember in 1968, and I don't remember the guy's name. He was from Tanzania. The marathon run. Do you remember the famous story? And he and that was a big, a lot happened on those Olympics that was historic. But this is one of those stories, and
I was only 4 then.
Yeah.
So.
Well, anyway, you've seen the story because they've actually talked about it. They don't know how it happened. Somehow he got tied up in the marathon, and the long run. I forget how many miles that was. I say marathon, but it was one of these distance runs.
Right.
And so where they leave the stadium, then come back to the stadium.
Right, finish there.
Yeah, cross country. I think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. And they said they don't know what happened, whether his knee blew out and that made him fall, or that the fall blew his knee out. They never really determined that. But anyway, so everybody comes in that were on the cross country race, and then all of a sudden here he comes, and I wish I could think of his name. I can't think of his name, and he comes in limping terribly, and goes and finishes the race. And, of course, the reporters, they can't believe he's done it. Why would you do this? Your knee's a mess. It's mangled. So when they asked him, why did you finish the race? And he said, my country did not send me 5,000 miles and raise all this money for me not to finish the race.
Right.
So, but here's the part I didn't know. That I'd heard before. But I did not know this. And Brian Gunn threw this down. Don't you love when a speaker has a little factoid and he knows everybody? And he goes, so if you'll go look right now, you'll see he finished, I think, 3 hours and 20 minutes in 57th place. And he goes, so now, a lot of your minds are going around. You're like, wait a minute, there was more than 57 people in the race. How did he beat anybody? Do you know how he beat everybody? How he wasn't last?
How?
Do you know what the rest of the names had by their name? He was the last person that had a time by their names. D, N, F.
Did not finish.
Did not finish.
He had to beat the DNF line, huh?
Yep.
And
finished.
Then, of course, that was the message. Are you going to finish?
Yeah.
Are you going to be over the list of did not finish well?
Wow.
Did not finish. So a guy with a blown out knee finished, but they couldn't. So anyway, they didn't have the same attitude going in as, look, they're not going to send me here for me not to finish.
Wow.
So anyway, so long run kind of tied in that. Also, Bubba, we started our day, and I love you with all my heart. A troubling scene when I went by your office today. I'm pretty sure I saw you eating a can of meat.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba.
A canned meat.
I sampled some.
A canned meat.
What? Please tell me what flavor.
Potted meat.
I just.
Oh no!
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to eat it all the time. We'd be hunting and stuff. And I thought,
Great
we're
time
giving
of
this
day
stuff
for it.
away. I thought I'd just sample it.
So
I
you
saw it sitting there.
you popped one of those cans and took a spoon to it.
Yep.
Sitting in your office pre-sunrise.
Yeah. I didn't have any crackers, so I just sampled it.
Yeah.
And
how was that?
well, it's it brought back a lot of memories of being a kid and eating that, and it's it would have been probably better with some crackers to go on.
I'll say to you,
But I didn't want to give away anything we wouldn't eat.
I'll say to you,
I didn't eat the whole can.
But I'll say to you,
It's pretty salty.
what the flight attendant said to me when I did not know I was about to board the plane with Randall Stevenson, CEO or whatever that title is of AT&T at the time. He's retired since. This was her quote to me when she saw me scrounging around for like a pack of crackers. We have food.
Yeah.
Right. So we have food. We're going to get food here.
We celebrate.
We
celebrate canned meat.
Right.
And
right.
I probably had not had potted meat since 20 plus years. And I thought, I just want
My
to
gosh,
check
we're
on
going
it.
to cure that today.
How about now you know?
Today's the day.
I remember
Did
that.
you do that because you were so hungry, or you just wanted to taste it?
It was more kind of wanting to taste it.
Really?
Because I could have walked upstairs and got something to eat. It's
Right.
pretty good. I mean, they got M&Ms up there.
Oh boy. We'll be back 15. I'm gonna tell you a story about that in the break. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're in case I lose it.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine our dads? Well, they would have, honestly, I think they would have taken you for evaluation.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have been like, "Are you kidding? What did my son just say?" Ganelle. I mean, he would have started.
Get in
calling
here.
Ganelle,
Yeah.
get in here. What are you telling these kids?
Yeah.
So, of course, our moms wouldn't have heard it either.
No.
There was just. I'm not saying that there's no need to be mean about it.
And it wasn't a lack of love for the animal, but it was just
they had priorities, and their
it
priorities
was a reality thing.
Their priorities were not out of whack. I mean, they understood where everybody was in the grand scheme of things.
And we've all done things now that we sometimes have to do things for our wives that we're not proud of. You don't want anybody to know about.
Greg, you got to take care of Greg though.
Yeah,
This feels weird every time I say
we're talking about Greg the dog.
Yeah.
Gary named a stray dog yesterday Greg.
Right, you got to take care of him. We inherited Tiger the cat from down at the farm.
No, I'm going to take care of him. I'm going to find his rightful owner.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you take care of him. Because he's not mine. He don't belong.
He is now.
I think he kind of likes his gig he's got.
I think so.
Gary gave sleeping in the house. I bet he's curled up by the fireplace right now.
But you know how, like, even human beings, some people are a little more passive, some people are a little more blunt. This is the most blunt stray dog I've ever been around.
Here's the deal.
I'm moving in.
Yeah, I got to have you. I got to live here right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I know you've been talking since I arrived on the scene today about a deal that has been offered to the Kansas City Chiefs dynamic quarterback. We got the big game coming up that's been removed from Mexico City. The Chiefs are rolling, and I can't say the kid's
Patrick Mahomes. He's a rookie this year.
Mahomes.
So it's not Mahone with an N?
Mahomes. Homes. Homes.
Is it him?
Hey, you Mahomes, man.
Patrick Mahomes, he's an outstanding rookie from Texas Tech. And, Rick, he has set the league on fire, and he's turned the Chiefs' fortunes around. They're one of the top 2 teams in the AFC, and they're saying that this week could be a possible Super Bowl matchup with them and the Rams. Of course, you got the Patriots and them on the AFC and the Rams and the Saints on the NFC side. So we'll see how all that plays out. But get this. The company Heinz has found out that Patrick Mahomes and myself have something in common. He loves ketchup.
Oh, I thought you were going to say dynamic athletic ability.
Well, that too.
Right.
That too.
Right.
Oh,
the ability to sling the rock.
That was the obvious, so
Right,
I just skipped over that.
Right.
We both have a love for ketchup. I call it nectar of the gods, little G.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It came out that he was a avid ketchup fan in a recent magazine interview with ESPN, and they were recalling a story when he was at a restaurant with his mom and another player from the team, and his mom told Patrick to go ahead and ask for it. They were at a steak place, and she said, I know you want to. Go ahead. So he asked for ketchup, and they brought it to him. And, you know, sometimes at a steak place, they look at that as some kind of slight against the steak. And, see, I don't see it that way. It just makes it even better.
I've never understood that either.
No, I really don't.
Yeah. Because sometimes people talk about the seasonings that are on a steak, and I remember my dad, the way he would do his seasonings. I like the way the ketchup tastes with the seasoning.
Right.
It all comes together for a beautiful.
That's what I think, too. Now, Mahomes, it went on to a conversation that he loves ketchup so much, he even puts it on macaroni and cheese. So, with this news breaking, the Heinz Corporation that makes our favorite ketchup has offered Patrick Mahomes a lifetime supply of ketchup if he throws 57 touchdown passes this season. Now, that would break the all-time record held by Peyton Manning of 55.
Okay.
Now, he started out, on a hot pace that he could have done this. He still needs 26 to go with 6 games left. It's possible, but it ain't likely.
That's a lot.
I'm thinking about the line that they used in one of the articles. He's got some catching up.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. He's got to play catch up.
That's terrible.
Right. It is terrible.
It's funny.
It's funny.
Yeah, it is
horrible.
The corniness of it makes it fantastic.
But it is kind of funny because the Chiefs are red, and we're talking about ketchup. Now, the article also brought out the question, how will the Pittsburgh Steelers take to this, being that Heinz is a hometown company for them?
I know. You know, to me, there really is only one ketchup, and it's Heinz. That's it.
Rick, we have done taste tests on the show. We've done, look, they're just in a league of their own. I'm sorry.
There's nothing that's more.
I apologize to the Hunts and the Del Monte folks. Del Monte made a run there for a while, but they just never.
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. We'll unpack another one. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Look for it tomorrow. Trent Dilfer. Bubba and I had a blast with now Coach Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's been all-pro in the NFL. High school coach, now coach of the UAB Blazers in Birmingham. And Rick, toward the end of that podcast, he got fired up.
I mean, he doesn't get a little bit fired up.
He started daring other coaches. Calling them out. That podcast might make national news.
I would have
at some point.
Yeah,
at one point I had that feeling.
I did too.
When I was in Huntsville and I saw Donald Trump talking about the NFL players that wouldn't stand up. He said fire them.
Yeah.
And I said, Betty, hey, there's your story. Trent was getting close to that.
Is that yesterday. After you had chanted "Build that wall"?
I chanted "Build that wall" and "Lock her up."
Yeah, you did.
I'm gonna tell you that is fun. Chanting in front of an enthusiastic crowd.
Sure, it is. That's the reason why you better watch
number
it.
one.
Hey, they'll work you into a frenzy that you'll go, I don't know what came over me.
I had no problem with those as far as stump speeches.
No, but anyway, Dilfer does get very animated at the end of the podcast. It is worth a listen and a look. And I'm with you. I think some of that, if it gets out there. There's news story stuff in there, and the other thing is,
it was like when Tommy Tuberville said that Lubbock,
Texas,
reminded him of Iraq.
Very similar.
And it was a joke. It clearly was a joke, and people couldn't take it.
So Dilfer, as Bubba told you, was all pro in 97, won the Super Bowl in 2000. We talk about the great Baltimore Ravens team and what it was like to be a quarterback with what arguably the greatest defense the NFL has ever seen. Definitely them and the 85 Bears are in a class by themselves. But he also, was a commentator for 9 years with ESPN, and we talk about that. And then, of course, started being a high school coach. When he got to that high school in Tennessee, the first time they watched film, they cried. He said, I'd never seen a team so bad. He said, the coaches and I were like, what have we done? He said that they were so bad you couldn't even find their huddle. Like the huddle was hard to find because nobody watched it.
Oh, wow.
And
there was no highlights to put on.
Right. But he brought something. What I like, too, is the fact that he brought it to a Christian school. And we even discussed why Christian schools should not shy away from hard things, because if you, I don't, it's almost like, do you not know the call Jesus put on his disciples? The call that he put on us, one of them featured words like deny self, pick up cross, and hard. He literally used those words. So anyway,
well, you know what? It sounded a whole lot like the speech that JFK gave about going to the moon.
Yeah,
said we do these things because they're hard.
Right. So anyway, it's a great podcast, and you find yourself. And I also love the point he made about the whole NIL and transfer portal. He said, "I've never coached college football under any other atmosphere." He says, "I'm not like these other guys. I'm not having to adjust.
I don't know the old way.
This is all I've ever known, and it feels a lot more like pro football, which is the last football I played."
Yeah.
So anyway, it'll be an interesting. If you're a UAB fan, and you had a phenomenal coach in Coach Clark, and I hate he had the physical problems that he had to step down probably before he wanted to, but and that next hire was an important one. And I'll tell you what, you've got your coach in Trent Dilfer.
He's probably the only one that could follow in those footsteps. I know they had another coach that filled in, and he did a great job. Was much beloved too. And I don't know him, and I haven't talked to him as much as I have Coach Dilfer, but Dilfer,
right?
And he was fired up yesterday. Mm-hmm. What a passionate person.
Greg, he got animated at one point. He was like, "Does I dare you?" He was getting so fired up.
Yeah.
Adler and I, we spoke post podcast, and he's got some plans for that little clip.
Okay.
I think, and done the right way, I think it will make national news.
Yeah, well, and then you have the other thing too is he was talking about the NIL situation, and of course he said what we all know: the government can't fix anything. But he said the NIL is about to fix itself over a period of time, and I won't say what he said, but that's another little teaser for you to go listen.
Yeah. Well, Rick, it goes back to this. We've always said this: the cure for high prices is high prices. Mm-hmm. And eventually it will work itself out.
Yeah.
But catch that. I think you'll enjoy it. Rick,
can you guys,
yes, sir.
Can you guys do me a favor? In fact,
your mic's doing something weird.
What about now?
It was popping.
What about now?
What about now?
Hey, can you guys say for the rest of Rick and Bubba University, catch the rest of this episode wherever you listen to podcasts. Say that real quick.
Like that?
Yeah, like you guys do it.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Is that how they do it?
That's how you guys do it.
Okay.
What was the line again?
Catch the rest of this Rick and Bubba University episode
wherever you get podcasts.
Wherever you get your podcast.
Okay, all right.
We love biscuits or whatever you guys want to add at the end. Well,
we love biscuits.
Well, he's just having fun.
Yeah, right, yeah. We love canned meat.
I'll take wherever you get your podcast.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. You ready?
I'm rolling.
Okay. Catch the rest of this episode of Rick and Bubba University
wherever you get your podcast.
Perfect. Nailed it. Gonna be a great day.
Give us and we love biscuits or potted meat.
Potted meat for breakfast.
Give us that too.
We love potted meat before the show.
I will say, I think this is unique to this show. We will do production live on the air.
Absolutely.
And liners, that's my favorite.
Speaking of potted meat and canned meat, since that's a big part of our show and always has been, this inflation has affected everything. is potted meat one of those things that's kind of hung in there? Has the price of potted meat gone up as well because of its longevity and shelf space? Has it survived?
Not really up on the price of potted meat.
Does anybody know the price of potted meat?
I tasted it for the first time in 20 years this morning, so I haven't bought any in a while.
I can't believe you went there and popped.
I can't either. You're a daredevil.
Well, like it used
you want to go see the Titanic?
It used to be standard procedure, for Sunday nights or hunting trips, and I thought, I ain't tried that.
Sunday nights.
Sunday nights we used to have it a lot when I was a kid.
Really?
Sunday nights y'all had potted meat
on crackers.
Really?
How about that?
Yeah.
Look, it's because you had a big lunch that day.
I didn't grow up in one of them big neighborhoods in Oxford.
Oh yeah, we were really.
Well,
really
to your point, Bubba, you're no longer in one of those neighborhoods. That's the whole point of this.
You left potted meat way behind, buddy.
I just wanted to
Sunday
look back,
a lot of
have
Sunday
have a
afternoons
sweet
spent
memory.
over potted meat.
Bubba, you know what people would hum?
Bubba was chasing memories.
Do you know what people would hum in Chi Hall 1 if also you saw them loading up their stuff to move to Chi Hall 2?
What?
Yeah, moving on up to the east side. I finally got a piece of the pie.
Bubba, do you think if your stomach could communicate to your brain this morning, it'd be like, "What are you doing to me?"
No, I think y'all are making more. I just wanted to sample it. It's been a while.
Well, it was just you could see how it was a little taken back.
Yeah. You walk in and see it.
No, I think for all of us, we realized we would have needed to be in a really dark place to go potted meat. That's where we're all at.
I'm running a scenario of any way I would eat.
Right, that's
ever.
the point.
Well,
we didn't have a special memory like you're trying to go back to.
I was thinking about the sausages, but I didn't have time to sling them out.
Well, here's here. Wait a minute. We
used to eat them hunting all the time.
We actually recorded the message from Bubba's stomach back to his brain.
Don't be mad with me.
Oh boy! Yeah, we're moving on up.
Yep. So we'll come back and we'll unpack
Monday morning hot dogs.
Do we want to go back to? Do we want to go back to this thing, this Titanic thing?
Yeah. Well, I think we kind of need to wrap it up.
So sad.
Because it is. But I think and if for those of you who have not heard, the Titanic 5 or how many folks? Yeah, 5 that were on there. They have perished. It looks like, and the sub collapsed under the pressure of the water. And the side stories to this now are that the U.S. Navy apparently heard the implosion with some of their high-tech listening devices. I don't know if they knew what it was immediately. There was a day or two, but some people are unhappy that information didn't move along to the people looking for them a little quicker.
Might have saved some people a lot of money.
May have. It's fair, but if it's a top secret listening device, you don't want to let everybody know you're listening that close too. Maybe you just send them a message. You go, hey, not good.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, they tried to make their Del Monte more like Heinz.
Right, that's the thing.
But I will tell you this: if I go into
red, smooth, and shiny.
When I go into a restaurant and I see any other brand, it is a downer.
Yeah.
You know what frustrates me more than anything? I get preference. So when people say, like, this is going to hurt you right here, Mac Daddy's a Hunt's guy. I know.
So few marks against Mac Daddy.
And look, I'm okay
with
with that. I don't like it, but I'm okay with it because it's his preference. But you people that say there's no difference, you're crazy.
Right.
I do have a problem with that because there's a big difference.
No, you can say you like another flavor better.
Absolutely.
But I may not think that's...
Oh, it's all the same.
Rick,
no, it's not.
I have been...
It's really not at all.
At restaurants where they only have Hunt's or something out, and I will ask them if they have Heinz back in the kitchen.
Oh, my goodness.
And you will be surprised how many times they go, yeah, we actually keep some back there.
Really? Straight up?
Yeah.
Probably for when they make things.
Well, to me, even the presentation, Heinz has mastered the consistency and the creaminess of the ketchup. Hunt's and that, it looks like Del Monte just finally gave up, but Hunt's, like, theirs looks like it's water with clobs of tomato in it.
Yeah,
it doesn't even have the same consistency. It doesn't even have the same
it's
texture.
Like it needs to run through the grinder one more time.
You better shake it up.
Yeah. Somebody shake that.
You don't want a little water advance there.
Somebody shake that one more time.
You know, I'm sorry. I just love
it's
Heinz.
too sweet.
I'm sorry.
Hunt's is too sweet, and it lends itself a little more to looking like somebody tried to bottle marinara versus ketchup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
good old ketchup,
boy,
hard to beat.
Yeah, so if he pulls that off, that would be fantastic.
Boy, I can't imagine. I got excited thinking about ketchup for life.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you.
Because I go through it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes, you do. Bubba, you've pretty much dedicated yourself to ketchup for life.
Yeah, and
you got
a lot of food
Yeah.
that I eat is not really because I like that food. It's a ketchup delivery system.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, why don't you just fix a bowl of ketchup?
Well, you have to have something to get it there.
Because I like ketchup, but not to the level that you do.
How about
love
it? And
I'm
I
like
tell you
that with
what,
barbecue.
And one of the most misunderstood uses of ketchup, and I catch a lot of grief about this, is on grits.
Oh.
God, Bubba, it's because of the way it looks.
No, I'm telling you, if somebody from Louisiana did it, they would think it was the greatest Cajun meal ever. If they had
fair.
red grits.
That's fair. But when I see it, it's almost like, if
scrambled eggs, that's standard.
If you were to spill it on the floor, I'd say you need to go to the doctor immediately.
I like hot sauce on eggs. I like hot sauce on eggs.
Good stuff.
I like it all right, too. But
we buy it by the cases. I mean, the big bottles by the cases.
Does your whole family share in the love of it?
Not to my level, no.
All I'll do, I'll eat
I've
ketchup.
never seen your level on anyone.
No.
Not even Mahomes.
I'll
Well,
eat ketchup
we're
on
probably
fries or like onion ring. I'd rather not have it on onion rings, but dip some on a hamburger, but that's it.
That's
I don't
me.
eat it on anything else.
Yeah,
I actually would like you. We've talked. I'll
I
substitute.
can't think of
barbecue
anything
sauce.
much
me.
I don't eat it on.
I treat barbecue sauce the way you treat ketchup.
I like
Bubba.
barbecue sauce better than I do ketchup.
Well, all it is, that's
So
that's just a grade of ketchup.
Yeah. I love
It's like
57?
it's kind of like uppity ketchup.
I love ketchup, but I don't love it as much as I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I think in the
I don't take it to gross levels.
I think when you were a kid, more foods lent itself to ketchup than when you get older and you expand your.
Yeah, you had to have ketchup just to get it down.
He's not saying you're a kid, Bubba. Don't.
No, I
No,
got it.
no.
His
Well, a lot of things
his
do.
menu's kind of kid-like.
It is.
well, there is
It
that.
is. I think I could when my
It's expanded now. I mean, I'm much more than I used to eat.
when my kids were small.
Me too. It's unbelievable.
When my kids were
I had
small,
about 3 things I'd eat. That's it.
Bubba and my kids ate exactly the same thing. Yeah. I mean, I would go with my kids to a restaurant. They'd ask if they serve chicken fingers. I'd go, Bubba, the same restaurant. He'd say the same thing. You know what I mean?
I was, Rick,
You'd be
remember?
shocked. I don't eat a ton of chicken fingers.
No, that's got used to. That's kind of going off a little bit.
Rick, you remember when we were growing up when we would be
Trying to
supper
eat
would
more
be
healthy.
over, and they would leave me in there because I hadn't ate my food, and y'all would all be in there watching television, and the kitchen would be cleaned up, and I'd be sitting there staring at my plate.
Right. Yeah.
I only had that with one food, and
Right.
that was hominy. Golly,
Like
it was
a hominy.
horrible.
Right.
I love.
I'm not
corn,
sure what
but
I
not
was
hominy.
protesting, but I was. And finally, Mom just said, "I'll tell you what." She told me that's the only battle I ever won. They thought I was going to starve to death because I was waiting them out. You were. So if I didn't like what they made, she'd cook me some Campbell's soup. That would do it. He'll eat chicken noodle soup. He's fine.
Greg would eat chicken noodle soup every day, right out of the can.
Yeah.
I thought that was so weird.
It was good.
I always thought that was so strange.
You'd pretty much eat anything. You were that kid.
Yep, Greg, I've never had an issue with
But
food,
here's
sadly.
the thing, though. Then I got older, and I started eat like stuff I like now, like turnip greens and all that I love. I wouldn't have eaten that.
No way.
I wouldn't
No
eat that
way.
if my life depended on it. But now I love it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does change. So we'll come back. Phone calls are next at 866 We Be Big.
What are you thinking of, Bubba?
I think
You
your
were just-
body needs it because you're getting.
It is, or 247. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being here. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba Show. Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. Doggone loving it. And if you are not taking Relief Factor, and you got some aches and pains that just are plaguing you. And you're like, man, I just can't keep popping this over-the-counter stuff, and you can't because the side effects, it's not how it was designed to be used. Then you get into opioids and all this and the addictive properties there. But this is all natural. It's 4 botanicals, and boy, we're seeing great success with this outstanding product. And if you want to find out if it'll work for you, and the majority of people that get this the starter pack, it works for them. So that's good news. $19.95. Get you 3 weeks of Relief Factor. If you don't see results inside the 3 weeks, and that's the minority of people, at least you know this is not an option. But the majority of the people, like myself, have seen results and continue to see results. So ReliefFactor.com, there is a better way to attack your body's natural inflammatory response. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have the update on the Titanic sub. and unfortunately, which I think we all were kind of preparing ourselves for, they did not survive, but now we know why they did not survive and exactly what happened.
Yeah, it looks like it imploded, and we have a little clip here from the Titanic sub founder, and listen to this comment.
Stockton Rush, here we go.
I'd like to be remembered as an innovator. I think it was General MacArthur said, "You're remembered for the rules you break." And I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me. The carbon fiber and titanium, there's a rule you don't do that. Well, I did. It's
That's a 2021 clip.
Famous
too, we're going to hear
Maybe
today and over the weekend, because they're already starting to come out, some people that want to limit this type of exploration. They want to outlaw it. They want to, Now, was there criminal charges in some of this? The courts can work all that out.
Right.
But there, I heard one commentator on the left saying, look, if these billionaires got this kind of money, we need to tax them into oblivion. They don't need to be doing this, we don't want people doing this.
Good grief.
Look, I would
a new song.
I will say this, and I hope everybody has an open mind to understand this, and would join me in this, that these people were on the cutting edge of exploration. And they did what they wanted to do. They made the money to do it, and they wanted to do it. And it had huge risk with it. It's just like these people that go up into space on Blue Origin. It's risky. They put it together the best they know how, the best they can afford to do it, and they go and do it. And this one failed, and people lost their life, and it's sad. But these people knew the risk going in. They knew it was dangerous, and it's sad, but that's just the way this one ended. We shouldn't stop exploration just because of it. That's not the human spirit. We need to learn from this mistake and try to improve and fix our engineering problems and move forward. We can't stop because of failure.
Of course.
The Wright brothers didn't stop when they crashed a few times. Oppenheimer didn't stop when they couldn't figure out some of their problems they were dealing with. The Apollo project didn't stop when we had tragedy and loss of life on the launch pad during Apollo 1. Yeah. We didn't stop during Challenger or Columbia. You have to keep moving forward. Doesn't mean it's not sad. Doesn't mean you don't wish they had done it better. But you can't stop the human spirit. And I know that there's always some people out there of one of the political leanings that they always want to shut everything down.
Right.
And while other things they're all for.
Which is shocking.
Which is always bizarre.
Well, it goes back to that, being afraid of what we shouldn't be, and being afraid of the things that we shouldn't be, but not being afraid of what we should.
This is not the first catastrophe we've had. It won't be the last. But the human spirit has to move forward, and I hope that we continue to do that. I hope they don't outlaw trips to the Titanic or any of that stuff.
Well, I'll go back. I do want to ask a question because I just want to understand that. First of all, I agree with everything you said, 100%. So, but what I would like to know, and again, totally agree with what you said, what was innovative about what they were doing? Because I've seen people go to the Titanic tons of times, and I've seen them down there in all kinds of vessels, shooting video of it, right. Seeing it. We've explored the Titanic from one end to the other. Getting to the Titanic is not new. What was new about this?
Well, I think it was new in that they were opening it up to more of a commercial tourism type situation.
Yeah, right.
Where there's just not that many vehicles in the world that can go down there, obviously, or they'd have sent some down quicker. Right. And this guy had designed and built his own sub. I know they had consulted with a lot of people on it. But a lot of these people that he had consulted with, even NASA, I think Huntsville was involved with it at some point.
Yeah.
They didn't design it. They didn't test it. They didn't do the rigors of that we like to put things through now. But you're going to have innovators that push the edge, and he was one of these guys. They made several successful trips.
I was saying, how many trips? That was a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
But it wasn't like something they just started.
But they didn't know how many trips that vessel could stand.
Well, we do now.
Pressure's going and coming.
We do know now.
Yeah. Weakening, and they didn't know.
How about we know how many it can go now? A one, a two, a three.
Right.
We now have the number.
And it was like the space shuttle. We knew, we didn't have any data when it started. Well, after Challenger and after Columbia, and when the program ended, we knew exactly how many flights before we could expect a disaster. So, SpaceX has had they haven't had any loss of life, but they've certainly had equipment failures, but they keep pushing the envelope, and that's how they're getting better. So I hope we don't frown on the exploration of this. We just say we need to do it better.
Yeah, well, I thought everything, like you said,
better.
we've done, we learn how to do it better. Right. And sometimes because of loss of life and destruction.
Yep.
When you think of the Titanic exploration, you think of James Cameron.
Yep.
They got, that's the first time I'd really seen somebody really get us good footage of it and all that, where they were trying to research.
That was groundbreaking.
Yeah, it was groundbreaking. Well, he weighed in on this, and obviously he says that that he knew a lot about Ocean Gate. So here's James Cameron commenting on it.
Ocean Gate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. I wish I had been more vocal about that, but I think I was unaware that they weren't certified because I wasn't really studying it. I wasn't really interested. Stockton Rush asked me if I wanted to go out there and dive this season. I wasn't interested. There was a lot of concern about this outfit and this sub. A lot of concern, even to the extent that I wasn't involved in it because I was making Avatar 2 at the time, but a lot of them got together and wrote a letter to Ocean Gate and said, you have to certify. You cannot take people down. It's irresponsible, and it could lead to catastrophe. Monday morning, when I first found out about the incident, got on a whole bunch of calls and emails. It's a small community. Within an hour and a half, I had the following information. They were on descent. They were at 3,500 feet. They lost comms and tracking. The last one being the critical one, because the transponder that's used to track a sub during descent and on the bottom is a fully autonomous system. It's in its own pressure housing, and it has its own battery power. So for them to lose comms and tracking at the same time, sub was gone. There was no question in my mind. For days, I tried to run other scenarios that could account for it. I could come up with nothing. So the next thing I did was contacted a few more people and managed to track down, there are acoustic networks around. Some are research, some are intelligence. We got confirmation within an hour that there had been a loud bang at the same time that that comms were lost. A loud bang on the hydrophones, loss of transducer or transponder, loss of comms. I knew what happened. Sub imploded. I sent emails to everybody I know. I said, we've lost some friends. The sub has imploded. It's on the bottom in pieces right now. I sent that out Monday morning. I never believed in that technology of wound carbon fiber, wound filament, cylindrical hull. I thought it was a horrible idea. I wish I'd spoken up, but I assumed somebody was smarter than me, because I'd never experimented with that technology, but it just sounded bad.
So there you go. And his thing is not, I agree with you, we don't stop exploration, but when you start getting people.
Yeah, customers.
There
needs to be
there's a responsibility
level
to the customer.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
No, but that's not stop exploration.
No.
And the fact that if these guys want to take their own risk, spend their own money, and keep working on it, then
I think you'll see more people.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll go back better.
So we'll be back 15 minutes.
But it is a huge engineering problem, that pressure.
So you guys are saying that since he took multiple trips, it finally just was wore out.
Well, there was probably some fatigue
wear and tear
of the metal or the process, the whole equipment. Yeah.
It's 6,000 PSI down there at the Titanic.
Wow, wow. Your phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nutrients.
We'll start moving through them pretty quick at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And gets their chance. A timeout for Bubba, a timeout for Helmsy. Total of 2, that's all. If you don't get the timeout, or if the timeouts all get used up, buzzer then is king. Fred out of the great state of Tennessee. Trolling.
Get them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Fred, go ahead. Welcome.
Man, y'all got me starving again. Bubba, I put ketchup all over my white beans and cornbread. I don't know if you do, but we were down in a little cafe in Clanton, Alabama back in the spring on a Saturday morning, and I made the mistake of asking the waitresses if they knew Gary Vines. And that little younger waitress came over. She said, "You know him?" I said, "Well," she said, "I've been knowing him."
Oh, wow, 30 seconds.
Might never know.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Marty out of Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about the atheist preacher thing.
Yes.
Yeah, the issue is that she's a preacher and she don't believe in God, but the bigger issue is that she is a woman and she is a preacher. And where is she getting biblical authority for that?
I don't think I'd call that the bigger issue.
No, of the two issues, Rick, of the two issues, I believe.
Well, that's what you said, but that's what you said.
You were like, that ain't nothing. She's a chick.
I'm sorry, buddy. Did you hear him screaming?
Yeah,
Get something?
he's right. You're the bigger issue.
Now, I know we got a preacher that's announcing God from the pulpit, but the bigger issue.
Yeah, she said the Bible is nothing.
No, that's not the bigger issue. That is an issue, and I would agree with you on that, respectfully. But it is it is not the biggest issue. I would disagree on that. But you could.
Well, it all goes back to that beginning thing.
Yeah.
Not believing the Bible is the Word of God and going to live by it. So everything else kind of falls apart after that.
Yeah, but I still think
then it's just what I think.
I still think her claiming she's an atheist from the pulpit and keeping her job as pastor is the biggest issue.
Rick, I'm gonna go this far. Rick, I'll go this far. I don't think there's anyone any bigger than that. No. I don't think you can take an issue that will top that.
It's mutually exclusive. You can't be a pastor at a church if you don't believe the
That's
other.
my point.
That's it.
Right. Chris in Florida.
Because the others would ordain that.
Right. Chris, go right ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I had a would you rather scenario that Helms might appreciate.
Okay.
Would you rather have $10 million or have 10 wishes, but you can't wish for money?
I'm going with 10 million.
Greg didn't even.
That was quick.
Now,
That was quick.
Is this
I
net
can
or
get most
gross?
of my wishes with that.
Here's the thing, though. Yeah, if you get 10 wishes, though, you can get things that is more valuable than the $10 million.
Nah, I'm good with 10 million.
I'm going 10 wishes.
If I got a wish for world peace and all that, if I got to waste one on that,
No, Greg, no, that's funny.
That's so real, though. That's what I love.
I'll
waste one.
Rick, I'll go with just peace in Alabama. That'll be fine.
Well, now you've ruined the arm.
Don't miss that you said waste one. Like,
everybody says that. World peace. Yeah. From where I'm sitting,
I know.
Right.
Yeah. It's just funny.
Greg, well, the what was funny about that?
I'd wish for health, and because you can't buy that at any price.
Well, here's
That's a good point there, Stent. You're right. You're all over.
Something about you with a turtleneck
you
on.
Changed my mind.
No one's asking the obvious question, and it was the first thing I thought of. How much jack am I making? I mean, am I poor? Am I?
What am I making before I choose the money or the wish?
To Helm's point, then you say, "Hey, I want a really good paying job."
Well, does that fall under wishing
he said you couldn't wish for money. That was his only stipulation.
I wish for a good paying
job. For a good job.
So I could wish for a yacht that's worth $30 million.
Yeah. Can you then
turn around and sell it?
I could wish for 2 yachts and then sell one of them and keep one.
I'm not going to wish for a great paying job. I've already got one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I could ask for like hunting land and a lake house and a condo and. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Never mind. I'm in the wish thing now. Get me a nice head of hair.
You want to rethink it?
Yeah, I got to get my hair back.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, good old head.
Here we go. The phone lines are open at 866 We Be Big. You can grab a line. Super P is ready, and he'll take your phone calls right now. Things you need to know. Programming notes and opportunities that are out in front of you. So, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, I would encourage you to enjoy our conversation with Trent Dilfer. And it doesn't matter whether you're a fan of UAB football or not. That's kind of irrelevant. If you're a fan, obviously you're interested. But just his discussion of the state of football, talking about what it was like to play with the Ravens in 2000 and win that Super Bowl, and his and the things that he did and opportunities he's had, and his take on the state of college football was really, really interesting, and he says some things that were very, very much a breath of fresh air. So enjoy that this weekend. Also, themanchurch.com, those of you that are saying, hey, where is a location near me where they're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and how can I plug in or find out about it? Well, you can go to the website, of course, but you can go to a man church, and there's 2 Sunday night. One in Columbus, Mississippi, First Baptist Church, Columbus. That gets you a look at a church that has been doing the strategy for a couple of years. This is their next gathering, and hearing from Tony Cooper will be worth your time. Over in Lake, Mississippi, also Sunday night, I'll be there. They're just getting started. And then they're bringing in people from around the community, other churches, kicking the tires on it and checking it out, and they'll launch it on Sunday night, and I'll be there for their first man church. And you can find both of those by going to themanchurch.com and just clicking on Find a Man Church near you. And I'll see you guys in Lake, Mississippi, Lord willing, on Sunday night. And for Columbus, Mississippi, in the land of 96.1, y'all go see Tony. Thomas is in Dothan. You can join us, too. News Talk 103.9. Thomas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, happy Friday, guys.
Thank you. You too, buddy.
Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a television set, so I'm immune to whatever message they were trying to send with doing this documentary about the Duggar family. But I'm pretty sure I know the agenda here. Whoever made this documentary is hard. Let's just make all Christian families look like weirdos or morons, or whatever. But it's just a reminder to those of us who are looking for mentors. Don't fall for like celebrity Christians like, Kanye West or whoever. Look for ordinary men and women in your hometown at your church, and if you've got any kind of a platform, spotlight them instead of the people who are just in it for the money and the fame. That's my advice. If anybody young is listening right now, that's my advice.
Well, I think I'm having a little hard time dissecting your whole point, but I like the meat of it. And what you're saying is, if you're looking for mentors and young people being mentored by older people in the church is a biblical concept, you are much better off by finding men and women. If you're female, finding an older woman, and if you're a man, finding an older man. To mentor you that are a little further down the road in life and spiritually than you. That's a much better investment than I'm enamored with the latest celebrity that has made some sort of comment, and now that's who I'm following. And I think that's what you were saying, and I could not agree any more with that.
It'll save you a lot of headaches.
Yeah, it really is absolutely true. Yeah, I haven't seen Shiny Happy People. I heard you guys talking about it. I heard some other friends of mine talking about it. And I do think, I mean, we met. What's his first name? Jim.
Yeah.
No, it's not Jim. Jim Bob. Mm-hmm. They came here. With
part of the kids with
we met him and about half of them.
Yeah. And that experience was a positive experience. Now, for us to throw all Duggars under the bus for the behavior of one
or the few
maybe there's more than one. I don't know how many of you have raised children to adulthood, but if you haven't got one to adulthood yet, I'd hold my rocks.
Especially when you got that many.
Right,
I mean, the odds
yeah,
of some things going bad are there.
Yeah, when children become young adults and get to a place where they make their own decisions, they make their own decisions. Yeah. Now, is it best? Can we somehow be held accountable if we didn't raise them with the foundation appropriately? Sure, we can. Absolutely. Can children be raised in a way that is biblically sound and decide, I don't buy the stuff that y'all have bathed me in my whole life? That can happen too. I don't know if you've read Jesus talking about the prodigal son. It's not a concept that is unique to the fallen state of mankind. So I don't know the Duggars. I don't know anything about them. I agree that probably the intention of this, is it a documentary? What is it? A series? is to make the Duggars all look bad because of the behavior of some. But I don't know enough about it and haven't seen it. But I'm sure that is the concept.
Think about this too. Again, you got to scale it up for the number of kids they've got.
Right.
And I think we all can say as kids we acted this way too. You're under your parents' rule.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a point where you kind of rebel against that because you think you're smarter.
Right.
And you get out in the world and you even may mouth off about it and make fun of it and be confrontational. But there's a point where you come back and you realize your parents were a lot smarter than you gave them credit for.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, I would say the normal curve is there's some rebellious time in there, one way or another. And then as young adults and parent, you become very close again.
Yeah, well, and just looking, this is a trend that I have seen, even in my own family. I think the key for the longevity, first of all, you've got the classic, what you just said. I was in on it, I got away from it, and I came back. The Bible talks about that.
Right.
When they're old, they won't depart from it.
It doesn't
say when they're young they won't depart from it.
It doesn't mean, I mean, in some cases it does, but I mean, it doesn't mean you have to go off the deep end.
Right.
Maybe you just don't get along.
But if you can make one thing, and we can't make it happen, I said, if God, if the person, your kid submits to the authority of Christ and the faith becomes their own, that is a huge difference maker. If their faith is vicariously through you, but they themselves have not decided to follow Jesus, they know you want them to follow Jesus, and they know that it's the right thing to do to follow Jesus, but they haven't decided to follow Jesus. They're just repeating back to you the things they know you want to hear, and they're doing the obligation to the culture of Christianity, to the church, and they're waiting to be independent. Now, I'm not saying they'll never come back to the faith, because many do. And I have faith that when it's all said and done, everybody will be in their proper place. But the difference in those that said, I bought into this, you didn't make me buy into it, I wasn't forced into it, I was exposed to it, but I've decided to follow Jesus. Those seem to do so much better than those that said, I didn't argue, I didn't say anything bad, I did the obligation of this family, and now I'm on my own. If you look out and your child is an adult and they're not going to church anymore, or they haven't found their own church that's theirs, then you're probably in for at least a period of time that's going to be difficult. If you see them wherever they land, the first thing they do is go, I'm immersing myself in a local church and becoming part of it, not just attend it, but actually. And when you talk to them, that's what they're talking about, and the way they do things. They decided to follow Jesus. Boy, you're in pretty good shape there. Mm-hmm. So it's, but you know what? You can't make them do it.
No. They're their own person.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Greg. Great job. Let's talk about Greg, heck of a job. Let's talk about something that no one likes to talk about, Bubba. I mean, is the topic fatty liver? Is that a lot of fun?
No, it's not, Rick, and I've had that discussion.
You don't see people just saying, gosh, I'm not going anywhere until we talk about fatty liver. It just doesn't happen a whole lot. No. But I will tell you what, it's unfortunately, there's about 100 million Americans that have fatty liver. That's a big number, Hams. That is a big number. So anyway, if you're wondering why, well, America, I love America. I do. I mean, I know she's a little sick right now, but I like her. But kind of the way we go about nutrition and diet and all that, the things that we throw at our liver, our poor old liver, it just takes a beating. And high cholesterol, alcohol, toxins, overtaking Tylenol, overtaking statins, cigarettes, and this leads to a sluggish fatty liver. And that makes you lose energy, and it usually makes us gain weight. And you know what? The liver's important. Do you realize the liver has 500 key functions?
Rick, it's big for a reason.
It's has yours grown back yet?
It's growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you would like to help your liver, then go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba. It contains 12 clinically proven botanicals. It's all natural to help recharge and protect your liver. If you go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba right now, they'll also throw in, for no charge, a free bottle of blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings when you order today. Getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Don't you think it's time that you did something for your liver?
Yeah. Might even add a little to it.
Greg, easy.
Let's take it. Let's stop right there. Put the brakes on.
Did you start looking over here? I can feel you looking at me. I'm back to 10 million.
This is so much fun.
Greg's going back and forth.
Gosh, I got 10 of them. I'm back at Wichita. Let me get through these 9. Let's hold world peace.
Yeah. Let's see where if I got any left.
If I get to 7 and I got it covered, I'll throw world peace
Oh,
out there.
man. Oh, gosh.
But you got to be careful. You know how every movie I've ever seen, though, they'll trick you with those kind of broad statements.
Oh, yeah.
You know it. You better be specific.
You remember that movie?
Yeah.
Where the guy had the wishes and everything kept blowing up on him?
Yeah.
What was the name of that?
Yeah.
Bedazzled?
Yeah. Every time he wished, he went back.
Funny movie.
Like he made a mistake, like you're talking about having a paying job. He turned out he was a drug lord.
Yeah.
You know, and of course he was running for his life the whole time, but he was making a lot of money.
Yeah, that one.
Elizabeth Hurley played the devil probably as good as you could play the devil.
We continue.
Wish I was smart.
It's somewhat.
Wow. Underground.
Now that's coming up next.
We have to get to
That's
that.
coming up next.
I caught myself.
He
though.
said he
Just
wished
stop.
he was smart.
I did needs its own segment. Stop.
Greg, you
Stop.
still got
Wait a
9
minute,
left.
that was one of my wishes that Speedy was smart.
Bubba, me too.
Wore too many clothes, getting hot, huh?
Hey, turtleneck's trapping it in.
I tried to leave Montana at home.
Let me tell you something. You wear an indoor turtleneck.
My wish was Speedy was smart.
Go back to that.
That's so funny. Because you're on top for just a minute. You don't stay on top long in here.
Yeah.
I didn't shave hunting season.
He's still looking
We got more turnover in here than the White House.
Everybody hit the. Hey, look! Everybody hit the floor. There's just fire. There's shots firing everywhere.
Can't get it up quick enough. Look, he's struggling.
Well, he's.
Hey, Speedy, back to the wishes.
Let me tell you.
Speedy, I'm
somebody
back to Greg. Two things. I'm gonna start.
I'm going back. I'm back on wishes.
I am too.
I'm gonna temporarily ban you from saying anything.
Guys, he's rolling his sleeve shirt up.
Just get to the weekend.
And I'm also banning kimchi for ever being brought to the studio
Yeah,
again.
boy, that smells terrible. Like a dead rat in
It
there.
smells like somebody gutted a hog or something.
Look, I was just straightforward. I love Adler.
Gosh.
He's one of my favorites, but the kimchi it cannot be brought
Yeah,
back.
you know,
Rotten cabbage.
you got to keep it in your office.
You're right. I can't imagine what it smells like when you break wind now.
Oh, I bet it's.
Oh,
Well, it's
I bet
fermented,
it's
Rick. I
violent.
think he's high. It's keeping him from taking a shower.
It has to be refrigerated.
Yeah, you got to take it home, buddy.
Okay, if we're banning smelly things, I can ban Greg's rump.
See what I mean? It's now
everybody's just
let's go to Curtis in Mississippi. Curtis, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Greg because, like, when I was a little kid, between 4 and 6 years old, we'd go to my grandmother's for eating or Thanksgiving, and they fix you a daggone plate bigger than what a grown-up to eat. And if you didn't eat it all, you ain't getting up till you finish that food.
Oh, I know.
There ain't no way you can finish it.
I mean, hey, you can't even have grandparents.
You'd be sitting there an hour later just tearing the food you can't eat, you know?
And a big pile of it be some sweet potato something. I wasn't going to eat that.
Funniest line on wishes I ever heard was from that old sitcom Fish. They came off Barney Miller, and that old angry, old crusty old man Fish. And they brought him a birthday cake, and he had all those juvenile kids that he was supposed to be watching over and being that lived with him. And he blows out the candles, and they start screaming, "Fish, did your wish come true?" He said, "No, because you're all still here."
Yeah. That's a class.
all sing it together. A Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. From the No Name Studio in year 30. That's right. This party began in 94, baby. Still going. Huh? And the beat don't stop till the break of dawn. We go on and on and on and on. Golden ticket seats coming up later in the program today. The giant wheel of canned meat is here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Super P, Lord of the Jacket, and right there's Bill Bubba Bussy. Put your hands together for that, man.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We're looking forward to having the Elite Eight later in the show today.
Is it the Elite Eight? Do we got any guests coming today? We got any special? We got to try some specials.
We got a special guest.
Couple of VIPs.
I think Bubba's got some people.
Yeah, I
coming
think
today.
so too. Maybe we may approach 11 or 12 today.
You know him best.
You don't know.
It's a party.
Today's it was supposed to be like a couple weeks ago. They couldn't come.
it's
You
been
had some
moved
hospital
Has
issues.
it been moved again? Yeah, I mean, you can't have
Wait a minute. Give me a heads up.
Well, that's all right. Look, we don't have to pull chairs out now. It ain't no big deal.
Well, it actually, because I had somebody else reach out, and I could have put them in these spots.
Easy.
So we had some cancel. We actually may have, if that's the case, we may actually have less than 8 now.
Okay, good.
Hey,
Good.
Super 6.
Rick, that came right out.
Mike's on.
Well,
thank God for that.
I just meant now they'll all get to spin. Sometimes people don't get to spin because there's too many.
You got a little more room.
Is that what
I
it
got
is?
it.
Is that
Hey,
what
Rick,
you were talking about?
Great
what I mean.
comeback.
I got it, buddy. I got it.
That's good.
It
Great
just sounded
comeback.
bad, but I knew what you meant.
Just for that, I've eaten canned meat. All right, so
let's go back to that.
So as we
I'm afraid of botulism.
as we start this hour, no, those cans are secure, Greg. You can take them in your backpack and be out in the wilderness.
wasn't dented.
So the NBA draft
Dance and dance.
happened last night.
Did
and
anybody here care? Anybody?
Well, Adler did.
Your hands up. If anybody I didn't even know it was on.
It was interesting.
I tried to care less about it. I couldn't, but I do know that Adler's excited because he's a San Antonio Spur fan, and they get the sought-after Frenchman, the big 7'4" cat.
7'5", right? This story says 7'5".
See, this
That's
is
7'6".
He's a big one.
First pitch, dude.
He made old Vampire look like he was short, and he's not that short a guy. Old Silver looks like the Salem's Lot Vampire.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah, boy, you really called that.
Nosferatu.
But the
Is that what his name is?
I'm with you, Bubba. I hear, and this happens with sports. This happens with sports all the time. I've heard him be called 7'4". Now you say we have a story that calls him 7'5".
With shoes, he's 7'6".
Yeah, who knows how big
he's real
he is?
tall.
Yeah, he's
Well, the Spurs
a
have
tall
had
person.
And what is 1 inch? What's it matter? If
A
he's
lot.
7'5", you might as well be 7'6".
the Spurs have had very good luck with their number 1 picks. The last 2 they've had are in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Yeah, they've
So
been good.
will this one follow suit? And he's
No,
probably the
not.
most
Too skinny.
celebrated draftee since LeBron James came.
Hang
on in the world.
Wait a minute.
I don't
say
even
this every year.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying he's that good. I'm saying they're making that big a fuss.
No,
of it.
I've
that ain't
I've
even
heard
up
of
for
LeBron.
doubt.
I'd heard of LeBron James. I never knew who this guy. I've never even heard of this guy.
He's French, Greg. That's why.
Well, in all honesty,
Well,
he
maybe that's
is
it.
French, and plus I don't follow basketball, so they may be talking about him 24/7. I wouldn't know.
Well, I
wouldn't
didn't
know.
follow basketball when LeBron came out, but I knew who he was.
You did not till you got in basketball.
I
Till he was
might
on a
have.
team.
You
Till he
don't
was
know.
on a team, you didn't know.
I did.
You didn't know when he was
I'd heard
picked.
all about him.
Mr. Ohio.
I had never heard of him until he was up playing.
Well,
Yeah. So this guy, the difference in him being a big man, and we've had big men before, but he can handle the ball.
And he's
for that
he's
kind
a
of
little
size.
bit he's a little bit slim
They gonna
for
break
his
him in
height,
half.
and I think he even addressed that. I didn't really follow what he was saying, but do we have any video of him being picked? Adam?
Yes, I've got Nosferatu, the vampire.
That's hilarious.
Selecting.
Would y'all leave him alone?
announcing
This guy's a
it.
creep.
He does look like a vampire.
He's creepy.
He absolutely does.
Oh my God! Wow. Shouldn't win with a shaved head.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama from Nanterre, France.
I mean, he's a long person.
Wembanyama.
Wembanyama. We got to learn that.
Wembanyama.
Yeah, especially if he's going to turn into LeBron.
Yeah, my God.
Let's call him Yamba.
Well, could he be the next really, really good big man? You know,
He sure
it's
is skinny.
Yeah, the game has moved to a lot of 3-point shooting, and even teams that have made their make or break, they gun it and they either win or lose. So will we see a little bit of a return to the big man inside with this?
If I've got a 7 foot,
change the sport.
If I have a 7'4" / 7'5" guy in the middle that can handle the ball, I'm going to my offense is going to revolve around the big man.
We're going to have to make him score some points.
And if y'all can stop him from jamming, I mean, go ahead. Let's see what happens.
5 or 6 years from now, the NBA won't even look the same.
It may not.
This kid.
You never know. I have no idea. I don't know.
I'm calling flop.
Oh, do you think because he's skinny? Are you worried about the skin?
Do you think them big guys ain't gonna bang on him?
Oh, they will. Yes. They will.
He may get 200 pounds? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Y'all remember, because he was contemporary when we were growing up, Sam Bowie, from Kentucky, and he had all kind of leg problems.
Now, he was
so tall and skinny.
He did struggle, and he does remind me of him.
A lot of those guys
Manute
have feet problems and all that.
Yeah, he does remind me of Sam Bowie a little bit.
And Manute Bol, yes, uncomfortably skinny. Here he is talking about how he is kind of skinny. He actually addresses that in this interview.
Never have any doubts.
And so when someone says bulk up.
Why? What for? You should tell others to skinny up.
He's telling other people to skinny
He's about
up.
to find out.
That's funny. It is funny, but he is going to find out real quick that he's going to get pushed around.
This ain't France.
There's some horses in that paint.
I will tell the Frenchman. There's a reason why they're telling you to buck up, and you're going to find out.
I'd love to hear Shaq and Charles Barkley talk about that.
Yeah.
Even Michael Jordan had to go and bulk up.
Right.
Remember?
Yes,
when
he
he
did.
started getting pushed around.
The Pistons were pushing him around. He said, "I got to come back and I got to
change my game,"
and he did. Yeah, you are going to have to bulk up, big man. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you that.
Good line on the skinny up, but
It
you're
is.
going to have to do something.
Because we're not talking about being fat. We're talking about being muscular.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't say get fat.
Right. We can see your bones.
We're talking
about
We ain't saying
horsepower.
beer gut.
This is flat pushing horsepower in the lane.
Did nobody tell you to like the fans? I tell you like the players.
Yes.
You know.
Here's your total round one.
Thanks,
Man,
Adler.
I'm fired up about this.
Good, Greg.
Yeah.
Do you recognize any name on that list, Greg?
Not one.
Brandon Miller.
Brandon Miller was second.
That's it.
Alabama.
Where's he
I think
from?
Pistol.
Somebody said he's going to be a dangerous player.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy can shoot.
He can.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sure
He
can.
better.
All right, everybody stop.
Everybody on that list can shoot.
Everybody stop.
For sure.
And they're probably all packing.
Greg.
Hey.
Did y'all see? I'm going to change subjects.
It's about shooting a basketball is what we're talking about.
Did y'all see
I
this
guarantee
guy's?
you run that list.
Did y'all see this guy's outfit? This is
Who's this dude?
This is Grady Dick.
Oh, wow. As if it wasn't bad enough. Look, hey, I got that last
That's
name,
his
and I'm
name.
going to draw more attention to myself by wearing that jacket.
Who is this guy?
He
Did
was a first-round pick.
Well, he looked, who?
Oh,
that
my
kid can't
goodness.
play.
He was
Where'd he
on
go? Go back to that
Get
list.
Whitey out of there.
Where's
Go
he?
back to the
Did
list.
he go to Golden
I
State?
was talking about an outlier.
I want to see his name. Go back to the
I'll
list.
tell you, it's right here.
Where?
That's my next flop.
Grady
Oh.
Dick.
Yep,
There it
Toronto. There it
Grady
is.
Dick. That's his name.
Yeah, I get it.
Adam Silver said it. Looking like a creepy vampire.
Yeah. There it is.
Adam Dick.
With that first pick.
Hey, that's not bad.
No, you sounded like Gene Simmons doing
I
it.
come to drink your blood. All right, there
Yeah, I
it
didn't
is.
get no sleep last night. I watched that whole thing.
All right.
Look at that difference between ugly and him. Good night.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now,
Give him a hug. Give him $20. Send him on his way.
there he goes. Public service announcement. Public service announcement. College football fans, alert, alert. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Boston College at Florida State. ESPN 2. Your play-by-play announcer, Beth Mowens. Just wanted those two fan bases to know, as if Florida State hasn't been through enough.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Haven't the Seminoles suffered enough?
Right. So it is.
Somebody let them up.
Get to go back to Tallahassee.
Okay.
Francois.
Oh, boy.
So that taking on Boston College, having a pretty good year, picking up big yards. So that would be, still in the hunt.
Greg, you understand, Greg, you're a fan of Francois. Picking up yards.
Give me some garnet and gold.
Here comes that garnet and gold. They're really missing Jimbo Fisher.
Say something about the horse.
Here,
Osceola.
Osceola on the horse.
It's one of college football's best traditions. Osceola throws down the spear. And we're underway here in Tallahassee.
No, the horse doesn't throw the spear down.
The horse? That's the name of the guy on the horse.
Yeah, he's Chief Osceola.
Chief Osceola. He's riding it, Bubba. I don't know the horse's name. Do you?
Somebody said Sassy.
Sassy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait, that's Roy.
Here comes Roy Moore on Sassy.
Okay.
Rick.
He's also throwing a spear. He's throwing down the gauntlet.
Buddy, you need to stop.
Fear the spear.
You have lost your mind.
There's never a time that we needed this week to end sooner than today.
I mean,
you know what? I blame the weather.
Oh, dear. Fear the spear.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. So we thank you for being with us today on another edition of Rick and Bubba. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? A lot of fun items there. I'm wearing one of our classics, Common Sense is a Superpower t-shirt. You can grab that there. There's a lot of Rick and Bubba apparel and Rick and Bubba goods for summertime and fun. And I know a lot of dads, y'all got a lot of Rick and Bubba stuff here just in the last few weeks. So, and also all across Rick and Bubba land, there are families that now can say, and Bubba, you remember you said, there's a lot of prestige back when we were growing up. If, I don't know how many of you know Pat Dye that coached at Auburn all those years in the 80s, and the field's named after him at Auburn. If you ended up with one of Pat Dye's beagles, I mean, people like,
one of his trees.
or one of his Japanese maples, which I couldn't quite get as fired up about that as I did the dogs. But, right now we have listeners and viewers out there that can say, our dog, that's one of Greg Burgess's puppies.
Yep.
It's from the Greg and Lisa Burgess Puppy Farm.
The old puppy farm.
Greg, do I hear right that the last stray puppy has now been delivered to a wonderful home?
That's right.
And you have no more puppies?
I currently do not have any. I have Buddy and Millie, who's wow, a handful. Buddy's fine.
Any
but
chance to get Millie
have all been given
adopted?
No, Rick, probably not.
Tough
She's
sale.
got a problem now. Not only does she bark at me and growl at me, she also chews stuff up. Go ahead and add that to it.
She sounds like the full package.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and add that. I give away them sweet puppies, but I get to keep her. Great.
Yeah.
Mr. Buddy really hadn't got much airtime.
And listen, he has been laying low.
Out of trouble.
He has been laying low.
He just stays out of trouble.
He really does.
Low maintenance dog, my favorite kind of dog. So what?
It's been a long journey, Rick.
Are you worried? Is there any concern at all? Because Lisa kept putting this guarantee on all of them that if you get to where you can't handle the dog, don't give it away. Call us, we'll take it back. Are you worried about that a little bit?
I'm really not, but she did put that on there. Lisa, she's and look, and all the people that got them have done a great job because Lisa wants pictures and they tell her how they're doing and they got a good little. Everybody's been really good about that, which is a good thing because we both were involved, but she was really as far as wanting to place them and all that,
vetting everybody.
I know that you've gotten a lot of hype because of how it happened and what happened. But, people are just overlooking the fact that I also adopted a dog out. Not long ago to a Rick and Bubba listener.
You sure did.
And he's flourishing. He's doing great. She loves him. He loves her. It really
it was a win-win there. I believe.
Rarely do you get such a win-win that's as pure as that one.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful thing.
Yeah, he went from back porch to fluffy bed.
He's got it. He has got it made,
Yeah.
and that's where he needs to be.
And all the ones we placed, I was like, they're really good. Like say, Tom's the truck driver. He travels the road.
I want to know when
that?
Elvis was given yesterday.
Yeah.
I know that he was the last one to. Not that he was the last one picked. He was the last one delivered because of times and all that.
Well, and some people picked two.
Right.
We had a couple of people that took two of them, and they wanted like two girls.
Right.
In fact, all the girls went in pairs.
But that means that he spent a night or two with you guys, with all of his siblings gone, and Lisa began to bring him in the house.
Yes.
So did you feel any pushback?
Yeah, that was close.
Was that close? Where her saying, "Please don't take Elvis away"?
That was real close.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
did you have to say anything, or did it just naturally?
No, we. I'll be honest with you. He was kind of growing on me too. Well, they all were. I started out
panicking. Love puppies.
Yeah,
everybody loves puppies. It was so stressful early when the mom was having medical problems, and we're trying. This bottle feeding thing was
a nightmare.
Crazy.
I nearly killed you.
And as we got past that, then it got. But I actually kind of miss them. I do. Just Ricky, spend one day.
Do you know?
Give me.
Can I tell you this?
There's stray dogs listening right now.
Yeah. Can I tell you
that's
what?
A good point,
can I tell you what my granddaddy told me? And he's your granddaddy too.
Yeah, I started to say. I think the same one.
I remember this line. When I would say a little something, it was a little bit of fudging.
Yeah.
He goes, you go the same place for lying as you do for stealing.
That's good.
Yeah. So.
But it was quite the ordeal. And
2 months.
2 months. And again, the way if things went a little smoother, without having to. Oh, that was something.
You don't want that back.
But anyway, but great people have all got them, and they're from Kentucky, Mississippi, and Alabama. We got 3 states covered.
That's good. Do you know one thing you can't hide is the way you actually look. Who we are can't be hidden, and I can see it. You look fresher.
Yeah.
You look more at peace.
8 of them, especially when you have to provide the feeding, that'll wear you out.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
8 is enough.
How did it feel to sleep and not have to deal with them?
It felt good to me.
Mm-hmm.
I slept, boy.
How's that garage look?
I already started getting it morphed into what it was. It started out just a little corner in the box area because they were tiny.
Oh, my goodness.
Ended up, I had a gate, and I gated half of the garage off and gave them one half. So they had them a pretty good pad there at the end. They did. and they would just run everywhere. And when you'd hit the door, you'd look up and like a herd of buffalo coming.
Bubba, did you see the new business? We went from Greg and Lisa's puppies to now Greg and Lisa's pools.
Yes, I saw they got quite a few.
If you want a kiddie pool, they've got kiddie pools ready to go.
You know, I had the plastic ones. They didn't like them as much, but the blow up, the old 3-ring pool. But the only bad thing about it, when they got bigger, they'd bust it.
Yeah.
So I went through a few of them. But they would get in it, and it was like Thunderdome. They'd fight, carry on. But it was quite an experience in 8 weeks, guys. Y'all remember when it started? And I told y'all how the time is just creeping along, and it was crazy. But it's been fun. But like everywhere I went, people were asking, "Hey man, you got a dog I can have?" Messing with
That's all everybody ever says everywhere I go. Yeah.
And but they have been placed, and we had like I say, people were reaching out to Lisa and reaching out to me. So we tried to go by order, the best we could. If you didn't get one, it wasn't because we thought you were bad, that you were cold. Well, it was none of that. We just like I say, a couple people wanted 2. We said fine.
Of course. Well, the only thing better than somebody wanting to adopt one of your puppies is somebody wanting to adopt 2 of them.
That's right. That's good.
I mean,
and it gives the puppy somebody to play with. So,
are you following that?
Yeah.
I love when people think dogs care about that kind of stuff.
They do. They fight.
I tell you what dogs care about. Do I get fed today?
I used to have
Is somebody going to scratch my stomach?
The kids talked me into bringing home 2 Dachshunds when they were little. We went to get one. I brought 2 home, and I've never seen some of the violent fights that they used to do with each other.
Yeah. Well, you're right. Usually, it's tied to children, and we all do things for our children because they're children, and you want to let them have some experiences that maybe you wouldn't be that into if it was just you, and so. Yeah, so this.
No, but I'm glad that the some ones that went in pairs. I really am.
Well, of course you are. I mean, would you want to have them for 10 weeks?
Well, they get along good.
Yeah, no, them going in pairs is a great thing. There's not a negative there.
Well, I think sometimes when they're playing and roughhousing, that's keeping them from chewing something else.
Exactly.
But I don't think those that went with a sibling are any better off than Tom Petty and his big rig.
That's a fact. Tom is on the road.
He's got a great,
or whichever one's down. Or that was a double that went to a farm, wasn't it?
No, please look right here.
Where'd they get their blue eyes from, Greg?
I don't know, but they do have them. It must have been the dad, whoever he was.
Oh, that's a big selling point, Greg.
Yeah,
I didn't
those,
know.
Yeah, those are
that's
pretty.
a beautiful animal.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty dog.
That's a pretty dog.
That is a pretty dog.
Why do you keep one of them?
And they kept his name, Tom Petty. That's his name. His name is still Tom Petty.
Why
He's
not?
On the road.
You know why? Because Tom went on in. It's a tribute.
With Dennis Ryan, he's a truck driver, and he loves. He sends them. They're having a ball on the road.
That Rick and Bubba scarf on Tom Petty owns me.
Yeah.
You need to get in the truck and ride up and down the road.
Kind of matches his eyes.
And see if you see any dogs out that have blue eyes.
Yeah, I don't know.
So how's the kitten doing? You didn't take that kitten home? It was there the day?
No, I did not. I did
Rick,
not.
we need to ask you some questions about that.
No.
But thanks to everybody that took the dogs, and it was quite an experience, and the audience has had fun with it. Y'all have had fun with it.
Yes, we have.
And it was something else.
Bye-bye, little puppies.
Bye-bye. And like I say, we'll keep communicating and get pictures of them. And
live long and prosper.
Yes. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hawthorne.
There he is.
There it is.
Hey.
It is Thanksgiving week, and we're just so thankful. We've got.
Oh boy, aren't we?
I was laughing because Sherry and I were talking, my wife, yesterday, and we're the host family this year, so we're going to have people coming all over on both sides of the family, and so that pressure hits the house, host house, and then your wife gets in that mode of hosting. I'm hosting. And then it's just like you have to be careful when you approach, and have to be careful where you sit, things you touch, in the house. And so so we were kidding around last night, getting ready for bed, and we were discussing about eating and all that, and trying to do better, and so we were laughing because we had gone out to eat together on Friday night. It's so we have not had free Fridays during high school football season since we can remember. It's been a very long time, so we've really had fun with that. And so we went out to eat, and that night we kind of got into some heavy food, and we were both talking about, wow, it's and so I said, well, now Thanksgiving's approaching. And I said, I got to ask you a question. I said, I want you to answer honestly, and I will answer honestly. I said, what was there any scenario that you would not eat dressing on Thanksgiving? Any? And I said, I'm talking about. I said, if somebody had dictated, hey, this is going to happen to you if you eat dressing. What would it have to be for you not to eat? And you know what we came to the conclusion?
What?
Death. That's it. I mean, I talked about various reactions from the body that I won't get into, that might have you with the trots or and we both agreed that we would just have to just deal with that. Right. It would have to be death. I mean, death by dressing would be the only thing that would keep us from eating. Because, it just don't come around that much.
It's just so good.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I guess because of the trouble it is to cook it.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we have this meal 2 times a year? 3 times a year?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Once a quarter.
I thought at one time back in the olden days, I thought Christmas was supposed to get this too.
It does pretty much.
Something in this genre. Isn't there supposed to be like a big Christmas meal?
Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's kind of like Thanksgiving.
Does dressing make it to yours? See, because we don't.
Yeah, a lot of times
it doesn't make it though.
Didn't we were growing up? We go.
Yeah, growing up,
didn't we eat it? Yeah. I think we might have a big turkey and everything.
I thought. Maybe I'm not remembering now.
Maybe I'm getting Thanksgiving and Christmas tied together.
They're so
and
close.
now that I can fry a turkey so easy on the countertop, that's a game changer.
So
buddy.
anyway, that'll be. I see old big turkeys already in the fridge defrosting. I see them in there.
Oh yeah.
So it'll be a lot of fun.
You gonna bathe him?
I am not. Sherry will, but I'm not going to. I'll have to help her get it in that big old brine bag. It gets in there and gets all those seasonings and all that. So good. So anyway, that'll be going on. The good news is we've only got one that's at home now. He and I will be run off for the next few days, so we'll probably sacrifice.
Rick, is that such a bad?
No, that's what I'm saying. We'll probably sacrifice and hunt over the next couple of days, try to get out of the way. And because we had a wedding this past weekend we attended, and I was talking to my friend, and I said, I don't know your son-in-law that well, but I guess I can deduce he doesn't hunt. And he started laughing. He said that is a correct assumption. He's a big football fan, so he grabbed the Citadel game and got married, but he does not hunt. So they looked at the football schedule, but not the hunting schedule.
Well, as I had to remind a friend of mine one time, he thought he had threaded the needle on a wedding. I said, "You're gonna have an anniversary every year on the same weekend,
on that same day."
Yeah.
But they both love football, so I guess they can do that together.
That'll work out.
It was a phenomenal wedding, though, but just exciting. And Sherry and I discussed, we don't know that we've ever seen a groom that excited. He was stoked and ready, baby.
Really?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
He was fired up, but I didn't know what to tell him. I just let him enjoy it. You know what I mean? He had no idea what he was getting into. But it was a big day that day, though.
Yes, it was.
It was great. 16 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. A lot to unpack today on the program. You will be part of it. We'll keep you updated. Our website. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let's say your wife takes a trip with a lot of her female friends to the Holy Land, and you're left for 10 days on your own. Can I tell you that HelloFresh.com/Bubba is number one? Look, it just helps with meal planning. I mean, summertime is here. A lot of you, your schedule has changed because you may still have kids at home that go to school or whatever, and you want to be able to get vacation plans, and you really don't want to spend this time worrying about what we're going to have for dinner and all this. And meal planning has never been made simpler than HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Bubba, it is America's #1 meal kit. And right now, if you'll sign up, we'll get you 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They send these meals right to your door all you do is take them out and prepare them. You do prepare them, but they give you a really cool recipe card that's easy to follow. All the ingredients you need are there, and then you simply say, my grocery shopping's done, my meal planning's done, and I prepare those meals. It is a lot less expensive than drive-thrus and DoorDashes and Uber Eats and that kind of stuff. And they even provide snacks if you're thinking we're on the move, and so there's just so much variety. And if you're trying to do just a little bit better, boy, they simplify that. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You also find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, a couple of things, Bubba. We'll run it down. We're gonna talk about a lot of in-house stuff too. Adler, I also sent you an email. If I don't get it in this segment, I'll try to put it all in. This is kind of a hodgepodge of a number of topics. So here's one. We mentioned the other day about, there's some embarrassment with radio people involving this show. Yeah. And we, and how we talked about that whole deal and how we do the show for an audience. But now we have someone who sent us an email and says, I've experienced the Rick and Bubba embarrassment.
Oh, really?
Wow. Did you see that, Bubba?
Yeah, that's funny.
He said, I myself have experienced that look of embarrassment when I mentioned listening to the show. I went on a date a couple months ago. At one point, the conversation turned to listening to different podcasts, TV shows, radio, etc. When I mentioned to the date that I listened to Rick and Bubba and I had to explain to her what was the will of meat, I saw the warmth in her eyes turn cold. Y'all are doing a great job. Keep it up. I'm mostly a podcast listener. That's why this email is late in the day. Colt from Philadelphia, Mississippi. He said he felt like there was that the date took a turn when he mentioned our show, and he said it really seemed to go. And I think where he was
left the will of meat off.
Well, that's what I was just about to say, Greg. I think where his fault was, you got to ease people into what we do.
Yeah, you can't go straight.
Rick, I think there's a broader thing here. The fact that she was not familiar with it means he probably needs to break up with her and find somebody else.
Well, that's a great
should have done. But you know what you think then?
We're trying to save him heartache down the road is the way I'm looking at it.
No need to plan a second date. No need to plan a second date. Yeah, I agree with that. So don't let it. Colt, really, that was a blessing. Now you know to cross that off the list.
Yeah, don't let the radio hit you in the back when you leave out.
All right, now let's look. Let's start Adler with inside the house of Rick and Bubba and work our way out. So this has kind of been an ongoing theme here that I've been, we've talked about our whole battles with, the public restroom now and sharing restrooms with a building of offices and businesses. And, we've covered all that pretty good. But also there's another thing. We're sharing a kitchen now. And, I don't know. I mean, maybe I know we all, are raised different. We all have a different worldview and stuff. But there's things that go on in that kitchen that they're not tied to us that I can't really explain. And I've talked about it before. I was raised up that if you are eating, snacking, whatever,
and we would be,
you clean up after yourself and leave it like you found it.
Yeah.
You put everything back where it was. You wipe the table off. You clean up your mess. And I don't even know how to explain the latest mess in the kitchen. It's apparent that somebody had a birthday or some sort of cake celebration. Now, this is not a big deal. You see somebody didn't throw the cake away. They've left a messy container.
What kind of cake is it?
But here's where it gets weird.
Good cake.
Here's where it gets weird. Look at the floor. There's cake smeared.
Did they not know that?
On the floor.
Somebody stepped in it.
All over the kitchen.
Somebody's tracking cake.
Yeah.
Who in the world's tracking
it's like they
cake?
stepped in a dog pile.
Yeah.
You know how you do when you don't realize it's on your shoe?
Yes, I've done that before.
Boy, Greg.
Walked around my house.
So is there not any desire, none whatsoever, no desire to clean that up? Is that the ultimate, I'm not the people that clean up?
They'll look back and go,
leave it. I mean, does it not?
Tracking cake.
It's
down by the ocean.
Yeah.
I think we can match some tread up on that.
Yeah. I mean, how do you have such a cake mess that you end up tracking it all over the kitchen with your shoes
and leave it?
How do you end up stepping on cake?
The tragedy
how
is,
did it get to the floor?
how did that much icing get on the floor? That's what I was thinking.
Bubba, I hate to see it waste like that.
I do.
Who needs to check their shoes?
Yeah.
I'm a little misty just seeing that.
Somebody needs to check their shoes. Everybody check
I
your
wouldn't
shoes.
have torn into that potted meat if I knew there was a cake in there.
You'd have left potted meat where it was.
All right, I'm willing to go down this road. I know this, that even though it's hard to figure out how anybody's got cake on their shoes, from a cake that was on the table. Did we dance on the table? But here's the other thing I'd like to ask, and this, y'all get ready for this, and this is really going to
somebody throw the thing away.
It's going to really get strange. I'm not so sure that's a shoe. That's a weird shape.
What do you think it is?
I don't know.
Some type of hoof?
I don't have the answer, but it doesn't really look like a shoe.
You
got a pony in here.
Are you saying ponies were having a birthday party?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Some kind of haint?
No, I tell you.
Animal?
Hey, you're not saying.
You're with me, aren't you? Are you tracking?
No, I'm not tracking.
Put it this way.
And I don't want to track.
Put it this way. If there were two of them side by side, I would really go down this road. But they're not, so probably not.
Rick.
There's
one right there. That one. Go back.
What if you had two circles side by side?
I got it, Rick.
Okay.
Rick,
we got
that
it.
one looks like a shoe, right? Is it there?
Well, I think that was.
What happened in that kitchen?
We're going to have to make a plaster cast.
Yeah.
Yes.
There ought to be some good video. We got enough cameras.
And here's the one.
True.
Yeah, we'll have some 4K.
It kind of goes back to yours.
And we have someone here now that can actually access them.
Right.
Yeah, even better.
It was, of course, this is when my children were still children, so they were being taught, not grown adults that are at work, okay? But I remember, like many times, and y'all have heard this story, the time we came home from a trip, and I said, go put these suitcases up, and they just simply took them down to the bottom of steps and left them right outside the closet where they go. And I came down, and said, you almost did it. You almost made it.
So
if you just opened that door and rolled them, you didn't have to pick them up. Yeah. So the same thing. How can a grown person be the last person and see that cake container? And the trash can is probably, from me to Speedy,
4 feet.
Yeah, that may be a stretch.
It's too big a stretch for you to pick that up, walk over to the trash can, and put it in it. And I don't know how in the world we got cake all over the floor. I
don't either.
Super P, check your shoes, buddy.
I mean, what kind of? But I've seen that a lot. Because like honestly, I'll tell y'all this, and I'm certainly not perfect. If I end up being the last person here and that table's in there nasty, I can't leave it.
No.
I mean, because I think, all right, so that there could be bugs, there could be ants.
Sure.
I mean,
well, there could be.
I just don't like to live in a nasty
place. Rick, and take that on. Say there could be somebody walk in that sees it and go, well, here's a bunch of messy guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that's important too.
I mean,
take care of your stuff.
There's nobody above. I'm gonna clean up the food mess and throw it all away.
What about a half-eaten can of meat?
Well, no, that was put away quickly.
It's in the trash can. Where it should be.
It's in the trash can. Where after kind of maybe that wasn't the best way to go. Came across Bubba.
It was just a sample.
Yeah, let me ask you: when you took a little knock, did you go, oh yeah, or did you go, eh?
I went. Wow, that's been a long time since I.
Not what I remember.
No, it was good. I could, in a tie.
It was good.
Did you ever tear up some deviled ham?
No, I didn't like anything named deviled eggs or ham or
deviled
people
eggs,
or anything.
How'd you like
Devil.
angel food cake?
I love them.
How about devil food cake?
No.
Yeah.
I'll tear a deviled egg up.
Me too.
A good one.
And man,
A lot of them.
with that little special tray that they make that's got the little where they fit.
Yeah, Grandma.
You know where I'm at on a deviled egg?
Oh, I used to be that,
Rick,
Rick.
you're
I used to be
crazy.
on a deviled egg.
Let me
but
ask
not
you
now.
this. Let me ask you this about that.
Did I have to work for it? No.
When somebody created that and put all that on, said, this ain't bad. Who decides to call it deviled?
Yeah.
There's something about the way it's crumbled up because deviled ham was the same way. It's something about the texture.
Yeah, but y'all remember that deviled ham? They put the devil on the leg.
Oh, he was there. I was a little scared
with a tail and a pitchfork.
I don't know why you name your team after the Satanic Forces. I don't understand why you name your product after Satanic Forces. I would stay away from all devils and demons.
Like Sun Devils and Demon Deacons.
The Demon Deacon thing, we've never figured out.
That's one reason why I'm glad
cost them a World Series.
Hey, blue devils, red devils.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a devil.
What have been deviled
Dust
eggs?
devils.
You put that red spice on top of deviled
Yeah,
eggs.
a little paprika.
And it's the spiciness that it's likely the name comes from the spiciness.
You ever drop a jalapeno in there?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Maybe even a little tiny little piece of ham.
That's double deviled egg,
just
isn't
a
it?
tiny piece of ham.
I'll say this, and it's been covered. It always makes everything better. You ever seen people put little pieces of bacon on top of them?
Oh.
Yes. What I'm talking about.
You bring bacon to the table, it's a game changer.
It always changes everything.
I'm hungry and I just ate.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Forward, and we're ready to lead today, John.
We want to be better leaders. Help us out.
We want to lead. December 5th is the next event that we're talking about right now. I know you are doing these all the time. If you want to get tickets, leadwithmaxwell.com. It will be coming up December the 5th. It will be coming to you from our home city of Birmingham, Alabama, but there'll be simulcast locations in Auburn, Huntsville, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa. Patrick Liccione will be joining John Maxwell this year. John, tell us a little bit, for those that may not know Patrick, what he's bringing to the table.
Well, he's terrific. Patrick is one of the top, most influential voices in the business community today. He wrote a book called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Leader, which has been a perpetual bestseller. He's humorous, incredibly practical, and outstanding in helping you develop teams and work with people and work with teams. And longtime friend. He and I go back a long time ago, and I'm thrilled that he's going to be with me on this day because this is a leadership day. And for everybody that is listening today, if you lead, or if you are on a team that leads, or if you lead a team, this is a day that I will promise you, if you'll block it off and come and be with us, bring your team with you. By the afternoon when we're done, you'll be sitting down with your team, and you'll have a half a dozen more good ideas that will help you become better and serve people and serve each other and be much more effective. So I'm very excited. As you know, I've been doing this for the last few years, and the place will be packed out, and there'll be a lot of people learning, growing, laughing, enjoying, participating. So I just want all of your listeners that if you love leadership again, if you really love being on a team or making your team better, or you want to get more effective in your own life, this is your day, I promise you.
John, leadership and leaders, I think, have a lot of common themes, but there's also different styles in leadership, right?
Oh, of course, absolutely. Leadership is influence. And what you do is you influence people through your style. And there's just not one style or one way or one temperament that influences people. So leaders come in all sizes, all shapes, and sometimes people disqualify themselves as leaders because they don't have a leadership position or title, or they don't work in a company, and so therefore they say, well, I'm not a leader. But hey, Mom, you're a leader. You influence your children. So do you, Dad. And you do that in your community. You do that when you're going out to eat. And once you understand that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less, then all of a sudden you begin to say, well, then how do I increase my influence? If I can influence more people in a better way, I'm going to be a better leader. And that's really what it's all about, learning how to connect, relate, help, add value to others.
Let me ask you this, John. You really kind of touched on it. Do you think, because I've heard this before, so-and-so's, he or she is a born leader, and certainly I think there's people that are born with certain skill sets in any arena, but can leadership be learned?
Well, absolutely. In fact, 25 years ago, I wrote a book called Developing the Leader Within You, which was it was a breakthrough book, and leadership was the first book that basically said you can learn to be a better leader. You can learn leadership skills. You can grow. And that's the reason I'm so excited about the kind of day we're having in Birmingham, because it's all about helping people learn, helping people grow, helping people develop, getting better. You know, if you want to get better, you just need to hang around some people that will help you and really care for you and give you some practical ways to improve your life. But definitely, leaders can develop and they can get better. We have the largest leadership equipping organization in the world. We've trained 6 million leaders in every country of the world, all sizes, all shapes, all cultures. And hey, when people learn how to add value to people, when they learn how to influence others in a positive way, they begin to really develop and grow their leadership.
John, I know we can't cover it in the short amount of time we have, but just as a kind of a high point or a note, what is one of the pitfalls that a lot of leaders have that you see that you go, man, that's something right there you got to avoid?
Well, there's so many of them, but one of them is just the very fact that if they have a position of a leader, they're a supervisor with an organization or whatever, if they have a leadership position, often they think that makes them a leader.
Amen.
And so they say, wow, you know, I'm a supervisor, therefore I'm a leader. No.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. We are working through another Rick and Bubba week, wrapping up today for a lot of you. Golden ticket seats will be here next hour. The wonderful wheel of canned meat still to come. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Trent Dilfer, our guest. That's out this weekend. So enjoy that wherever you get podcasts. The Wednesday Bible Study archive is on our YouTube channel and podcast channel. You can grab that as well. And also, don't forget this weekend, I look forward to seeing the guys in Lake, Mississippi, First Baptist Church for Man Church Sunday night. And then also over in Columbus, Mississippi, another Man Church going on. Tony Cooper will be speaking there, and you can come be part of our men's discipleship strategy. And I look forward to seeing those men, Lord willing, coming up on Sunday night. Find all those details at themanchurch.com. All right, so some other things, I'm solo right now. Sherry is in Israel. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. And and it's a whole different deal, when your wife is away, and then we start living kind of in a different way on the way we do things, and that all can be sometimes daunting because they take care of some things, and usually you're left. Let me tell you what I do. Anytime that my wife goes out of town for a period of time and leaves me behind, what I like to do is I'm one of these people, I'm a front-end loader when it comes to honeydews. If I've got honeydews, the first 48 hours
get them out of the way,
of her being gone, I knock it all out.
Done.
Why did just own you?
I don't let those hang on me the rest of the thing.
Or you forget something.
Right. And even no matter how unreasonable I might find it, I go ahead and just say it's done.
Knock it out.
I also work to where I minimize mess as much as I can, so I'm not having to clean up a lot.
But you need to wait toward the end because if you clean too quick, you'll mess it back up.
Now that yes. True. But here's the good news this time. Even though I'll still eventually face it, I join her on our vacation. She never comes home.
Right.
So, but still, she will eventually be home, so I still have to get that ready. But anyway, so I'm picking up, this whole deal. So what we do, there's a group of guys that anytime one of our wives is gone, and it usually is me. I will say to the other guys, I'd like to see them. They don't ever really do for me what I do for them.
Oh.
And what we do is something we call. It's got two names, Protein Party. Or it's called Meat Fest.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Yeah, and what it is, we have a meal that features nothing but meats.
Oh yeah, and bring it on!
And we meat, and we get together, and I get the grill out.
No vegetables, none.
Now I think this is them probably flattering, so they don't have to take it on. Their line would be, but Burge, I mean, you're our cook, you're the guy. I mean, you're the grill master.
You got to set up.
You're the one that gets to set up. I mean, you have the and of course that makes you kind of feel good. And it makes you forget the fact that you've gone out and bought lots of meat and you're working like a dog all day.
Right. Yeah, and you got to clean it up.
Yeah. And, well, now they do clean it up.
Okay, well that's big.
They're undoubtedly they do not work for the company.
Yeah, they're not with some.
No, they do a great job of saying we will not leave you with a mess.
Good deal.
I'll take that. I'll swap that.
Yeah,
I'd rather them clean the mess than me cook.
So I want to tell you, and what I do, and I think you will love it. Well, as I'm getting ready, planning out my day, and first of all, I had to meet with Trainer Sean to do a little better, and because I knew that I needed to be ready for Meat Fest and the protein party. But it's protein, but it's good. So I'll roll up to my house, and Adler, you have the pictures that I sent you, and this is what I see up against the garage, and this is. I see that.
Wow. Whoa!
Okay. And no, that's not all. That's not all. And
wait a minute.
And then in front of the other garage, there's even more boxes and more stuff. Look at this.
Oh, what you got?
So anyway,
like
I'm like, come on, man.
I love boxes.
I'm like, come on, man. So all of a sudden, I walk up and I realize every bit of it is being sent to my son, young Broderick, and his company.
Oh.
And I'm like, he's sending a bunch of camera equipment and stuff. He's sending it he sent it to my house. And he's not sending a little bit of it. He's sending a lot of it.
That's a lot.
And that's nothing. The next day, another group as big as that came. I just didn't take a picture of it.
Where are you ordering it? Rick's what I want to know.
I know. I wish I'd have got that information because I knew you were going to ask for it. And And I may just send you his sale. It's too much stuff. I mean, and I'm like, what is he doing? I mean, I don't work for you. This is not where your company is located. And why is all this stuff coming? And then you can't get in touch with him. You keep sending pictures.
He didn't give you a heads up.
Hey, it's here.
Hey, whatever this all is here.
That is big.
And so anyway,
look at those boxes.
So I see him. All of a sudden, I'm in the middle of doing a little bit better. We're working out, and I see a car pull around. And also, he just gets out. And this is that life. And, I think I'm going to cue this up. And I didn't want to do this to us today. I really didn't. Bubba, I honestly don't think you can take it today. But because we try to avoid this at all costs. But I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Oh.
So I'm down there, and I look up, and I said, there's my son. And I said, his car's pulling up. I said, well, there's good news about me, being his drop-off spot.
Get to visit.
And I looked him in the eye, and I could see him make eye contact with me, and I'm sweating, and I said, my workout's almost over, man. Maybe we can hang. And he just looks at me. He says, Dad, I'm just here to load the boxes up.
And I gotta go, buddy.
And
You're just a drop spot.
I said,
Rick.
What are you talking about? And he walks down, looks at me in the eye, and I hate that Sean had to see it because he could see the yearning in my eyes. And he said, Dad, I'd love to stay, but I got to get to a project.
I got work to do.
I got work to do.
Rick, ain't got time to hang with
And you know what he said as he walked to the car? I'm not kidding. It was right out the song. We'll get together.
Yeah.
We'll get together,
Rick,
Daddy.
you're just there with nothing to do.
We'll get together, Daddy. Daddy, we'll get together. And
Rick,
I'm just
my boy was just like me.
We'll have a good time then, Dad.
He literally said that. I said, you said the lyrics. Do you not? You're seeing cats in the cradle to your daddy.
And you're breathing hard because you're in the middle of the workout.
Dad, I'd love to stay, but I got a lot to do. But don't worry, Dad. We'll get together soon. We'll get together then, Dad. We're going to have a good time, Dad.
Look, new job's a hassle, and the kids with the flu. But
I
it was
know.
sure nice talking to you.
It was nice talking to you, Dad. Thanks for picking up my packages. I said, I can't be a drop-off spot. He said, Dad, people steal it at the apartment.
Well, that is a good point.
He said, I can't send this kind of stuff to an apartment.
Yeah.
People rob me
Well,
blind.
it would also, that would take up the whole...
I said, but the FedEx person thinks I'm the one doing this. They're mad. You ever seen them? They were grumpy about it, too. They unloaded a lot of boxes.
It was hot, Rick.
And, Dad, I got a project. I'm working on it. And I said,
so.
yeah. Dad, don't worry. Hey, I will get together, Dad. Maybe we can have lunch or something. And I was just like, and look, for a minute, look, and you know what's bad when there's another man standing there? He pulled out the top of the driveway and turned right, and you could just see Sean kind of looked at me, and I looked back at him. He goes, that's tough right there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And then
It's made me, I don't have secondhand embarrassment usually, but I've got secondhand hurt right now.
And he turned around, he looked at me, and he says, why are your eyes sweating? I said, I'm just hot.
Rick, I don't want to pile on here. I don't want to pile, but he was, it was pressing. He had stuff to do. When he saw you were there, he's like, God,
I know.
I got to deal with him.
I know it.
He was hoping you wouldn't be
Thanks,
there.
Greg, for that add-on.
Well, he does.
Thank you for that add-on.
Just because it's true, you don't need to say it.
For that add-on.
I ain't got time for this.
Rick, there he is.
And Rick, what kind of equipment was it? I want to look it up.
It was a tremendous
that's
amount.
not the story.
It was a tremendous amount.
It
Bubba.
is from me.
I know.
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls.
Got that I want to go play with.
Golden ticket seats next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You have a leadership position, but that doesn't make you a leader. The position doesn't make the leader. The leader makes the position. So I think the biggest misstep in the leadership arena is people, they get a leadership position and they assume that because of that, they lead well. And if you come to be with us in Birmingham, what we're really going to do is we're going to teach you how to really lead well, whether you have a leadership position or not. Because, some of the best leaders I've ever known didn't even have the title, didn't even have the position. Perhaps, arguably, in the last century, maybe the number one leadership person in the last century was Mother Teresa. And she was just a nun in Calcutta. She never was a president or a senator or a CEO. And yet she had incredible influence. And therefore, what she said, what she thought, what she wrote influenced an awful lot of people.
Well, and then you kind of touched on where I was headed next, and we were going to head next, is you come like we do from a biblical worldview. And, I know that, the ultimate example of leadership is when God decided to become a man, and it's his leadership. He obviously had the position, and he obviously but he also practiced an example of how to be a leader, and that was to serve those that you lead. And so I think some of the best leaders, and we haven't always done such a great job of it, is that the church should be sending out leaders into every arena available. And this does benefit Highlands College, and I know that's part of their vision, is that they are going to train leaders, that come out of this college to go either into ministry or out into the world with leadership skills being taught from a biblical worldview. And what you're going to be doing on December the 5th, all the proceeds that are raised are going to go to Highlands College. So tell us why you're so committed to this.
Well, I'm committed, first of all, to Chris Hodges. He's a terrific leader, and he's a wonderful friend. And his passion is Highlands College. He wants to develop a school that really effectively trains Christian leaders and sends them out all over the world. Jesus said we're to be salt and light. Right. In other words, we're to have influence in our culture and in our society. Chris has done that so well at Highlands and through his congregation, but he also understands that the greatest way to affect and positively change the world is through leadership. And so the school there is really putting out some terrific young Christian leaders, and they place them all around the world. And I am just passionate about this incredible mission, and so I have come alongside Chris and the congregation there, and basically we put on this day, and all the proceeds go straight to the college, and we'll probably raise over $2 million this year. And I pay my own way. I pay my own expenses. I get not one dime. In fact, I give money to the cause myself, because I believe in it so much. And so when you come, it's a win-win. You come and you have an incredible leadership day with, Patrick Lencioni and myself, and you learn a lot of leadership stuff. You bring your team. You make it a leadership event for your team. But all of the money that you spend, the proceeds, all goes to the college. So, everybody wins. You win, the college wins, and eventually the community and the world wins. And I'm very excited. This is something I do every year, and it's a highlight of my year, again, because I believe in the vision of Chris Hodges and the vision of Highlands College to really be make difference makers, positive difference makers, and send them out around the world.
Get your tickets at leadwithmaxwell.com. Now, if you want to be on location, tickets are still available at all locations. That'll be live in Birmingham and then simulcast to Auburn, Huntsville, Montgomery, and Tuscaloosa. So if you want to get those tickets, move now to be December the 5th, leadwithmaxwell.com. And, John, thanks for taking time to be with us. It's always a pleasure.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Happy Thanksgiving, too. Blessings.
Thank you. John Maxwell taking time to be with us today. Don't miss this opportunity. Here it is. It's handed to you. Take your team and be part of it. And with Patrick Lencioni being added this year, even more available to you. So, again, leadwithmaxwell.com. Tickets still available at all locations. We'll be right back. Watch out. We're going to get you 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, the gang, all here and ready to go. Rick and Bubba interns today. We've got Super P and Lord of the Jacket banging out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being here. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, I want you to look right here. Here they are, the golden ticket seats. They're from all over. They are from all over. Raise your hand if this is your first time to ever be in the golden ticket seats. Let's see what we got. About half?
Yeah, about half.
A little over half. Okay, yeah, that's good. First timers and veterans, raise your hand if you've been here before. Have you ever been to this studio? How do you like this studio compared to the other? You feeling the vibe?
It's a little early.
A little early. Thank you very much.
Need to ask him at the end.
Some funny stuff. And there was we have one couple that they put together their election shirts, and they really went. I wish y'all had brought me one. Burgess Pence 24.
Yeah,
Mike and I are running.
I like that.
Yeah, that is funny. So anyway, welcome from all over, and you guys will visit with you throughout. And remember, as we've warned. When you watch how this is made in here, you may leave with a whole new view of this show. You may never be the same. So we're glad that you guys are here. Bubba, we got phone calls coming up, but I want to tell you this before we get to the phone calls. After I recovered from the heartbreak of my son not having time for me, even though I've got all the time in the world for him now. And so I had to move immediately now to the mill because the mill's where I'd find comfort now.
Right.
And
that's where I find comfort.
And let me tell you, I think you will look at me and say, Rick Burgess, I don't know that you could have done any better. So picture the grill. You've got the main set up, and then you've got the top rack.
Right.
Perfectly lined up across the top rack. I mean, there was no flaw. Okay, don't think that one piece looked different than the other. They were uniform. Across the top rack was Conecuh sausage.
And then what?
And then I had bullseye barbecue, the original, and I would dab on each piece cut perfectly from Conecuh sausage, and so it became like an appetizer across the top rack, and the juice would drip down and cause a little fire. And look, and the barbecue would just become part of the piece of sausage. You couldn't tell. And then I would crisp it on one side, and then over here to the left, picture on the left, two back straps from one of the deer from Burgess Farms, two back straps laying there. They had already been, just in case you're wondering, they had already been marinated in Dale sauce for hours on end. Okay, and they're here, and then laying across the rest of the grill, 5 delicious with already just full of rub, the dry rub on them, 5 delicious ribeyes. And it was a meat fest. It was a protein party. And so when you come into the kitchen on the island, the backstrap tenderloins were cut in little medallions. They were laying there with barbecue sauce if you wanted to dip it, or you could just enjoy it like it was.
What about the bacon?
The Conecuh salsa was laying perfectly on top of tinfoil inside another one. Forks were by the side if you wanted them. And then all you could hear out there were the ribeyes cooking. And let me tell you, we had a meat fest. Yeah, well,
he didn't want to put the drug in front of the attic.
Yeah, I just
I need to know how you laid it all out though, Rick, as far as just the presentation. So it comes off the grill, and then do you just have a buffet of your favorite?
I think that's what he just said.
When these,
I mean, I'm talking about just like on the table. Do you just, how some of these restaurants you can?
I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about how you can just pick from it and make your own plate, or did you have to go up and?
Did you get one of them lazy Susan?
The Conecuh sausage and the medallions were treated as appetizers, and they were there for you to be eating on while I'm finishing the ribeyes. And just about the time you've eaten that meat, I just give you more meat. The main meat. You got your warm-up meat.
Do you love it like when you get a salad at a restaurant and they'll say, "Do you want any protein with that?"
Oh,
and I'll go, "You mean meat?"
Why? Yes.
Talking about chicken or what?
Right. To the phones we go.
Made it all hip.
I don't know why they say that. I'm with you.
It sounds weird.
Does that make them feel better? Is that some PETA thing?
I don't want any protein. How about meat?
Let's go to
any animal carcass.
Let's go to Tim in Alabama. Tim, go ahead. How you doing? Look over there.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
Couple comments. So the sub that was lost. Who's going to pick the bill up on that? Is that the American taxpayers or?
All the search.
You talking about all the search and rescue attempts?
I think it's a big one.
I think the vehicle was flagged Canadian because I know there were a lot of Canadian planes involved with it. I'm sure the U.S. had something, but I don't know. I don't know how they handle those things.
Good question. Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
Hamsley, I got my easy seed. It's doing good so far. I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Also, Greg and Rick, y'all are just like me and my brother to the T. Y'all crack me up. My brother kind of acts like the oldest one, but I'm the older one. And if I would have come to him, you know what I'm saying? If I would have come to him and said, hey, bro, I need a couple of days off to feed puppies, he would have looked at me and said, are you crazy or what? What's going on here? I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall for
He
that.
cussed me out pretty bad. You know Rick's got a filthy mouth.
Yeah, right.
Greg started with, hey, look.
Hey, look.
Hey, look.
Anytime
it's 3 a.m.
Hey, look.
I hate to bring this
man,
up.
y'all know I don't take off.
Rubbing his head.
Y'all know I never take off. You know, I just don't do those stuff. Let's go to Eddie.
It's quite an experience.
Eddie in Alabama. Eddie, go ahead. My part was easy. Greg having to do it was hard.
Hey, is this the Eddie you're talking to?
Yes, it is.
Probably.
Unless there's multiple
All
Eddies,
right,
you're
brother.
the one.
Hey, man, I just wanted to let you know, I was listening to your story about your meat fest. Our church, Capstone in Tuscaloosa, we have a beast feast with just men only.
Oh, yeah.
And we enjoy it thoroughly. And, you know, next time we have one, I'll send you an invitation.
You know what? I've actually had the
Beast
honor.
feast.
I've actually had the honor of
Meat
speaking at multiple beast feasts. I've gone in. As a matter of fact, there was one that I did one time up in Arkansas. It was huge. Yeah, but Bubba and I've learned some lessons on that format. When you go to these places where multiple people bring in all kinds of game and stuff, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Some of it gets a little odd.
The mystery meat.
The
you
game
don't-
thing is
and
just
I-
keep it to domestic.
I hate this, but you don't want to eat before you speak.
Yeah, no.
That can double.
I
back
don't. I
on
just
you.
don't think we're supposed to be eating a lion. That doesn't feel right.
No, Rick, or bear.
Is
Yeah,
it? Was it red or white meat?
I don't remember. I think they fried
You know,
it.
some things surprise you what they are.
Yeah, but I don't think we're supposed to eat cats.
Oh,
I mean,
think
I know
it's
that.
just-
I know.
I think it's just cultural.
I know
pressure,
there's Asian people going. Who are you to judge?
Yeah,
but I'm just
that's-
telling you.
Look, meat's meat.
Did you get your meats and
Some's better than
wines
others,
mixed
though.
up just then,
Do
or am
I?
I missing out? You said red or white meat. Did you mean dark meat or white meat?
Yeah, that's basically
Okay.
what I mean.
All right. I didn't know if you got your
Chicken or
because I know, you know.
Well, you got your red meats and you got your white meats.
Yeah, well, it's
I've
usually
never
referred
heard
to
it
as
says
light
red.
dark,
I've
yeah.
heard it dark.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean.
And I thought you might have get your wines mixed up.
No, it wasn't
your
that.
meats.
It wasn't that, I promise.
Yeah.
Although pork is classified as a red meat. So they
Pork
call it,
is?
They call
It
it
is
pork.
not.
No,
They
it's the other
call
white meat.
livestock.
It's the other white meat.
It's in the
Livestock.
promotion
Well,
of the other white meat.
Technically, pork is classified as livestock along with veal, lamb, and beef. All livestock is considered red meat.
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry.
We can all Google, but that's not.
It's kind of red for
We
you.
can all Google.
We ate something one time that was white meat. I was surprised that it was white meat. I guess because it didn't go with the animal, but I can't remember what it was.
You know, I love
ostrich.
Quail is white meat. If you stay off the legs, if you eat the breast.
Right. Well, I mean, the birds got
control.
both.
I love
guess.
quail. I love fried quail. Let's go to let's go to Joe in Coleman County. Joe, go ahead.
Joe.
Joey.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
I don't know how many acres of yard you mow, but you're going to have to put you a 4-foot fence around that yard because these stray dogs are going to kill you.
They really are.
Well, I tell you.
I mean,
Greg, I got acres and acres.
Yeah, I need with them electric fences, the visible ones, just to keep people out.
Yeah.
Not in. But then you have a
Do you think
collar
that
on
maybe
them.
there's some neighbors messing with you, putting
Probably
dogs
kinda-
on you?
Yeah, probably because I've got the two I have now were strays.
You ain't
and
get about
I've had at least 3 or 4 in the past that were strays.
I've never seen anybody have more stray dogs than you.
Have you got a neighbor that's doing to you like what Gerald
Like
Cates
Gerald
do to
told
those
me.
people?
Yeah.
It may be Gerald.
It may be.
It may be Gerald Cates. You're right. Greg Burgess, you got another stray dog in your yard?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
be here.
So we were discussing, you and I, in your office, after we watched The Bear in Cherokee County, Alabama. I've sent that video to everybody, by the way, if y'all want to watch that. It's really, wow. But, it's one thing for you to, I know they've been talking about we're getting bears in our state now. Of course, now I did get this, and Bubba, this is just for you. This is my early gift to you. We do realize that bears have traveled to Alabama from other bordering states.
Right.
But Black Panthers and Florida Panthers have not.
Right.
Okay.
You mean like coyotes, armadillos, bears,
right?
Numerous other things.
Keep in mind there is a Florida Panther, but we are led to believe they've not been able to find their way across that border into Bama yet.
Well, Rick, when they hit that dotted line in the woods, they turn around and go back.
The Bears just pushed on through it. Matter of fact, I guess the Bears were looking for the sign, "Welcome to Sweet Home Alabama."
Well, I guess coming down the Appalachian chain, I guess the line in the woods is not clearly as marked as it is on the Florida side.
It must be, yeah. So anyway, but going to the sports world a little bit. Wow, Alex Smith. So now you and I both had the same experience, and we love our sons, and we love that age that they are right now, the ones that we still, they're just either in college or about to go to college. But let's face it, when your son, comes in, especially when they're young, and they'll give you all kinds of things, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But here's what your son told you, and my son told me, is that they say that Alex Smith broke his leg similar to Theismann while Theismann was there and on the anniversary of Theismann's break. Is that legend or is all that true?
No, it's, what was it?
33 years to the day.
Right.
When that happened, and Theismann was at the ball game.
Right, because it's all that
now,
correct?
Does he normally go to the ball game, or was it some special deal that he was there? That's what I'm trying to figure
saw the picture of Theismann in a jacket. It looked like he was actually, in a broadcast booth or something.
Yeah, it looked like he was in a suite almost talking to some people.
Right. And so I don't – is all that accurate, guys? Is that – because, we'll take things and make them –
I haven't seen that.
Greg, you're the one who told us that the homeless man did not give up his last 20 bucks.
That's true.
Right.
I will, Rick. I'm going to have to say this may be true. I haven't researched it, but I can see it being possible and very ironic.
So,
are we talking this injury is close to that type?
Yeah, he broke his fibula and tibula.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a
tibia.
By the way, am I the only one?
Scary.
And again, I don't.
Wow, Alex.
I don't follow the NFL. Well, Joe Theismann on his Twitter said Alex's leg is exactly like mine 33 years ago.
Oh my gosh!
Don't look. Do not stare at it. Don't look straight at it.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Bubba,
it's not as bad. It's not as graphic as Theismann.
In this story, it says this, Bubba, and this is a story.
It does look like the same break
that I'm looking at right now. When former Redskins quarterback Joe Theismann drew a comparison between Smith's injury and his own, which occurred, Bubba, are you ready for it? Wait for it. 33 years ago to the day when he broke his leg against the Giants. That's what they're saying in the story.
What are the odds of that? Now, here's the only other question. Does Theismann go to all the Redskin games? Is he a regular there?
I'm sure. I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
But if it was just a special event he was at, that even really
well, Bubba, we're okay with it happening on the same day. I mean, and him being there at the game.
Wow. That's
no matter what.
That's very ironic.
Well, can I tell you? I know that's the big story, but here's goofy me because I don't follow the NFL all that much. I didn't have any idea that Colt McCoy was still in the league.
Yeah,
did you?
I'd forgotten. I was the same way.
I didn't know where he was. I didn't know if he was or
I know
if
he was with the
who he played
Redskins
with.
at one time, but I didn't know he was.
I had him coaching somewhere.
Well, there's 30.
Him and Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah.
There's like 32.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us today. Bubba, more updates from people that are telling us that are continuing to try to get others to listen to the show. Another email from Andrew. He said, I started listening to Rick and Bubba about 6 months ago. I love the show and enjoy it. It's become part of my daily routine. Thank you, Andrew. I think that I became a lifelong listener when you all had a best of for Memorial Day, the best of show, and the story that sold me and brought me in was Car Wash Joe.
Oh, yes.
Well, there's been many. Now about giving you all a chance. Last week, my dad and I were on a road trip, and I put on the Rick and Bubba show, and he turned to me and said, "You like this show?" And he said he had clear disdain in his voice. And I said, yes, they're great. Just give them a chance. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, first impressions are never good.
He said, okay, so we listened to most of the show on the drive. The next day, when we were driving, he looked at me and said, hey, you got that Rick show on again? And he said, so I found another full show podcast to listen to, and he has now become a fan as well.
Good.
Come on. One over. I mean, there it is. You just got to give us a chance. So I think there's a lot of things in sports that you love, and I personally love, even though I don't watch a lot of sports as much as I did before, I still love a home run to win the game. Yeah, I just love it. I can't get enough of them. We now know who will play for the College World Series. It's an all-SEC final. Florida was in. LSU goes in, I think it was the 11th inning.
It was.
The 11th inning. I happened to be in a position to see this last night and enjoyed it immensely. These pitchers, they were phenomenal. I didn't see all 11 innings, but I caught it in the 10th inning, and I could tell. But then eventually Wake Forest has to pull the stud who was, he started to get a little tired, and they bring in the other guy, and they get to the bottom, and boy –
was this their fourth guy they threw?
Yeah, both starters ended up going out, of course, because of pitch count.
Yeah.
So Wake Forest, they put in the Tourette's pitcher that we talked about, and then another kid, and then their closer came in, and this was the first pitch of him coming in, and this is LSU's call.
Keep in mind it's 0-0 for 11 innings.
Yes. Tommy Tanks at the plate.
Yeah, Tommy Tanks at the plate. I wish we could get him a gold necklace, but here we go.
First base. Camden Manassi is ready to go. The right-hander facing the right-handed hitting Tommy White. Manassi leans in now, comes set. Rocks and fires.
No!
Tommy White lifts it high and deep to left field. Costello to the wall! It's out of here! Walk it off! Tommy White! Home run number 23. And LSU is moving on. Wake Forest is headed home. Tommy White down the third base line, gets showered and mobbed at home plate. 2-0. LSU here at the bottom of the 11th inning. Came to the plate with the best two hitters on the team, best two hitters in the country. Dylan Cruz with a base hit to left. Tommy White goes deep to left field. And LSU celebrating as they will move on to take on Florida.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do. The two best hitters. One gets on base. The other one says, dinger.
Attaboy, Tank.
Attaboy, Tank.
By the way, RBI 99 and 100 for Tommy Tank.
Yeah.
Tommy White. They call him the Tank.
How about that sound off the bat?
I love it. Nothing better.
Well,
it's quite a batting stance he gets in to begin with.
You can. I think we have on the TV call. I think you'll see from the pitcher's point of view on the TV call, and you see that fastball just got a little up.
You talking about that look, the immediate look?
Oh yeah.
It wasn't a fastball either. By
was
the
it
way.
not? Okay.
It was off speed. And the only reason I know that, Rick, is because in the post game interview, right as he hit it, he's out of breath. They asked him, what were you thinking during this at bat? And he said, well, I was looking for a fastball, but I didn't get a fastball.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But, you know.
Yep. Yickety. Look at the pitcher. He's like, it's over.
You can't leave those over the middle of the plate.
Hung up there, didn't it?
Yes, he did. Tommy Tanks walks it off.
Tank, I don't want Tank.
Etiquette, Tank.
Etiquette, Tank. That's why you're in there, baby.
If it was a breaking pitch, it didn't break much.
How about
No,
we've
it
More
did
of a
not.
changeup.
we've talked to pitchers.
Oh, was it?
Oh, that's just a slow pitch.
We've talked to pitchers. Matter of fact, Todd Jones, even with a funny one,
Yeah,
sometimes
Tataruski.
you know they would let it go and go, oh, I wish I had that back. Get it back, give it back. You know, and then the sound, the hit, and then you just know it's gone.
Watch
It's just gone.
That was high right down.
Watch the
nose.
picture right here. Look, he's just like, oh,
Like,
no.
please catch it. Please catch
Oh,
it.
no.
Yeah.
Been all that time warming up the bullpen for that.
Yeah. Yickety.
That's got over with quick.
Boy, that's a sweet.
Probably
sweet
getting ready in the bullpen for 3 innings.
Right.
Through one pitch.
Hey, and really good. And really good, too.
Yickety.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
just wow.
Well, that's a really good
he
hitter
is-
too, though.
Oh, yeah.
But
Everybody was good.
Speedy and I were talking about this, and y'all have talked about this is baseball all the time. Is these hitters are so good at the highest level of college and of course all over Major League Baseball, and these pitchers are so good. But you see how good the hitters are because these pitching staffs, the bullpen, everybody, they've been brilliant all day.
Yep.
Shutting down great hitters. You know, Wake Forest got great hitters, and you just make one
mistake.
You
One
give them
mistake.
you give them anything, and you can't get away with it.
Yeah.
You have to keep
Cannot.
pitching perfectly.
And I'll give it to the broadcast. They said all along, Rick, as the game was moving along and the pitchers were just wearing everybody out, they all said, I have a feeling it's going to be one big hit. It's not going to be
Well, that's the only way that game
one
was
of the
gonna win,
team gets a rally and they start, no, it's just going to be one big hit. And it was.
So I think I heard this correctly that there have been 5 times that it was an all SEC final.
Oh, really?
So it's not unprecedented. So Florida and LSU will play for the national championship.
Starts tomorrow.
It was best
Saturday,
of 3
yeah.
now. Best of 3.
Yeah,
Clean
yeah.
slate.
Yeah.
Best of 3.
Yeah.
Best of 3.
I think 6 p.m. Saturday night, then an afternoon game on Sunday, then Monday if necessary.
Yeah.
I did not know about the 110 pitches per game allowed for the for college baseball pitchers. Is that the pitch count rule?
No.
Okay, I'm reading that right here.
Well,
Under
that's
the regulations,
just, you have to put guys on personally. These guys are going to play and pitch throughout the rest of the weekend if they win. So you don't want to overdo their arms.
So okay, they didn't hit the number. They were just like we're trying to preserve their arm. Gotcha.
Yeah. The Wake guy, I think his arm had been bothering him after the last start, so he had a shorter pitch count. But the kid from LSU that was the transfer from was the Air Force, I think. He hits 100 more than he hits anything. It seems like he's quite the stud. They said that he probably will be the first pick, and he might or might not be for I think maybe the Pirates. And there's just discussion on if he'll even go to the minors or if he'll just have a quick outing, and he could be in the Pirates bullpen,
which is unheard of.
Come the
by
fall,
the way. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be how fast tracked he is.
I didn't realize they can wear all that jewelry too. By the way,
I know
Yeah.
that when they kept showing him in
You like that,
slow
Tommy
motion,
Tank.
slow motion.
Yeah.
Tank's got about 4 gold necklaces on.
Yeah.
Mr. T, who?
And he's a NC State transfer.
He'd be tough going through the airport with him.
Yeah.
He really would. Adler, I sent you. The LSU fans are really celebrating. Have you seen this?
Oh no, what you got?
Yeah. And so, well, all right. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. We got Biden quotes coming up. They're always worth the wait.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To have a backup
Right.
and a third string quarterback, and you really never know who those guys are.
You know how you're sitting there and something's going on in your room and you're kind of distracted. It's just noise over here. I literally was sitting there and of course, being a big, and I was looking for a little something to eat. And all of a sudden on the TV, I heard about the break, and I thought, oh, how about that? And all of a sudden I heard the coach say, well, we're confident with Colt. And I thought, I wonder who that is. Then everybody goes, Colt McCoy comes in and throws. And I was like, Colt McCoy? Is he still in the league? And I mean, I thought after one of the many people that were destroyed by the Browns that was the end of him.
I know they're many years apart, but Colt McCoy and Major Applewhite are the same people to me.
I can. See
I don't know why, but they are.
I can see that.
Well, to me, Colt McCoy, there was nobody better named to be a Texas quarterback.
Oh, it was
than him.
fantastic.
But Helms, that's where you get Applewhite actually is coach.
I know.
So,
Right.
Isn't he the head at Houston?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, because
him and a player got into
And he
it.
played
Yeah,
at
about that
Texas,
big
did he?
line.
About a jacket.
He played at Texas,
Yes, he
but it
played
was
Texas.
several years before Colt.
Oh, yeah, they're years apart.
Did not know he's now going to be the quarterback for the Redskins for the rest of the season. I guess we'll see how it goes.
Love that uniform they were in yesterday. I wish they would wear it every time they play.
Yeah, is it a throwback or just one they go to?
I think it's a throwback.
I don't like that Redskins. I like
I like that one. Bubba don't like anything with gold in it. He wants yellow.
Yeah,
I want yellow.
I like both of them.
They had the yellow pants. I thought that was a good look.
Why are we slow motioning it?
No, it's just frozen. We hadn't played it. I was just showing the uniform for those that hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
I like the one where they had the R with the feather hanging behind it. Now I enjoyed that helmet when it was even yellow too.
Bubba, what you want?
Racist.
Do you want Billy? You want Billy Kimmer back? Is that what you want?
Sonny Jurgensen.
Yeah.
What about when they had the big feather down the middle?
I don't remember that.
No, I've seen it. We were too young, but it actually was a helmet.
Speaking,
the early one looked like Florida State had the spear on.
That's when the Great Ghost played for him.
So anyway, but I just thought that was an interesting story from the weekend.
Yeah,
the irony in that is just unbelievable.
Weird.
And tonight, the mid-season Super Bowl. I'm saying that to get a reaction from y'all. The Chiefs and the Rams tonight.
That'd be a good one.
It was supposed to be in Mexico City, but now in L.A.
Mexico.
We moved it to the Coliseum.
It ought to be a good game just based on the teams, but it really probably will mean very little because both teams will get in the playoffs and we'll have to do it all over again.
Well, I tell you what, I hope it doesn't come down to we get to the end and it's a tie and they have the people of Florida decide who gets it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, Rick, we'll not get an answer.
Broward County.
Good night, guys. I made the mistake of paying attention to that a little bit over the weekend.
See where she's going to resign.
No, the ladies quit, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Maybe should have.
Only the times we're living in now, and what a terrible thing to bring this up after we just had the great John Maxwell on last hour. But the times we're living in now, people now will do an absolute crap job and look you right in the eye and say they did a good job.
Yeah,
that's the part I can't get. You know, is she resigning in shame? No, she thought she did a good job. She didn't know what everybody's so mad about. I mean, does anybody ever say anymore, hey, I screwed this thing up beyond belief?
You mean the county that is a punchline to every joke about going to vote?
I know.
And has been since 2000?
Right. I know.
Well, what is the deal?
I don't know.
Y'all, that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, John Maxwell needs to set a tent up down there and go to work.
We'll be back 15 minutes past. So let's jump into the first phone troll of the day. This is your first shot to be on. Let's find out questions, comments you have from the weekend or even from the show today. We got Graveyard in there and Minnie Mouth. They'll take your phone calls right now, and all lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We look forward to talking with you for the first time this week right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Looking at the economy, she looks a little sickly. LearBubba.com can take away some of that anxiety. You can hedge against inflation, protect your investments by investing in precious metals. Maybe this is a new concept for you and you'd like to get some information, you can. Go to LearBubba.com and they'll help you. You can call them 1-800-707-4575. Let me tell you something. Gold prices look great right now. Well, we're talking about a lot of the experts think it could hit as high as $4,000 an ounce. Nobody can guarantee that, but even if it gets anywhere near that number, based on what you can buy it for right now, you will make out. You'll do real well. And of course, you can get a free 1 ounce silver bar because of this program for every ounce of gold that you purchase. So now more than ever, with the look of things, investing in gold. Something to consider. And LearBubba.com can really help you. Or call 1-800-707-4575 and be sure to mention the show to get that, silver for gold promotion that is going on. Bubba, it's time for us to hear from the leader of the free world.
Uncle Joe.
Isn't he something? So here we go.
Where'd it go?
I know we all rest easy at night.
Where'd it go?
Everybody know Basement Joe. Well, he's alongside the Indian Prime Minister. I cannot pronounce the Prime Minister's name.
Don't even try.
Narendra Modi. I think that's as good a shot as any
exactly right.
any old Calhoun County boy can take. So there it is. Our president forgets that the national anthem he's hearing is not the United States of America. And you see him realizing as he has his hand over his heart and he begins to lower the hand, going, "What am I talking about?
What's that guy dressed as?
What am I talking about?
Indian president.
Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's saluting.
Even the prime minister's not doing it, which I find interesting.
Don't miss the hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. What am I talking about?
Oh, his hand is still up.
That hand's up there a long time.
Slowly going.
Oh, this is awkward. Oh, that's awkward.
No, that's Walter. That is Walter.
How did Jeff Dunham's puppet get up on that stage? Good night.
The resemblance is
What am I talking about?
I don't know who dressed the prime minister.
That's how they dress, Greg.
That's ridiculous.
It's like a suit in their country.
Greg, don't be judgmental. That looks very comfortable.
It does.
Yeah, but it looks like maternity clothes.
I've got a Columbia shirt that looks about like that over. What am I talking about?
There he is.
I'm mad about it.
Good night.
What if
Greg
he? What
has just insulted one of the most populous countries on the planet?
Y'all think that looks good?
Good luck getting a hotel room anytime.
I'd love to see y'all.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Bubba, what
That's really good.
What would you done? Bubba, what would you done if he came right here and he just popped it?
I wish one of y'all would stroll in dressed like that.
What am I talking about?
Greg.
I'd love it.
I'll tell you one thing. My big issue on that setup is it looks very comfortable. But what's the restroom situation? Do you have to pull it up? I mean, the bottom of it's like a skirt.
It looks like you would since it's feminine.
Yeah,
I mean, how do you?
Like he's got long johns.
He's got some. Yeah, that's comfy.
How do you use the bathroom?
That's
I don't know that.
If you go for a one, have you got to sit?
If I'm in
No, I
charge,
think it's just like wearing a really long shirt. You can hold it up. That's just like a long.
You got to pull that
doesn't
up.
look manly at all.
I'm totally uncomfortable at this whole conversation.
And then you have to, I guess, work your tights.
Why we're doing this?
That's their deal, man.
Yeah,
They wear what they want.
Oh, let's say you started at the feet and we're on your way up. You go, oh, who's that woman? And all of a sudden you look and there's that head on top of it.
Right. Different cultures.
You know what I'm
Greg.
saying?
Different
Think about it.
cultures.
If you start at the feet and worked your way up, you think, well, what's there?
You start right there.
Some ladies up there.
You start right there, librarian.
Yeah.
But
look, somebody's mom showed up to help or a nurse. Oh, my God, look. He's got a beard.
That's good, Greg.
You just don't see a lot of people wearing dress shoes with long johns. You just don't see them.
Yeah.
I'd like to finish the contract out.
Yeah, that's it.
I need a few more years.
What, we got some big Indian pool or something?
Very populous country, Greg.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with this? I don't know we were there working for them. I missed
Greg,
that.
any about time you take a day off again?
Greg,
puppies.
Greg.
So y'all thought that looked good.
I'm not going to take to listen to them talk about this on the show.
You know, that's what's going to be the call today.
Yes.
I want them off the air.
Guys.
Good luck when you call to get help for something.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you drove a laptop or something.
Your voice sounds familiar to me.
See, sitting down is not near as offensive.
Rick,
I understand your cable is out, but your voice sounds familiar to me.
You're letting baby brother pull you in.
Yeah, you are.
This is your
That's one
300.
of those, every time I leave on a Friday, I don't know if we're working Monday.
This is your 300-year quote, Greg, that you wanted.
Oh, I love this. So, but guys, our country, I think, is 246 years old. I think if you're the president, getting the age of the country wrong looks a little awkward. So the president is about to tell us that our country is 300 years old. And he's gonna. That's a pretty big miss. But here we go.
Thank you very much.
We have caused damage in the United States the way we developed over the last 300 years. And that's why I was able to convince my colleagues in the Congress to pass legislation the largest climate fund ever in American and the world history, $369 billion. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And we're doing it extensively now, and I think you're going to see significant progress.
Thank you, buddy.
Could he just sound away?
Won't he list what all that's going to
just to
do?
show
Did I miss
you
it?
how
Was the age
ridiculous.
of the country in there?
It was the first comment.
He said for 300 years.
Oh, okay.
And I'm assuming, I'm going to give him
I
benefit
am
of the
too,
doubt
that's
on
fine.
this. He's saying, I mean, if we signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, and you do the math, it's 247, but we were here. You know, we were on the continent for 50 years prior to that, or even longer. I mean, it went back.
Probably not doing a lot of damage.
Went back 300
Of
years
course,
in
we
front of that.
were the United Kingdom then.
Cows were passing gas.
And we didn't have a combustion engine.
Right.
So it really
There was
doesn't hold
nothing.
water.
And here's the other thing.
But he's claiming all this damage. Okay, so it's our obligation to pay to clean it up. If you really believe that, Mr. President, you don't have to get me. You have control of the government, of one branch of the government. Shut them down from polluting.
Right.
You can fix a third of it today. Ground military airplanes, ground military buses, ground this, ground that, ground your motorcade. Save us all a bunch of money.
This should upset you, doesn't it?
But why?
Right.
Well, I'm just
I
asking
agree.
logically,
I
why
agree.
didn't he has control of that? You know, what do we always say in athletics? Control what you can control.
Right.
He can control that.
He can.
The only thing he can do with the rest of it is throw money at it.
Can I tell you why he doesn't do that? Because he knows it's a bunch of garbage.
And he doesn't want to.
No.
He doesn't want to do without a motorcade. He doesn't want to not have.
But wouldn't you
military
do with that
planes
if you thought it was
flying
going
and
to? If you really thought it was going to
Yes.
destroy the
Yes.
planet you lived on, would
Yes.
you keep doing that?
Rick?
No, you wouldn't.
Rick, look.
They don't believe it. It's hogwash.
You can use anything in your life that you enjoy. Okay. If you thought it was killing you immediately, you would have to push away from it. Now, over time, you get lax on it. We got that. But if you thought it was destroying the world, I mean, you wouldn't do it.
And if to your point,
let me give you an
yeah,
example.
Okay.
Let's say if we decided that power lines were destroying the world and they were killing everybody, we'd go, man, this is going to be tough living without electricity. But we would learn somehow to do it. It'd be a terrible inconvenience, but we would shut it down over time.
Well,
of course, it doesn't.
Yeah. To your point, let's say that we did some study, okay, and we found out that a certain shrub was sending dangerous toxic stuff into the
Let's
atmosphere.
say boxwoods.
All
Let's do boxwoods. You're killing everybody.
Y'all want to do boxwoods?
Yes, do box. Let's put a name to it.
Now, to Bubba's point, and
Yeah.
this is going to really drive. I mean, think about what he said because he's 100% right. And my house has boxwood. My house. And all of a sudden, I'm telling everybody to get rid of boxwoods, and you go by my house, it's still there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't I
can
go
control
outside?
your boxwoods.
Wouldn't I
You
go
can't
outside?
control my boxwood.
And the first thing I do, because I said, let me do what I can do, what would be the first thing I would do if I
Dig
thought
up your
boxwoods? My boxwoods would be gone. Now, if you keep seeing them there, I don't believe it.
And then,
or I'm some kind of
Rick, you could go to your neighbors. Hey, I got rid of my boxwoods. Help us out.
Yeah.
Get on the wagon. I'm doing it by leading in this.
Right.
This ain't.
Thank
leading.
you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
And let me. That's
And
how the
I-
complaint.
and
That's exactly how
thank
the
you.
complaint call is going to sound, just like that. Now listen. Here's the other thing.
I'm telling you, I had a reservation. I had one.
Yeah. Let me tell you the other thing. Let me. I want to see if I got this right. Talking about big polluters. We're apologizing to India.
Yeah.
Now it says he defends his actions on climate change.
Yeah.
The Indian man.
If you don't get India and you
Indian
don't get
man.
China on board, have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah, good luck.
It ain't gonna make a hill of beans. We're talking about worldwide climate. We're not talking about your 7-day forecast. I mean, what are we talking about?
Think about this, Rick, and other things that come up that a president cares about or leaders of our government. What do? They immediately cause change in the ranks. They say, hey, we're re-educating people on this. We're going to celebrate this holiday.
absolutely.
We're not going to do that. They take action
They do.
right away.
They do.
They ain't done anything on this except tell us it's
Right.
our fault and get money to spend.
And
That's all.
apologize to other countries
For what they say we've done.
Right.
But they're not doing one iota to change it.
Nope.
Not one thing.
Which means they don't believe it.
No, they don't.
We'll be back. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you very much.
Bubba, you have to always be careful watching the old United Kingdom because remember, those of you that are new to the program, the United Kingdom does something stupid, then California does something stupid, then New York does something stupid, Connecticut joins in, and then it eventually starts coming down through our whole country. So it always starts in the United Kingdom, though. But does this sounds like we may already be here on this one? Headline, School bans expensive jackets because it brings poverty shaming.
Now, what qualifies? How do you? Who's the judge of this?
A school in the United Kingdom has forbid people from wearing expensive jackets. They have that in quotation marks. So we don't. I guess they're saying, can you expand on that term, expensive jackets? Because doing so may poverty shame other students. Woodchurch High School informed parents that pupils will not be permitted to bring in. Okay, here they are. You ready? Canadian. Canadien, Goose, and Montclair coats after the Christmas break. They say these range about $900 US. These jackets. I'm not. I know this may shock all of you. Bubba and I are not familiar with expensive jackets, but
no,
I mean,
if you said members only, I'd have known what you're talking about.
Yeah. Greg owns a Canadian Goose jacket,
or a team jacket.
Right.
I would have known what.
Keep
that
in
is.
mind, when I get really cold, I still go grab the kind of tan Brian Foods jacket.
Yeah, I know that's a good one.
I don't know if the members only still holds the prestige that it did back in our day.
I love that.
You know, if you had the black one, then you had to have the wine colored one.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
So you could
everybody
change
had
up,
that.
you know.
We are very concerned about the fact that our children put a lot of pressure on parents to buy them expensive coats, and they're saying a lot of parents cannot afford these jackets. So this is shaming people that can't afford to wear the expensive outwear. They don't want anyone to feel stigmatized or feel left out or feel inadequate.
We got enough Canadian geese running around parking lots here in Birmingham.
Yeah.
We can round them up and make some of these jackets and hand them out.
Yeah. Does anybody know what the Canadian jacket is? Is it made of goose?
When you said Canadian goose, I just assumed it was probably some kind of Canadian geese.
Rick, something about
material.
This story does not make sense to me. How much do you say those jackets cost?
$900.
$900.
See,
This one here, I'm looking at.
I don't know anybody that has a $900 jacket that they wear to school.
And if they are, there's
had-
not many.
And if they had that kind of money, it seemed like they'd be in a private school anyway, not worried about it.
Yeah.
You know, it just
It's-
doesn't make sense.
It seems to me they would be in the minority. Everybody be going,
Yeah.
that guy's got a
Yeah.
really nice jacket.
Yeah,
But everybody shouldn't
So,
feel
Rick,
that.
by the same
Guy's got a really nice
token,
jacket.
are they going to limit what kind of car you can drop off your student
There
in?
you
Thank
go.
you. See where?
I mean, where does it end?
Where's it end?
You know, to me, a bigger issue than the jackets would be shoes that kids are buying.
Oh, baby.
I mean, people have been killed over tennis shoes.
Correct. Which seems a little much.
Very,
By the
very
way,
out of place.
Can I tell you, wake up call? If you take someone's life over their shoes, you need to check your life out.
Yeah.
Your priorities are got a little bit out of whack.
Yeah, your shoe game's not that important.
But you're right. So where do you stop with this? They're saying, by the way, I looked at those prices you put up, Speedy. It says can cost up to $900. The ones you were showing about $600.
Yeah,
$575.
it was a variety of them. I saw one a little over $1,000 and one about $575. Yeah.
Oh, there's $1,050. Yeah, I guess so. So
then you probably got some knockoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But guys,
they're
find that
300.
one. I'd find that one.
Yeah, you would. You'd find a knockoff in a second, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You remember when we were kids, we had
I just
friends
beat y'all
whose
to that.
parents worked at the Anniston Army Depot, and they would go to Korea and with that
Yeah.
TDY. Anyway, they'd come back with all this members only stuff dirt cheap.
Yeah.
You remember that?
That's funny.
Everybody thought they were sharp.
Only you would remember that, Greg. But
Oh, yeah.
That and Oakley's.
well,
Yeah.
knock off Oakley's.
Yes. I'd wear those in a minute.
So,
Thought I was sharp.
but can I try? I know I'm about to go out here in no man's land because I'm actually going to use the superpower of common sense. But isn't it likely that when I remember growing up, and I certainly was okay with it, I was kind of aware to some degree that there were families that could afford things that my family could not afford.
Oh yeah, we definitely had that.
Did that seem, was that some major
Rick,
ordeal?
that goes on with me now.
But is that some major ordeal? I mean, that
No,
life?
you know what? You just live through it. You fight through it.
Isn't that life?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's exactly what it is.
yeah, and I had no issues. I had phenomenal parents. I had an adequate place to live and played in the yard.
had clothes.
And we had clothes, and I didn't realize that the vehicles we had were inexpensive. I didn't care. I mean, I really didn't.
Pass the gravy, please.
We are back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone troll music is underway. The first phone troll of the day. This is a little different than just doing a normal phone segment. The troll allows a lot of people to get in. How does it do that, Rick? Well, our old friend, the buzzer. Our buzzer is there, and what it does is it allows more people to get in a shorter window because we keep and limit the calls to 30 seconds. We immediately get rid of meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, nothing like that allowed. And a phone troll, it has to be topics, it has to be questions, comments, bringing something to the table. We are teaching, and I think we've seen some success trying to teach our culture an old lost art, and that was the art of discern properly, am I behaving appropriately? And then asking a question, if I were to hear my own phone call, would I find myself entertained? Would I find myself informed? Or would I find myself, if I was honest, annoyed? So we can call ourselves. I know we can, America. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we'll get that started with Mike, who's out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Mike, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
I'm going to be quick to get through with this. I had a golden retriever named Angel, and she had 10 puppies. A good friend of mine, Tammy, came over, and I told her if she took it, she couldn't bring it back. Well, she called me about 3 weeks after she got the puppy and said, you got to take the dog back. I said, what happened? She said, well, I put out a rug, and the dog tore my $500 rug up. I said, wow. She said, that's not all.
You were right. Let's go to Alvin in Alabama. Alvin, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Greg don't want to hear return dog stories. Go ahead, Alvin. Hey, Alvin.
Hey, Rick, have you disowned any more of your kids and told them that they're nothing?
He's got to get a new ad.
I know it, buddy. Buddy, come on.
No, but I have you. Yeah. Let's go to
such a coward.
Yeah, Taylor in Starkville, Mississippi. Taylor, go ahead, buddy.
He won't come up here.
Yes, just with everything going on with this submarine this week, I just want everybody to remember that this is the time for the shake and bake.
On the thrashing floor. It's a shake and bake.
Yeah, that's somehow I'm not sure that one will be picked up by any of the publishers and be sent to churches all over the country. To hear shake and bake. We continue. Let's go to Lenny out of Athens, Alabama. Lenny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We are good, man.
Hey, yes, I just want to let you know for Father's Day, my wife got me the Somebody Help Daddy shirt. And I loved it. She loved it. I loved it. But what she don't love is every time I come into a problem where I need help, is I just keep screaming, "Somebody help Daddy!"
That isn't that the battle cry for dads? Somebody give Daddy a break. Somebody help Daddy. Please. That's good, man. I'm glad you got that and you enjoyed it. We continue. Let's go to Kimberly. Bubba, all the way out the West Coast, California, checking in. Kimberly, go ahead.
Good morning. I found you guys on YouTube. Somehow you guys popped up for me, and I've been listening for about a year and a half, and I just want to know what Green Acres is. I think I figured out all of your other things, but Green Acres is not one of them.
What do you think it might be?
No, she didn't say that. She said she thinks she knows what everything is.
I don't know if it means maybe I'm here in the South, maybe from Alabama. I'm really not sure.
No, that's incorrect. What it means is that they're calling from work. That's what Green Acres means. Yeah. So we
green money.
Yeah. And then
that wouldn't be hard to figure out.
It is. Well, monkey grass is even harder, but she got that one. Sounds like, yeah.
And the reason people say that is because if they're at work calling, there is a risk that they might have to quickly get off the phone if a boss or something breaks out.
Could be low talking.
So they wanted us to know if they hang up right quick what happened.
Code word.
Yeah, there you go.
Basically it.
And they're always a little bit of a low talker. They're whispering.
Yeah, because they're many times they're in a cubicle, Rick. You know, you can tell.
Hey, let's go to Andrea. Andrea, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I just want to apologize to all the Wake Forest fans and to Wake Forest because I emailed Helms and I was like, Helmsy, I'm so excited. Wake Forest has gone to the World Series since 1955, and there it went downhill from there.
She was saying they were going.
I did.
Oh,
Mojo'd them, and I didn't want to say that in the email back. I responded to you and wished you luck, but I knew in my heart of hearts you'd made a big mistake.
Thanks, Mojo.
Oh, Mojo. Not that we believe in it, but still.
Look, you can't have Mojo and LSU. You can't be going against both of them.
No. Let's go to Gene in Alabama. Gene, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I want to tell y'all what woke actually means. Willfully omitting known evil.
Well, there you go. An acronym from Gene in Alabama. Is
that on you? I don't know why it's funny.
I know why.
Willfully. Got something.
Picture when Gene was sitting down with a piece of paper.
He had to write it out.
He was writing it out.
Let's see.
I'll tell you what woke means. First, row tide. Woke means willfully. Something
Pretty good.
Knowing evil. Let's go to Tom.
Put it on a T-shirt.
Tom in Pelham. 104.7 WZZK.
Hey, I just wanted to call and mention that Biden, that money he was talking about with the Indian fella.
Yes.
The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 is the most significant climate legislation in U.S. history. ... And that's on the EPA.gov website. So we're our Inflation Reduction Act is
it had nothing to do with that. It was just a way to spend money and actually run inflation up more. Because that's what causes it.
Heard from the Indian fellow.
He is the president.
He's the prime minister.
But I love our callers. Let me tell you when he said that, to that Indian fellow.
In that funny dress.
Let's go to Sam in Pike County.
You're
Sam,
never going to get help again.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. No, I'm upset about our state representative slow walking the medical marijuana program. There are those of us that need it, and they don't want to. They're terrified of minorities having business licenses and being approved, and it's just a shame that there's still that mentality that black folk can't be growing and distributing. It's multi-million-dollar business. Doesn't make any sense.
Sam, you're smarter than that, aren't you? Do you really think that the motivation is because they didn't want black people to have businesses? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous
Sam,
statement.
Let me ask you this: what condition do you have? Hello.
Hello.
Sam?
I'm improving. I'm improving.
Start over, sir. You cut out there for a minute.
Your phone cut out. What problem do you have?
I have a couple of minor issues that I've been dealing with since about 1990, and I'd rather not say. But
we were just trying. See, the reason I asked that is I'm trying to give you a forum to explain what you said, so you can convince people to your way of thinking. By saying I'm suffering from this, I'm not wanting your medical history, but if you suffer from this and that will help you and you share it with people, you might change their mind so that they don't slow walk it. That's all I was doing.
No, listen, I appreciate that. That's very magnanimous. I have extreme anxiety. My intestinal right now I'm bloated up like a grape. I go through the swelling and intestinal problems, and it does help. It really.
Well, we're still learning a lot about it, and but I don't know what the racial component is.
Yeah,
there's still a lot of people just
don't use propaganda. Just say that you're slow walking.
Rick and Bubba.
When you were younger in school, what constituted thinking somebody was rich?
I think
that's exactly what I thought too. That's exactly.
Absolutely.
Isn't that funny? That was the ultimate man. Hey, they got a swimming pool. They must have money.
Absolutely.
And I still didn't think about the money of it at all. I just thought,
I didn't know how much it cost.
I didn't, and I only knew.
And hey, Rick, I thought them liners, boy, those things, they felt so good on your feet.
They did.
I thought, how in the world?
Well, my friends, though, I didn't have a lot of wealthy friends.
Look at the blue pattern on that. That's money right there.
The wealthiest my friends got was an above ground pool.
Yeah, 4 foot of fun.
Well, that was that was people who were on the cusp of making it. They moved ahead, and it looked like they were going to make that next step.
Yeah, like every now and then you knew somebody had a go kart. Every now and then,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. And I remember the only way I ever got a go kart is like if somebody came by the athletic department and gave my dad one.
And that actually happened with it.
Yeah, and it was all broken down. It wouldn't run.
Now, we talking about one that was commercially made, or one where you put a lawnmower engine on something you made out of wood.
Yeah,
There was a few of those running around, and you had a string that you steered with.
Yeah, I remember thinking one time that a mini bike was an ass that was beyond comprehension.
Right.
But I didn't.
ASK.
I can honestly say that we didn't grow up in a society where people talked about money ever.
No,
nobody cared.
No one really ever. But what I'm talking about, to Helmsley's point, you're going to get in life, and you're going to have to interact and understand that people live at different levels of income, and and sometimes like I've seen people do this even in adult life. They'll kind of turn their nose up at somebody spending money on something, but I'll have to say, but what you don't understand, at their income level, what they just did was not irresponsible at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, you're trying to you got to get $1,000 is a big deal, but to somebody, $1,000 is like them spending $100 for somebody else. It's all relative. And I just can't believe they blow that money. They're not really blowing money. That's not a reach for them.
But the point being,
I mean?
we seem like we respected character.
Yeah.
It wasn't about what you had or didn't have, and they were people of character who were well off, medium income, and then maybe a little less in some cases. But it was about their character, and we all knew people who did not have good character who could have fallen anywhere on it, and you didn't really care for them either.
I don't recall, serious business, straight up, I don't recall remotely thinking of anyone's house.
No,
if it was nice or not nice, their car, nice, their clothes.
No.
I never thought about those things at all. And I certainly, as an adult, realize now, looking back, that they were different levels.
Yeah.
But we also grew up in a pretty blue-collar, part of a county where everybody was pretty much in the same boat.
Yeah.
So when you had your really, really poor people.
Yeah.
You really didn't have any really, really wealthy people. There was lower middle class and then poor.
Yeah.
There wasn't really anything. There wasn't much different than that.
It was there was some upper middle income and lower middle income, and that was the majority in that range.
Now, I did have friends that I realize now were really poor.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But
I didn't care.
You didn't think about it. You didn't look at it that way.
I went to their house and played, and they came to my house and played, and we never thought much about it. We'll be back. Talking about things that when you were a kid, that meant that somebody had money. And Barry out of Georgia said these were things that were markers when he was a kid. Barry, go ahead.
To any two of the three, in-ground pool, a satellite dish, and a big red three-wheeler.
And a big red three-wheeler. Remember the red three-wheeler?
Yeah.
Greg had a three-wheeler.
Hey.
I myself.
Yeah, when Greg got his job with the power company, and
he got a little money.
And he got a little money. He bought a three-wheeler, and we thought, well, my gosh, what's happening?
Yeah.
You made it.
Brand
new,
shiny.
Shiny, too. Yellow, wasn't it
I
yellow?
was making $7.11 an hour.
Wasn't it yellow one?
Yellow and black.
I remember-
Hey, Shaft Drive.
Before they outlawed them.
Yeah.
You know what? Somebody just emailed me. You know what another was? And then they're right. If somebody had a riding lawnmower.
Yes.
Riding lawnmower.
Oh, yeah.
If you saw somebody with a riding lawnmower.
Everything was push back then.
You know what you thought if they had a riding lawnmower? I bet they're going to get a pool next year.
Oh, yeah. We thought it was sharp because our dad was the head coach and athletic director, so he would bring the riding lawnmower home from the school.
The big John Deere.
He would bring it home from the school and cut the grass with the riding lawnmower. It wasn't ours. It belonged to the school, but it was big.
It looked sharp.
It made it look like we had something going.
Oh, yeah.
It was a talking neighborhood for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Until everybody realized he was bringing it home from work.
Yeah. Kind of ruined.
We realized it was no different than the UPS guy bringing his truck home.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tim.
Cutting grass is just not fun eating normally.
No.
It's just not.
No, it's
Unless you're on a bush hog. That's more fun.
I'll tell you why it's no fun. It's because grass grows in hot times of the year.
Yeah. And it comes back.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing a job if you fix it.
Yeah.
But, imagine any other job you do, and it just comes back every week.
I know.
Like, what if you wired your house and every week the wires disintegrate? You had to wire it.
Bubba, Bubba, for some reason we water it to make it even come back even quicker.
Yeah.
We pay money to water it so we can mow it quicker.
And we complain when there's a drought.
Yeah, there's got to be some way. We've engineered all these other plants. Why can't we engineer grass that doesn't grow? It just turns green. It gets a certain height, and it just looks wonderful.
I think we have. It's called turf.
Yeah.
And we just need to start installing it.
It's pretty nice
You
now.
talking about artificial turf?
Yeah, it's pretty nice now. Why not put that in your yard?
A lot of people are doing that in small areas of the
Are
yard.
they really?
Serious business.
But think about this. I remember
Your
this.
guy does it.
Does he really?
Yes.
I remember this vividly. You remember thinking to yourself when you cut your yard, and if you're still cutting it, do it now. You think, will this be the last one? Does the forecast lend itself to me that I just cut grass for the last time this season? And it's dicey sometimes. You don't know.
Well, you got one round of them wild onions you got.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can cut them on high speed.
Right.
You know, you pull.
Well, the wonderful will of canned meat will happen this hour, I'll tell you that. The golden ticket seat guest, we'll try to get some of them that desire a chance to spin that baby for you before the hour is over. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Trent Dilfer. You'll love this conversation, by the way, and wherever you get podcasts, so catch that. I had someone email me, and because out there in the old tech world, Speedy's here, Greg's here, Helmsy, we got Adler here too, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here.
You know, if you think about it and you've got a tech question and you make the decision to ask Rick about it, you're already probably on a rocky path. Yeah. But I can understand the confusion, of us trying to embrace. It's kind of like what Trent Dilfer said about the old coaches trying to adjust to the NIL and the transfer portal. He goes, I don't have to adjust to it because it's all I've ever known. Yeah. Well, we've lived in different eras of technology, so sometimes those that are hip to the groove, they just assume when we use certain language. I mean, the church can be guilty of this. We throw out all these phrases that we use within the church, and a lot of times people who are not part of the church, they have no idea what we're talking about. Yep. And so you need to kind of use their language. So we have Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which is a unique podcast every week. And I actually had a guy email me, and he said, I don't understand, this is not the whole show. And I said, no, that's a different thing.
Standalone.
It's a standalone show. He goes, well, how do you have the 5 hours of the show on podcast? I said, when you go for podcast, you're going to see two Rick and Bubbas. One is going to say Rick and Bubba University. That's a unique show every week. The other that has our logo on it, that's where all the archives are. And there's the best of hour, and then you have all the stuff. And then I told you the other day when the guy said, well, y'all don't ever mention Spotify. Well, when we say podcasts, that would include Spotify, wherever you get podcasts. And these other things are just platforms where you get podcasts. Yeah. I've had to learn it, guys. I mean, y'all not the only ones. I've had to learn that. Now, I will say back, because we got hit with the hard break on our last caller. And, Bubba, you did a great job of trying to get the man to make his case, because what's happening when he threw out the first thing, that's nothing but some propaganda line that the left has given you, or pro. This is the thing that has always happened when things get political. You're against something because you don't want black people to be able to have businesses. See, that's asinine. The people that are slow walking or leery about legalizing marijuana, they do have concerns. It may be moral. It may be, hey, will this only make the situation with people and drugs worse? That's really their concern, and you need to convince them, which Bubba gave you that chance to do that there are a certain number of people that it'll have a detriment effect on their health, or they need it. You make that case. You don't go out there and try to win this by saying people who don't want to legalize marijuana hate black people. That's just asinine, and it's stupid, and it's ignorant, and you're never going to get anywhere with that. You got to be able to communicate your and I may still disagree with it, but you still have to communicate.
Yeah, I was trying to walk him through that a little bit because, when you look at some of this, there are some medical benefits, no doubt. Yeah. Okay. Had a conversation with a medical provider this week. We were talking about some things they've learned. Can it be abused? Yes, that's also a fact. You have to look at these states that have legalized marijuana.
Hasn't gone well.
Even further than what our state's talking about, and look at the problems they've incurred.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a fair assessment of the whole thing. You got to look at, like I've talked many times, Rick. It's like in finance, you got a balance sheet. And the sides have to balance. And if you're only talking about one side, then you ain't giving the whole picture. So you look at it, and it will be taken care of in due time, I think.
Yeah, and we got to come off this mob mentality we have now that if you disagree with me, it's because you're evil.
Yeah.
No, sometimes people just disagree on topics for all sorts of reasons. And Bubba just mentioned a good one. I'm sorry to say this to you, sir, because of course, I still, and I've heard this used before with other people, marijuana helps me not be anxious. Every pothead I ever knew, they're paranoid all the time.
Right.
But it actually brings paranoia.
I do think that some of that and some of the derivatives of that are prescribed for that.
Yeah.
But that is, there is some comedy to that too. You can't.
There
help
is
that.
comedy to that, but because I remember that paranoia.
I'm sympathetic when you're in pain. And trust me, I'm more sympathetic the last 9 months than I've ever been.
Yeah.
That you want anything that you can get to try to take care of that. But you also have to balance that with the responsibility of the damage it can do to society. So,
that's the point.
And we're working. That's what I was trying to work through. I wasn't trying to be difficult.
But you gave him his chance, and he's got to learn to communicate his point. And we're losing the ability to do that. We just scream things. You hate black people. No, I don't even think that has anything to do with this topic. What might be happening, which me as a taxpayer and the person who lives in Alabama, what they might be doing is trying to be responsible by slow walking, by doing things like Bubba mentioned. And whether you like this or not, I would like, before I legalize it in my state, I'm going to hear from the states who have done it. And if they tell me it's been a disaster, here's a weird concept, I'm probably not for doing it.
Right.
Now, if it's been great and it's been wonderful, well, then fine. But if it hasn't, I actually, as a citizen of the state, would like to see the people in leadership slow walk these things and not shoot, ready, aim. And you may see that as delay, and for some reason somebody convinced you that it was racist, which that's just a word I think we pull out of
there. I think when
there.
you throw that out there, you're going to turn off a lot of people that you could use in your camp to get to the end goal of what you're trying to do. And I'm one of these people too. Some of my feelings on that have evolved over time because I'm seeing the medical return on that. I'm not wide open and anything goes by any stretch, but I do want to try to get people help if we can.
Right. And now one thing we got to quit acting like though is that, marijuana you smoke in a joint, we act like that's no different than you getting an ice cream bar. Now we're going to have to drop all that garbage. It is a gateway drug to stronger, more addictive drugs that give you a better high. I've seen people that I love bury their children, and every one of them said it started with marijuana. So we got to drop that narrative that there's nothing to it. There's no danger in it. There's absolutely danger in it, and we got to decide what's the best way to use it medically and minimize that other bad side effect. And back to, if it didn't work in these other states, then I know this is not mod anymore, but I don't like doing things that don't work.
Yeah.
I know that makes me weird, but if something has been a disaster every time it's tried, I'm a kind of person that doesn't want to try it anymore. Now I know that's odd, but that's just kind of how I am.
And far as the example you gave, I thought we had already decided smoke in your lungs from anything is bad. Tobacco, marijuana, leaves, grass, anything is bad. Smoke.
Yep.
Don't need it in your lungs. That's for air. Now, are there other benefits we can get in other ways? Probably so.
Yeah,
we'll see.
But I guarantee you, if you're going to do that, I'd also sit down and hear all the testimonies of families saying, "Yeah, we thought marijuana was no big deal either, and now our child is dead, or our loved one is dead because it started them down a road." It's that
got to balance it.
Yeah. So, but we say it's not a gateway drug, but it absolutely is.
Yeah, I think you are not being honest if you don't realize that's a possibility. Just like
and put that in the formula.
Just like the opioids and all that have been critical pain relievers that have helped our society in a lot of ways, but it's also made a lot of addicts. You got to balance it out.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And so alcohol, I would not say that's been a roaring success.
It definitely has problems.
Right. It's a. Remember, I like to stay away from any product that has an organization that has that product's name in the word anonymous.
You got to be careful.
Yeah,
you got to handle with care.
Gamblers Anonymous, Alcohol Anonymous, drug abuse, Addicts Anonymous. All those things I try to avoid. And And I do know this in my own life. When I started going down the road of altering my mind, it led to all sorts of disasters. I would say probably 90% of my regrets trace back to overindulgence in alcohol. If I had never done that, I would not have as many regrets as I do. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll be back. How about the wonderful wheel of canned meat? Does that fire anybody up? Golden ticket seats are ready. The wheel is ready. We'll illuminate it, and we'll come back and see if these people can't spin some winners for those of you out there. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That one fast, and then you drain the gas out so you wouldn't have to cut anymore.
Tim in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy. Good, man.
Yeah, I was calling the little class war that looks like they're trying to start there at the UK with the jackets. Wouldn't that same rule apply to cell phones that all of our kids are running around with today? I mean, how does this fit into the grand scheme of what they're trying to do over there?
Yeah, I agree. I've never seen a smartphone that was inexpensive ever. It's amazing to me that everybody has one. Yeah. I mean, these are not inexpensive. These are not inexpensive items.
No.
You're not getting these for $12.99, $12.99.
And I promise you, there's more people. You just can't hardly find anybody that doesn't have one. I mean,
no,
they somehow make it happen. It's a priority.
Rick in Alexander City. Rick, go ahead. Welcome to the program, buddy.
Yeah, I was born in the 40s, and the first time I went home with one of my friends from school, I was very impressed. His dad was a doctor, and they had indoor plumbing.
So I guess that was
a big deal.
Yeah, I guess it was.
We're talking about taking something for granted.
Impressive.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Mine was.
That just goes to show you what we expected and how far we had come.
No, that's a great point. It's all relative to what time you lived in. I remember another one we forgot, guys.
What's that?
Pong. I remember one time some kids. Listen,
Atari.
Listen, not in my neighborhood because nobody could afford Pong in my neighborhood. We went to visit some friends, and somebody in their neighborhood had Pong.
An Atari.
Yeah, and I remember thinking, well,
it's on. Guys, my dad will still bring out Pong on Christmas when we come home.
Is
Serious business. His is the little dial back and forth, and you just hitting the ball back and forth.
Now, is it the machine that's all it does, or does it have the cartridges you plug in and out?
It's not like an Atari with a cartridge. This is just a Pong.
That's all it
does.
Does it play doubles?
Pong.
You flip with
I don't even think it allows. I don't even think it allows doubles. It's a one-on-one kind of deal.
Mine was the Atari, the cartridges. I saw that at a friend of mine's neighbor's house. It was down in their garage. And I thought to myself, my goodness,
look at this.
Well, that was another thing. What if somebody could actually function inside a downstairs area?
Oh, yeah.
If you had those poles going up and you had cement down there and you could actually move around down there.
Boy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
a finished basement was unheard of.
No, nobody had that. You just had a basement. You just had basement
that you could function in. You might have a couch down there, but it was just sitting on an unpainted floor with cinder block walls.
And it had a little mildew problem.
And it smelled. It had that nice smell to it. That basement smell.
Greg, you remember us growing up? I couldn't even dream of somebody having a basement. That was too big a dream.
Yeah.
I mean, to dream that your parents would ever get a house that had a basement in it.
No.
Yeah, we had a half basement with a crawl space.
Andy,
also known as
scary
a
under there,
root cellar.
Andy in Glencoe. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, man, you remember when you could tell they was rich? They had 2 phone lines. The children had their own phone number.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Bubba, this story, we were first talking about whether this was something that was, maybe only affected people locally, but now that the Feinbaum show is on the SEC channel and has been for a while, and he contributes to ESPN, they were even talking about it. So this story, seems to be a national story now.
Yeah, a regular caller to the show, Tammy Bullard, who the story calls a super fan, was killed in a tragic car accident Friday with her 3-year-old granddaughter close to Sylacauga, Alabama. I was going through that area after the show. Of course, it happened early in the morning, but they were still diverting people off the highway, and just a tragic story and a tragic loss.
Yeah, and they said that obviously she was quite a character on the program, and she was known best for being a rabid Auburn fan, and she was in her SUV, as you said, with her granddaughter, and one of these big-time 18-wheelers, right, big commercial truck. When I heard the last of it, state police were saying they thought the truck had some sort of blowout or something that caused it to lose control. And sadly, it left its side of the road, went over to the other side of the road. I mean, she never had a chance. I mean, it was
and I don't know the exacts of it. I just based on the fact I had to come through there again yesterday, and I could see the marks left on the highway. 280 is a separated highway with a grass median, but it's kind of a ditch for the most part. It's kind of low.
Yep.
And it looks like that truck slid on a crossing, where you would cross the highway.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it went on a 45-degree angle over to the other side. I mean, it literally had to thread a needle.
Give it a try. It is time for the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Oh, yes, there's canned meat on the wheel. We've got Spam, but we also have, if you land on meat, Bubba pulls from the drawer of mystery canned meat, and you'll take whatever he pulls out of there. Bubba and I'll autograph that can, and Greg will get it to you 6 to 8 months from now. So be hanging around for that. Also on the wheel, Rick and Bubba goodies out of the Rick and Bubba store. If you're ever looking for Rick and Bubba swag, you can find it right there at rickandbubba.com. Just click on the store and let the whole wide world know that you unapologetically and unashamedly listen to or watch this program. So you can do that by going to rickandbubba.com into the store. So we got Rick and Bubba goodies. They're all over the wheel. And we also have a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera on the wheel, a subscription to Blaze TV on the wheel. But there's also Bubba pitfalls you could fall into, like being eaten by Jaws if you hit Pippet, Can't Have Nothing, or Henry the Horse, where the audience wins, but you get no prize. All right, and also Rock and Roll City, the nation's favorite house band. There they are, Rock and Roll City inside there. Greg on the drums, Adler on the axe. And Speedy has the wireless mic. He's at the wheel with our golden ticket seat guest, Will Shands. Jake Shands will be the first person to spin. Jake, you ready to let that thing rip? Got his Rick and Bubba hat on. He likes it. John is in Prattville. John, what do you say to young Jake to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel, and roll tide.
I roll tide, Will Shands.
Double hand.
Wow. Jake, the snake. Uh-huh.
Well, he gave that one a twirl.
Let me tell you something, Jake. You got upper body strength that is surprising.
He's been eating those pecan pies.
Yes, he has. Here we go. Topaz, try it. Have you tried a little Topaz, Johnny? Johnny, you got the Topaz T-shirt. It is yours out of the Rick and Bubba store. Good job, Jake. We'll put you on hold, get a size, and we'll ship that right out to you. And trust me, it's a conversation starter.
Yes, it is.
Let's go to Muscle Shoals. Brian is standing by. Jamie Hitt will be spinning the wheel for you, Brian. What do you say to Jamie?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Jamie.
Jamie with a big spin.
She and her husband have Burgess Pinch 24 shirts on today. Love it. All right, let's see what Jamie
Coming to
has.
a bumper sticker near you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Henry right out of the gate. The horse. Not a win for Brian, but
sorry, Brian.
Jamie has produced the horse.
He's coming in from the back 40.
Henry. Everybody's
trotting right on in.
Hey, Henry, nice shirt today.
Thanks, guys. Hey, I've got a great business idea.
Okay.
That I want to roll past you guys.
Okay.
So we get an empty big old propane tank. We get inside and we take it down to the bottom of the ocean. Check out the Titanic. Let me know what you think. Great business idea.
No, yeah, that's. I think a hard pass, Mr. Horse.
A little soon on that one, Henry.
Pass.
Little
Too
soon.
Just a little soon.
Take that back to the barn.
Just a little soon. Yeah.
No feed for you today, Henry.
A beautiful
bad horse.
Bubba,
Bad horse.
A beautiful mane, but a hard heart.
Yes.
To the phones we go. Greensboro, North Carolina. Robert is standing by from the golden ticket seat. Steve Warman will be spinning for Robert. Robert, what do you say to Steve?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Steve, all the way from Indiana, WSLM, a reverse spin.
That's a big one.
And it's a good one. All right, here we go. Mug, drink it! You've got the outstanding Rick and Bubba coffee mug. Greg, can I get a go for Robert? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! You're going to love this mug, Robert. You'll sit there with no shame, and you'll drink your coffee with a bright Rick and Bubba studio logo on it. We'll put you on hold. We'll ship it right to you. Send us a pic of you enjoying it, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. To Indiana. Isn't it interesting? We have people from Indiana and now a caller from Indiana. Looks like it's Peter. Peter, Fran Huey will be spinning for you. What do you say to Fran to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, Fran, let it rip. Hey, Fran, she spun that with some anger. She got that. There you go. See what Peter gets today. Let's see here. Again, Henry the horse had nothing to do with that. Two Henrys, double the Henry
from the back 40.
Oh, Henry!
Oh, Henry!
There he goes again. Hey, Henry!
Hey, Henry! What's up?
Welcome back.
Okay, so did some Googling and scratch that idea. Scratch it.
What a horse! Yeah! Everybody say, da-da, 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 yeah! Wade Alberson now steps to the wheel. Wade, it'll be spinning, and I actually met Cowboy at the Gridiron Men's Conference.
Cowboy.
Cowboy, good to hear from you again, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It was great to meet you in person, Cowboy.
Good to meet you too, brother.
All right, what do you say to Wade?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Wade. Yeah! Now that's somebody.
Wade threw that wheel like it was nothing. He didn't even put any effort into it.
That wheel I saw the wheel quiver as he reached for it. Let's see. Here we go for Cowboy. Yeah!
Okay.
Mug! Drink it! Cowboy. Greg, how about a go for Cowboy? Go! Go! Cowboy, you got a Rick and Bubba mug. You'll be drinking that thing with joy if you don't already have one. If you do, you got two. And so.
All right, I got two now.
All right, well, enjoy that, brother, okay?
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. All right, can we get one more?
One more.
All right, Joey's out of Florida. Is Jake back up there?
Yes,
Well,
he is.
Shans, you ready? All right, Joey, what do you say to young Jake?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, young man. Yeah! Did you see that spin, Bubba?
That one will spin right through the commercial break.
Spin?
We got to get a speedometer on that thing and see what these spins are going. You've been feeding him good, Mom.
He's a raw-born woman. Oh, Jake. Jake, I mean, I'm sorry, Joey, and you're in Florida, too. That makes us even creepier. Jake, I'm so sorry. Your strength is mighty. You sent somebody out there to be eaten by jaws. But a good spin today, too, son. There you go. So, Pippet was the one. Hey, anybody sing Pippet? Pippet! Jake, say Pippet! All right, well, that wraps up this edition of the wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat. No canned meat went out today.
Wow.
No canned meat. So congratulations. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jamie.
Big fun always.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Wade. All of you for helping us out today. Congratulations to the winners. And our thanks to Henry the Horse. for making not one but 2 appearances. Hey, YouTubers, Rock and Roll City is ready. We go to the break. They'll play for you in the break. America's favorite house band. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check, hey. All right, Greg, let's do this. Get out of my dreams. Get into my sub. Get out of my dreams and get into my sub. Just make sure it's certified. Go, Greg! Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where all of our tourist subs are certified.
Oncoming traffic. That's just crazy, isn't it?
Well, it is, and terrible for all those that are close to her family, and her friends, and obviously that's a tough thing, and the grandchild being there too, just very, very hard. For all involved. So
and you know, there's a lot of people killed on the highway every day and every year in our country. It's really more people are killed on our highways than by all these terrible diseases we deal with, and certainly they're tragic too. But it's something that families have to live with every day. And then when something happens and it's somebody that a lot of people know, you know, it gets the headlines, and no less tragic. But it's certainly been a topic, and I know Paul addressed it a little bit on ESPN on Saturday morning.
Yep. So anyway, that was a story from this past weekend too that we had not gotten to yet on the program, and we were going back and forth on whether that would be covered on the show. But if you guys said they were talking about it on ESPN, then certainly we should.
Yep.
And to let that family and everybody connected to her know that we are aware of it, and our heart breaks about that. You know, I heard that, and then after that, you know, when Gary, the bulldozer man, was telling me about the helicopter crash that happened down near where he has a lake house, and that was happening. I was like, man, this weekend's got. Of course, every weekend, as you pointed out, sadly, you have bad stories, but these were kind of close to people we knew were tied to them. It made it a little.
And they divert Highway 280. If you're not familiar with it, it's a very busy stretch of highway that goes between Birmingham and Auburn, down in that area. Of course, it goes through several towns, but a lot of people travel on that, and they had diverted traffic off onto a side road. So it was a major, driving issue on Friday for a lot of folks.
Oh, yeah. And I have the Gobble Gobble song ready to go.
It's that time of year, Rick.
And here's who. Let me ask back here. Has everybody heard this? Who hasn't?
Any first timers?
Okay, that's who I want to, because I want to look at her after it's over. Because I mean, to them, there's people out there they've never heard this. So they don't know how they're about to feel.
Didn't we find the lady who sung?
Oh, she called in.
Year?
Remember, she sent us. She tried to send us.
It wasn't Misty Lee Payne.
No,
she sounded a lot like her.
We finally found her this last year. We found her for the first time in years.
She called in.
Yeah.
That usually makes you uncomfortable, Bubba. Now you're just
he's embracing it. Well, that's how you
huh?
finally. If you ever want to see a wound get better, you just got to go ahead and embrace it.
Wow.
So,
the day I came up because Bubba told me to come sing, that was not correct.
That's when you became a talent scout.
And right there.
So now we're just talking about it openly.
Yeah.
I mean, best thing I've ever heard.
Dress and guitar.
We did
Bubba's out looking for new talent.
If you meet him at the lake, you'll come in. I guarantee you that.
Ain't right.
He kind of looks like that guy that had all those boy bands.
Musical talent. Now he's looking at movie talent.
It's not just singers. I cover movies.
You do. I did see a review of the movie over from the weekend. Talk about
Rick, let's move. Well, we can't now.
No, we can. It ain't that long.
I was trying to
It
delay.
is.
Maybe 3 minutes long. All right, here it is. Y'all want to hear
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Gobble Gobble songs? Everybody ready?
From Rick and Bubba.
Here's a little song I wrote about a typical American Thanksgiving day. It's called the Gobble Gobble song, and it goes a little something like this. Gobble, 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 it's Thanksgiving Day. Gobble, 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 as we sit down and pray. Gobble, 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 gobble.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And there's been a lot to cover, and we'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done. Super P's locked and loaded on that. I want to talk to you about sleep. How many more stories have we got to do where they continue to be, it continues to be affirmed over and over and over again that so much of our health starts with a good night's sleep. The body loves sleep. The body needs sleep. And if you're not sleeping well, it is just like it'll turn everything upside down. It really will. So helixsleep.com/Bubba. Greg and Lisa Burgess, when they're not delivering puppies all over the country, they now probably slept a little sounder last night because all their puppies have found beautiful homes and beautiful people. And they slept peaceful last night, knowing these wonderful puppies were in the hands of wonderful people.
That's right.
And they did their work and they did their job. And so the Helix mattress, Greg, you and Lisa love it for obvious reasons. They customize it the way you guys sleep.
That's right.
Yeah. And
you tell them how you like it.
How long does it take to get all that done? That's
2 minutes.
That'd be my first question.
Not even 2 minutes.
2
I'm
minutes.
kidding. No, not even that long.
So a lot less time than it takes to get a boating license.
Rick, you like sleep on your back, your side, what?
Yeah, they want to know that. And so they can help you with that. HelixSleep.com/Bubba has various mattress models to choose from, each designed for specific sleep positions and also the preference of the firmness. You want it soft, you want it medium, you want it firm. So they can do that for you. And, boy, they just keep getting accolades. GQ Magazine, Wired Magazine said it's the #1 mattress. They send it to your door. You get 100 nights to sleep on it. If you don't like it, they fully refund you. They have mattresses for the big and tall, for children. Somebody getting their first a big boy or big girl bed. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We get you 20% off. That link can also be found at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So looking at some of the other stuff, this video 3, tell me what we have here, Adler. Is this just these young punks that have no respect for authority, no respect for for adults? Is this some person graduating from college or high school? Graduating college or high school? Which one?
It looks like college, and it looks like it's outside,
right.
And when she gets up to, I guess, getting her diploma or something, she grabs the wireless mic forcibly, I should say, announcing it, and says, "This is my time." And this is so much of where we are now. It's about me. Yeah, here it is here.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Let go. You didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Khadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me.
Oh, drops the mic. Congratulations.
Why was she mad?
It looks like there's a line. It looks like to me.
She didn't give her enough on the.
I guess not.
This person that's
I love the guy still has the mask on.
Oh yeah. This person that's graduating supposedly saw a pattern of this white lady who was holding the microphone for the grads. She supposedly saw a pattern in which the white lady was pulling the microphone away from black people before they were done saying their thing. That's not verifiable. What's verifiable is her terrible behavior.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, you just made it so much worse, and your behavior was so much worse than the supposed behavior of the white lady with the microphone.
I'm confused. Why are the graduates speaking? Why are they holding the microphone?
They say their name before they go on stage. I don't know why
they don't have somebody else do it.
They say their own name.
Okay.
And supposedly,
and what school is this?
It said in multiple articles, it said the unknown college.
Yeah, which is very strange.
Which is really weird.
It's really
Can we
more
not
about
figure
this
that
the
out?
moment that this lady decided that she was going to act up like
Well, yeah. What goes back to it is I go back to being a student graduating from college or from high school, and thinking the sheer terror at the thought that I would snatch the microphone away from the adult that was in charge. I mean,
my mother would have spanked me on the spot.
Oh my gosh!
As I was graduating, she'd had a switch. Bring me out.
As Mickey Dean, God rest his soul, said that time that he got spanked in public, and he asked his mama why she would spank him in front of everybody, and she said, "Well, you actually picked the place. I didn't."
That's right.
Kind of on you.
That's right.
Which was a great line. That's kind of look. My mama. I mean, you should have seen my mom was talking about it, and I remember, I forget who was in the group. I'm going to be careful with this, but there were some younger parents in the group, and I was talking about how Mama would whip Greg and me in the retail store.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for hiding inside the clothes racks. And scaring
we did
people.
that a lot.
And the younger people started looking at her, and she looked at them like, "What are y'all looking at?"
Yeah.
And
I know exactly what you're talking about. The round rack
in the middle
of it. If it was full of clothes, you were like, you couldn't be seen.
You'd hide in there, and then when a woman would pull something out, we go woo like that. And
or you'd stick your hand out of the clothes and touch somebody.
And we got busted doing that, and we got tore up right there in Wakefield.
We would just hide from our parents,
Right,
and of course you could hear Mom in the background with a little bit of panic, and Dad saying out loud, "Hey, whoever gets them, I'll bring them back quick."
No,
You
yeah,
got that
that's
going
so
on.
true.
So
Yeah.
that was our game. Hey, there ain't no way they keep them. Don't worry about it, honey.
And Rick, if you couldn't find it,
nobody gonna keep them.
If you couldn't find it at Wakefield's, you went right over to Martin.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the thing was how Mom just looked so matter of fact, like, why are y'all? What's the big deal about this? and it was, if your kids didn't know how to respect property, they didn't know how to respect adults, they didn't know how to respect authority, your parents instilled that was not an option; it was a must to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And they would do that. And I remember, there's how it's funny things you can't even forget.
No, I know.
I remember one time, and we were at some neighbor's house, and we were still living in Birmingham, so the oldest I could have been was 5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how long ago it was. Because when we went to Birmingham, I was 6. I left Birmingham and went to Oxford. So I was 5 and a half, and a woman had prepared breakfast for everybody, and I didn't think it was that good, and I can still. I mean, you realize I am 58 years old. This is 53 years ago, and I still remember it. And I made the horrible mistake of saying that these pancakes taste like paper, and that.
Well, I mean, you're just being honest.
Yeah, but
that's chubby fella saying it's even funny.
Yeah, time and place, Yeah. And my mother, oh my goodness,
tastes like paper.
Mm-hmm. You ungrateful, disrespectful child.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you do not tell somebody that made you breakfast that you don't like it. And buddy.
How about that hot bottom it came with? Paper tasting.
Let me tell you, my bottom was so hot you could have made more pancakes on it. It was like a griddle. Yeah. And I decided that I would go apologize, and that I thanked her for making us breakfast. Mm-hmm. And I got right back in line.
These
taste like paper.
I didn't get in trouble a lot, but enough.
Oh, you didn't have to if it was done right.
Yeah. I remember thinking, I just want to get through this without getting in trouble.
Oh, yes.
When you get old enough to realize, okay, I need to keep me from getting in trouble.
That's right.
And then you accidentally break something, and you go, oh, gosh. I wasn't even trying to.
I can't believe it.
Here it goes.
I cannot believe I
Head
found
out to get my switch.
Remember that feeling of here comes the doom of here it comes? And it was just such doom.
And you had to go get your own switch a lot of times when you got a little older. Yeah. And if you brought back something that looked like a weed, they'd be so mad, and then they would go get something even bigger and tear you up with it.
And then my dad would do something.
I mean, they were beating you with a stick, basically.
Yeah.
And I needed it.
Yeah. Sure. And then my dad would say things like that a little kid would think about for months. And I remember this one because you could hear the belts rattling when he would go get a belt. And I was like, "Oh, Dad, don't get a belt." He said, "I got to get a belt because if I get my hands on you, I'll kill you." And I thought, "Oh, wow." I didn't even know that was an option. Yeah, you sit and look out the window after that one.
I had a shirt that had y'all remember that Calvin and Hobbes cartoon with the mischievous looking kid?
Mm-hmm.
And some people had them on the back of their trucks if they didn't like a certain truck logo.
Is that the one that's urinating on everything?
Well, I wasn't going to say
That's
that.
the one, Greg.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
I had him just having this mischievous look on a shirt. I got sent to the principal's office every single time I wore that shirt. No, it was like it influenced my behavior, and I would look down in detention,
thought you were
and I'd
him.
be like, I did it again. I'm wearing the shirt.
You
I gotta stop wearing this shirt.
You got to be careful what you wear.
Yes.
I've heard be careful who you hang around. I've never heard be careful what shirt you wear.
Yeah, I've never heard many people influenced by their shirt.
Every single time.
Now, I've seen
Is
people.
that when you stole shoplift? That
No,
day?
I was
when he got
younger
banned
then.
from
I was
the
younger
amusement
then.
park.
Yeah, I was younger then. We don't have to bring that up.
Now, I've seen people
We
that
don't have to talk about it.
I've seen people that
Every time I lose a pen, I think, did I ever get it?
And then he accused somebody at the other place. Don't forget that.
All right. Wait, let's just bring the two lowest moments of my life up on the air. Every chance we
Greg's
get.
very good at that.
Goodness
That
gracious.
one was one of my favorites of all time.
Hey, Greg, remember when you got hit by a truck? Or by your own truck?
Yeah, I do.
Let's
Actually
talk
do.
about that.
I think I like.
Wasn't a good day.
The one I like is when you accuse somebody of stealing something and you can't communicate language-wise.
Yeah, that made him better.
Hey, Greg, how many times did you
better?
How many times did you fall through the attic, Greg? How many times?
That'd be 2.
Okay.
I know.
Who's smart now?
We'll hit your phone calls to wrap up the hour next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gobble, gobble, and what a blessing, gobble, 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 and if you like ham, gobble.
You realize how much you have to be thankful for.
Gosh, isn't that good?
Yeah.
Thank you, Bubba.
The thing that gets me about her every year is she'll rhyme for a little while, and then just out of nowhere she'll go crazy and won't rhyme at all.
Yeah.
You know,
I know it.
Well, it's so long. We'll be right back. We'll talk it out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you know that our very own Graveyard had never heard the song before?
Really? I bet that was something.
Minnie Mouth, had you ever heard it before? Minnie Mouth, have you ever heard the Gobble Gobble song before? Was this your first time, or you've heard it before?
This is my first time.
So both of you.
And she's got some music background.
I could see her
I bet
singing
she
it.
loved it. Yeah.
Come here.
A lot of people may have thought it was her.
Yeah, it's just something about, people who experience it for the very first time. I had some people say, thank you, it's officially Thanksgiving, but that's all I can say that's positive, and some people just put, the Gobble Gobble song gives me anxiety. I got that one.
Well, yeah.
It gives me a little anxiety, too.
So what was it like, interns? Minnie Mouth, your first experience?
I loved it.
You loved
Does that say a lot? Can you do Gobble Gobble without your little voice thing where you don't open your...
Don't.
With your mouth closed.
Was it close?
Yeah. You almost have to do the physical part.
Yeah.
That's pretty
You have
good.
to jump with it.
Graveyard, what was that like?
It was definitely new.
I'd like to hear your rendition.
I don't think I can do that today.
Did you find yourself thinking, how long does this go on, or will it get different?
Yeah, I kind of find myself thinking, how long does this go on? This cannot be over 2 minutes long, and then it plays for 3. So
yeah, 3:03 if you want to know the exact.
Adler was saying in the break, how can that only be 3 minutes?
Yeah, honestly, it does seem a lot longer, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
When you're
Bubba.
listening to it.
I say that with zero reservation.
For time that seems like it's flying by now, it stands still during that 3 minutes.
Yeah, and people, here's a positive. Hey guys, thank you. It's officially Thanksgiving now.
Mm-hmm.
I can start getting ready for Turkey Day. Y'all the real MVP. Hashtag Gobble Gobble.
Y'all the real MVP.
Okay, that's good.
Y'all the real.
Lord help us all.
Okay.
I feel like punching rabbits.
Punching rabbits?
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, that's
I've never heard that.
the standard I threw up in my mouth. That's pretty standard.
Yeah. And we all did.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Twice.
Yeah.
Ew.
There you go. So it's in there. Yep. Just here's one. Gobble, gobble. How about them Saints? Okay.
Okay.
Saints fans, they got a lot to be happy about right now. To the phones we go. Carla out of Springville. Carla, go ahead.
This is a new teenage torture device. I'm driving down the road with my teenage daughter, and this comes on, and she's like, will it ever stop? Make it stop. Make it stop. It is hilarious.
It goes on, and there's not a lot of variety to it. I mean,
no.
It's
a little redundant.
No variety.
My vision is that this woman is sitting there with a legal pad, and as she jots down something that usually happens at Thanksgiving, then she just says gobble, gobble again after.
Yeah, watching football.
Gobble, gobble.
Did y'all?
But the part that I say this every year, and I just said it again a minute ago, but you think everything's going to rhyme, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't.
No, Rick, that's a lot of rhyming.
Yeah.
Help me.
It is, but
Stop me if you guys said this, because I was looking at some email on this fact. Did y'all discuss how many times she said gobble gobble?
No.
Somebody said this is a very good distraction to get you through the song.
Count.
They said that she said the phrase gobble gobble exactly 60 times.
That's us, baby. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls will dominate the final segment. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. But first, golden ticket seats. Amanda Welshans. That's Jake's mama. She's here today. Jake Welshans as well. Garrett and Jamie Hitt. Steve and Kyle Warman. Frank and Mike Fran and Mike Huey, Wade Alverson, Annabeth Alverson, Davis Alverson, all here today in the golden ticket seat. Somebody going to get a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 11.
1 and 11.
1 and 11.
Gosh, we don't get to go up that high that much. I'm going to say number 11 because we don't get up that high.
Well, you just gave $50 to Jamie Hitt. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Let's go, Jamie. Let's go, Jamie. Jamie, it's $50 American Express gift card. Looks like y'all got lunch covered. There it is. There it is. Her husband was just talking to us about where you eat around here. Well, I gave what? Go somewhere and you can go eat.
You
now.
got it.
You got $50 to go eat, courtesy of Dr. Dudney, and we thank him for that, and thank all of you for coming from all over the country to be here with us today.
Nice.
And just for today, Speedy has agreed to match it.
That's right.
Hey!
And thank you for the delicious food you all brought too. It's all fantastic. Very kind of you to do that.
That was some good stuff.
To the phones we go. Judge is standing by in Florida. Judge, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
How y'all doing today?
We're good. Here come the judge.
Good. Let's see. I was calling about the medical marijuana y'all were talking about earlier. And I myself am a medical marijuana patient in the state of Florida. And there's also 38 other states that have done this. I believe it has helped me tremendously with insomnia, stress, depression, and it's also gotten multiple other patients I know off of pain pills and depressants.
Yeah, we are talking about two different things. You know, medical marijuana and getting that regulated and getting that done versus the legalizing marijuana. Those are two kind of different things. But, the medical marijuana, it may have been showing success around the country as opposed. Now, I'll tell you, the legalizing marijuana, come one, come all, that has not gone well.
How do you take it, sir?
Multiple ways. There's edibles, there's tinctures, there is suppositories, inhalers, multiple ways. Also,
I think I'll go with gummies if I had to pick from that list.
Does anybody on that list say, I'll take the suppository?
Yeah. I tell you what, I don't want to twist one.
Never used a suppository myself, but I knew they sell them.
Yeah, well, how about this? I'll pass if these others are available. Who chooses a suppository over a gummy? So I could just pop a gummy in my mouth. You could, or we could go down the old. And I'll tell you what, I'm going with that. Well, I'm glad it's working for you, Judge. I hope it is helping you. Let's go to. Let's go to. Is it Theron? Theron and Boaz.
Yeah.
Z93. Hey, Theron. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, Thank you, buddy.
I wanted to tell a small story about real quick. You guys were talking about getting the spankings. Okay, well, when I was about 8 or 10 years old, and I'm you guys' age, when I was about 8 or 10 years old, I went out to my best friend's house and have a barn out back. First thing his mom says, y'all don't be playing out there around the barn. Of course, first thing we do, we go to the barn. We get up in the loft, and she gets looking for us. She can't find us anywhere. We thought we was going to hide. Well, she found us.
Yeah, they always do.
And my friend, I don't know, y'all know these Formosa trees with the pink blooms on them?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That always goes up? Okay, well, I was standing there, and he was getting balled out like crazy. And she ripped a limb off of that thing.
Yeah.
And she started whooping him with that limb, and I thought, well, it's every man for himself. I ran back to the house and thought I was scot-free. Well, guess what? The telephone on the wall started ringing.
So loud.
That happened.
So loud.
And I knew what that phone call was.
Oh, sure you
and
did.
I got tore up too.
Yeah.
I thought I was saving myself, but son, I got it too. So that was a little.
Guess what?
Well, I bet you didn't go play in that barn anymore.
You didn't play in that barn no more, did you?
No, I didn't even want to go do nothing.
You didn't want to even look at it. You wouldn't even eat at a restaurant called the barn.
You didn't want to see a horse.
Well, but no, you're right, and I remember that. I mean, the parents in the neighborhood. I mean, they really had, and there was sometimes no greater honor than for you to be able to. And people would call and thank my dad for spanking their kids.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, I want to thank you for whipping Bull. I hope I can whip one of your kids one day and pay you back.
Yeah.
I mean, did nobody tolerate
Foolishness? No.
And
No
disrespect? Oh, disrespect. It wasn't even tolerated. We continue.
And guess what?
Let's go to David in Georgia. David, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
When I was about, I guess maybe 9 years old, and I'm 90 now.
Wow.
We were visiting another family, and the women were in the kitchen making dinner.
Like they ought to be.
And one of the ladies.
You can tell the puppies are gone. He's come back alive. But Greg has literally been dead for 8 weeks. And Greg has come back alive. That last puppy was set down and he got life back. All right, David, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
And the lady of the house was making biscuits with her hands, and like women used to do. And I came in the kitchen and I saw what she was doing. I said, I'm not going to eat any of your biscuits you had your hands in. And so I walked out, and Mother said that she said to my mother, Miss Mahaffey, you make David eat one of those biscuits. So when dinner came, after I had eaten about the third biscuit, she reminded me of what I had said, because that's the way my mother had always made biscuits was with her hands.
Well, that's the way it ought to be
Now you
done.
get in there and
if
get
we
after
get
it.
back to that, America would be different.
There you go. Get that lard in there, and
Oh, yeah. Like it ought to be.
Good biscuits, too.
There you go.
Good biscuits.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you,
Enjoy
brother.
your show.
Hey,
Thank
you're
you for
kind,
listening.
David. Thank you. I wish we were.
He was 90.
90 years
Little
old.
respect,
No,
buddy.
I did. I was just helping his story.
Like I said, I'm telling you, he's come back alive.
I know.
I mean,
Look, you
know,
got to admit it sounded funny. The women were in the kitchen.
I loved every bit of it.
Well, we were
rattling
thinking,
them pots.
Greg, I loved it, Lazarus.
I'm afraid he's going to get a head rush. You know,
Well, it's a good thing it's Friday because you can get 2 days to kind of read. Because if we had 3 more shows left this week, he'd
be in trouble.
You couldn't keep this up. There's no way. How good did it feel when that puppy was gone? Seriously.
Rick, no. Lisa done send me a picture of their bowls with the food in it with crying faces.
How about this guy? What you sent back? Happy face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, just be honest. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You did
look,
your
I
job.
was very
you
tired,
were very responsible.
And I'm happy with who they
You
ended
were
up with.
responsible. You had a big heart. You took care of dogs.
look,
you were a good
dog daddy.
Where's the loser? Who lost in this? Nobody.
Spread the love over 3 states.
Can you replace the sleep deprivation, the damage it's already done to your body and brain?
No.
You still got the shakes?
Yeah. Took 10 years off my life.
Right, yeah, sure. But the dogs get a good life out of it.
They did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.